At the Gate by Myla Closser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brock Price. At the Gate by Myla Closser. A shaggy Airedale scented his way along the high road. He had not been there before, but he was guided by the trail of his brethren who had preceded him. He had gone unwillingly upon this journey, yet with the perfect training of dogs he had accepted it without complaint. The path had been lonely, and his heart would have failed him, traveling as he must without his people, had not these traces of countless dogs before him promised companionship of a sort at the end of the road. The landscape had appeared arid at first, for the translation from recent agony into freedom from pain had been so numbing in its swiftness that it was some time before he could fully appreciate the pleasant dog country through which he was passing. There were woods with leaves upon the ground through which to scurry, long grassy slopes for extended runs, and lakes into which he might plunge for sticks and bring them back to. But he did not complete his thought, for the boy was not with him. A little wave of homesickness possessed him. It made his mind easier to see far ahead a great gate as high as the heavens, wide enough for all. He understood that man only built such barriers, and by straining his eyes he fancied he could discern humans passing through to whatever lay beyond. He broke into a run that he might the more quickly gain this enclosure made beautiful by men and women, but his thoughts outran his pace, and he remembered that he had left the family behind. And again this lovely new compound became not perfect, since it would lack the family. The scent of the dogs grew very strong now, and coming nearer, he discovered to his astonishment that of the myriads of those who had arrived ahead of him, thousands were still gathered on the outside of the portal. They sat in a wide circle spreading out on each side of the entrance, big, little, curly, handsome, mongrel, thoroughbred dogs of every age, complexion, and personality. All were apparently waiting for something, someone, and at the pad of the Airedale's feet on the hard road they arose and looked in his direction. That the interest passed as soon as they discovered the newcomer to be a dog puzzled him. In his former dwelling-place, a four-footed brother was greeted with enthusiasm when he was a friend, with suspicious diplomacy when a stranger, and with sharp reproof when an enemy. But never had he been utterly ignored. He remembered something that he had read many times on great buildings with lofty entrances. Dogs not admitted, the signs had said, and he feared this might be the reason for the waiting circle outside the gate. It might be that this noble portal stood as the dividing line between mere dogs and humans. But he had been a member of the family, romping with them in the living room, sitting at meals with them in the dining room, going upstairs at night with them, and the thought that he was to be kept out would be unendurable. He despised the passive dogs. They should be treating a barrier after the fashion of their old country, leaping against it, barking and scratching the nicely painted door. He bounded up the last little hill to set them an example, for he was still full of the rebellion of the world, but he found no door to leap against. He could see beyond the entrance dear masses of people, yet no dog crossed the threshold. They continued in their patient ring, their gaze upon the winding road. He now advanced cautiously to examine the gate. It occurred to him that it must be fly time in this region, and he did not wish to make himself ridiculous before all these strangers by trying to bolt through an invisible mesh like the one that had baffled him when he was a little chap. Yet there were no screens, and despair entered his soul. What bitter punishment these poor beasts must have suffered before they learned to stay on this side the arch that led to human beings. What had they done on earth to merit this? Stolen bones troubled his conscience, runaway days, sleeping in the best chair until the key clicked in the lock. These were sins. At that moment an English bull-terrier, white, with liver-colored spots and a jaunty manner, approached him, snuffling in a friendly way. No sooner had the bull-terrier smelt his collar than he fell to expressing his joy at meeting him. The Airedale's reserve was quite thawed by this welcome, though he did not know just what to make of it. "I know you! I know you!" exclaimed the bull-terrier, adding inconsequently, "What's your name?" "Tam O'Shanter. They call me Tammy," was the answer, with a pardonable break in the voice. "I know them," said the bull-terrier. Nice folks. Best ever, said the Airedale, trying to be nonchalant and scratching a flea which was not there. I don't remember you. When did you know them? About 14 tags ago, when they were first married. We keep track of time here by the license tags. I had 4. This is my first and only one. You were before my time, I guess. He felt young and shy. Come for a walk and tell me all about them, was his new friend's invitation. Aren't we allowed in there? Asked Tam, looking toward the gate. Sure, you can go in whenever you want to. Some of us do it first, but we don't stay. Like it better outside? No, it isn't that. Then why are all you fellows hanging around here? Any old dog can see it's better beyond the arch. You see, we're waiting for our folks to come. The Airedale grasped it at once and nodded understandingly. I felt that way when I came along the road. It wouldn't be what it's supposed to be without them. It wouldn't be the perfect place. Not to us, said the bull terrier. Fine. I've stolen bones, but it must be that I have been forgiven, if I'm to see them here again. It's the great good place, all right. But look here, he added as a new thought struck him. Do they wait for us? The older inhabitant coughed in slight embarrassment. The humans couldn't do that very well. It wouldn't be the thing to have them hang around outside for just a dog. Not dignified. Quite right, agreed Tam. I'm glad they go straight to their mansions. I'd hate to have them missing me as I am missing them, he sighed. But then, they wouldn't have to wait so long. Oh, well, they're getting on. Don't be discouraged, comforted the terrier. And in the meantime, it's like a big hotel in summer, watching the new arrivals. See, there is something doing now. All the dogs were aroused to excitement by a little figure making its way uncertainly up the last slope. Half of them started to meet it, crowding about in a loving, eager pack. Look out, don't scare it, cautioned the older animals, while word was passed to those farthest from the gate. Quick, quick, a baby's come. Before they had entirely assembled, however, a gaunt yellow hound pushed through the crowd, gave one sniff at the small child, and with a yelp of joy crouched at its feet. The baby embraced the hound in recognition, and the two moved toward the gate. Just outside, the hound stopped to speak to an aristocratic St. Bernard who had been friendly. Sorry to leave you, old fellow, he said, but I'm going in to watch over the kid. You see, I'm all she has up here. The bull terrier looked at the Airedale for appreciation. That's the way we do it, he said proudly. Yes, but the Airedale put his head on one side in perplexity. Yes? But what? Asked the guide. The dogs that don't have any people, the nobody's dogs. That's the best of all. Oh, everything is thought out here. Crouch down. You must be tired. And watch, said the bull terrier. Soon they spied another small form making the turn in the road. He wore a Boy Scout's uniform, but he was a little fearful for all that, so new was this adventure. The dogs rose again and snuffled, but the better groomed of the circle held back, and in their place a pack of odds and ends of the company ran down to meet him. The Boy Scout was reassured by their friendly attitude, and after petting them impartially, he chose an old-fashioned black and tan, and the two passed in. Tam looked questioningly. They didn't know each other, he exclaimed. But they've always wanted to. That's one of the boys who used to beg for a dog, but his father wouldn't let him have one. So all our strays wait for just such little fellows to come along. Every boy gets a dog, and every dog gets a master. I expect the boy's father would like to know that now, commented the Airedale. No doubt he thinks quite often, I wish I'd let him have a dog. The bull terrier laughed. You're pretty near the earth, aren't you? Tam admitted it. I've a lot of sympathy with fathers and with boys, having them both in the family, and a mother as well. The bull terrier leaped up in astonishment. You don't mean to say they keep a boy? Sure, greatest boy on earth. 10 this year. Well, this is news. I wish they'd kept a boy when I was there. The Airedale looked at his new friend intently. See here, who are you? He demanded, but the other hurried on. I used to run away from them just to play with a boy. They'd punish me, and I always wanted to tell them it was their fault for not getting one." "Who are you, anyway?" repeated Tam, talking all this interest in me, too. "Whose dog were you?" "You've already guessed. I see it in your quivering snout. I'm the old dog that had to leave them about 10 years ago." "Their old dog, Bully?" "Yes, I'm Bully." They nosed each other with deeper affection, then strolled about the glade shoulder to shoulder, Bully the more eagerly pressed for news. "Tell me, how are they getting along?" "Very well indeed. They've paid for the house." I suppose you occupy the kennel?" "No. They said they couldn't stand it to see another dog in your old place." Bully stopped to howl gently. "That touches me. It's generous in you to tell it, to think they missed me." For a little while they went on in silence, but as evening fell and the light from the golden streets inside of the city gave the only glow to the scene, Bully grew nervous and suggested that they go back. "We can't see so well at night, and I like to be pretty close to the path, especially toward morning." Tam assented. "And I will point them out. You might not know them just at first." "Oh, we know them. Sometimes the babies have so grown up they're rather hazy in their recollection of how we look. They think we're bigger than we are. But you can't fool us dogs." "It's understood," Tam cunningly arranged. "Then when he or she arrives, you'll sort of make them feel at home while I wait for the boy?" "That's the plan," assented Bully kindly. "And if by any chance the little fellow should come first, there's been a lot of them this summer. Of course, you'll introduce me?" "I shall be proud to do it." And so with muzzles sunk between their paws, and with their eyes straining down the Pilgrim's Road, they wait outside the gate. End of At the Gate by Myla Jo Closser.
The Background by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leknarf. The Background by Saki. "That woman's art jargon tires me," said Clovis to his journalist friend. "She's so fond of talking of certain pictures as growing on one, as though they were a sort of fungus." "That reminds me," said the journalist, "of the story of Henri Deplis. Have I ever told it to you?" Clovis shook his head. Henri Deplis was by birth a native of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. On maturer reflection, he became a commercial traveler. His business activities frequently took him beyond the limits of the Grand Duchy, and he was stopping in a small town of northern Italy when news reached him from home that a legacy from a distant and deceased relative had fallen to his share. It was not a large legacy, even by the modest standpoint of Henri Deplis, but it impelled him towards some seemingly harmless extravagances. In particular, it led him to patronize local art as represented by the tattoo needles of Signor Andreas Pincini. Signor Pincini was, perhaps, the most brilliant master of tattoo craft that Italy had ever known. But his circumstances were decidedly impoverished, and for the sum of 600 francs he gladly undertook to cover his client's back, from the collarbone down to the waistline, with a glowing representation of the fall of Icarus. The design, when fully developed, was a slight disappointment to Monsieur Deplis, who had suspected Icarus of being a fortress taken by Wallenstein in the 30 Years' War, but he was more than satisfied with the execution of the work, which was acclaimed by all who had the privilege of seeing it as Pincini's masterpiece. It was his greatest effort, and his last. Without even waiting to be paid, the illustrious craftsman departed this life and was buried under an ornate tombstone whose winged cherubs would have afforded singularly little scope for the exercise of his favorite art. There remained, however, the widow Pincini, to whom the 600 francs were due. And thereupon arose the great crisis in the life of Henri Deplis, traveler of commerce. The legacy, under the stress of numerous little calls on its substance, had dwindled to very insignificant proportions, and when a pressing wine bill and sundry other current accounts had been paid, there remained little more than 430 francs to offer to the widow. The lady was properly indignant, not wholly, as she volubly explained, on account of the suggested writing off of 170 francs, but also at the attempt to depreciate the value of her late husband's acknowledged masterpiece. In a week's time, Deplis was obliged to reduce his offer to 405 francs, which circumstance fanned the widow's indignation into a fury. She cancelled the sale of the work of art, and a few days later Deplis learned with a sense of consternation that she had presented it to the municipality of Bergamo, which had gratefully accepted it. He left the neighborhood as unobtrusively as possible, and was genuinely relieved when his business commands took him to Rome, where he hoped his identity and that of the famous picture might be lost sight of. But he bore on his back the burden of the dead man's genius. On presenting himself one day in the steaming corridor of a vapor bath, he was at once hustled back into his clothes by the proprietor, who was a North Italian, and who emphatically refused to allow the celebrated fall of Icarus to be publicly on view without the permission of the municipality of Bergamo. Public interest and official vigilance increased as the matter became more widely known, and Deplis was unable to take a simple dip in the sea or river on the hottest afternoon unless clothed up to the collarbone in a substantial bathing garment. Later on, the authorities of Bergamo conceived the idea that salt water might be injurious to the masterpiece, and a perpetual injunction was obtained which debarred the muchly harassed commercial traveler from sea-bathing under any circumstances. Altogether, he was fervently thankful when his firm of employers found him a new range of activities in the neighborhood of Bordeaux. His thankfulness, however, ceased abruptly at the Franco-Italian frontier. An imposing array of official force barred his departure, and he was sternly reminded of the stringent law which forbids the exportation of Italian works of art. A diplomatic parley ensued between the Luxembourgian and Italian governments, and at one time the European situation became overcast with the possibilities of trouble. But the Italian government stood firm. It declined to concern itself in the least with the fortunes or even the existence of Henri Deplis, commercial traveler, but was immovable in its decision that the fall of Icarus by the late Pincini, Andreas, at present the property of the municipality of Bergamo, should not leave the country. The excitement died down in time, but the unfortunate Deplis, who was of a constitutionally retiring disposition, found himself a few months later once more the storm center of a furious controversy. A certain German art expert, who had obtained from the municipality of Bergamo permission to inspect the famous masterpiece, declared it to be a spurious Pincini, probably the work of some pupil whom he had employed in his declining years. The evidence of Deplis on the subject was obviously worthless, as he had been under the influence of the customary narcotics during the long process of pricking in the design. The editor of an Italian art journal refuted the contentions of the German expert and undertook to prove that his private life did not conform to any modern standard of decency. The whole of Italy and Germany were drawn into the dispute, and the rest of Europe was soon involved in the quarrel. There were stormy scenes in the Spanish Parliament, and the University of Copenhagen bestowed a gold medal on the German expert, afterwards sending a commission to examine his proofs on the spot, while 2 Polish schoolboys in Paris committed suicide to show what they thought of the matter. Meanwhile, the unhappy human background fared no better than before, and it was not surprising that he drifted into the ranks of Italian anarchists. 4 times at least he was escorted to the frontier as a dangerous and undesirable foreigner, but he was always brought back as the fall of Icarus, attributed to Pincini, Andreas, early 20th century. And then one day, at an anarchist congress at Genoa, a fellow worker in the heat of debate broke a phial of corrosive liquid over his back. The red shirt that he was wearing mitigated the effects, but the Icarus was ruined beyond recognition. His assailant was severely reprimanded for assaulting a fellow anarchist and received 7 years' imprisonment for defacing a national art treasure. As soon as he was able to leave the hospital, Henri Deplis was put across the frontier as an undesirable alien. In the quieter streets of Paris, especially in the neighborhood of the Ministry of Fine Arts, you may sometimes meet a depressed, anxious-looking man who, if you pass him the time of day, will answer you with a slight Luxembourgian accent. He nurses the illusion that he is one of the lost arms of the Venus de Milo, and hopes that the French government may be persuaded to buy him. On all other subjects, I believe he is tolerably sane. End of The Background. Recording by Lecknarf.
Banshees by Mr. Elliott O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sejura. Banshees by Mr. Elliott O'Donnell. Of all Irish ghosts, fairies, or bogles, the banshee, sometimes called locally the bohintha or bankintha, is the best known to the general public. Indeed, cross-channel visitors would class her with pigs, potatoes, and other flora and fauna of Ireland, and would expect her to make manifest her presence to them as being one of the sights of the country. She is a spirit with a lengthy pedigree. How lengthy, no man can say, as its roots go back into the dim, mysterious past. The most famous banshee of ancient times was that attached to the kingly house of O'Brien Abehill, who haunted the rock of Craglia above Killaloe, near the old palace of King Cora. In AD 1014 was fought the Battle of Clontarf, from which the aged king, Brian Boru, knew that he would never come away alive, for the previous night Abehill had appeared to him to tell him of his impending fate. The banshee's method of foretelling death in olden times differed from that adopted by her at the present day. Now she wails and wrings her hands, as a general rule, but in the old Irish tales she is to be found washing human heads and limbs, or blood-stained clothes, till the water is all dyed with human blood. This would take place before a battle. So it would seem that in the course of centuries her attributes and characteristics have changed somewhat. Very different descriptions are given of her personal appearance. Sometimes she is young and beautiful, sometimes old and of a fearsome appearance. One writer describes her as a tall, thin woman with uncovered head and long hair that floated round her shoulders, attired in something which seemed either a loose white cloak or a sheet thrown hastily around her, uttering piercing cries. Another person, a coachman, saw her one evening sitting on a stile in the yard. She seemed to be a very small woman, with blue eyes, long light hair, and wearing a red cloak. Other descriptions will be found in this chapter. By the way, it does not seem to be true that the banshee exclusively follows families of Irish descent, for the last incident had reference to the death of a member of a company Galway family, English by name and origin. One of the oldest and best-known banshee stories is that related in the memoirs of Lady Fanshawe. Footnote. Scott's Lady of the Lake notes to Canto 3, edition of 1811. End footnote. In 1642 her husband, Sir Richard, and she chanced to visit a friend, the head of an Irish sept, who resided in his ancient baronial castle surrounded with a moat. At midnight she was awakened by a ghastly and supernatural scream, and looking out of bed, beheld in the moonlight a female face and part of the form hovering at the window. The distance from the ground, as well as the circumstance of the moat, excluded the possibility that what she beheld was of this world. The face was that of a young and rather handsome woman, but pale, and the hair, which was reddish, was loose and disheveled. The dress, which Lady Fanshawe's terror did not prevent her remarking accurately, was that of the ancient Irish. This apparition continued to exhibit itself for some time, and then vanished with 2 shrieks similar to that which had first excited Lady Fanshawe's attention. In the morning, with infinite terror, she communicated to her host what she had witnessed, and found him prepared not only to credit, but to account for the superstition. "A near relation of my family," said he, "expired last night in this castle. We disguised our certain expectation of the event from you, lest it should throw a cloud over the cheerful reception which was your due. Now, before such an event happens in this family or castle, the female spectre whom you have seen is always visible. She is believed to be the spirit of a woman of inferior rank, whom one of my ancestors degraded himself by marrying, and whom afterwards, to expiate the dishonor done to his family, he caused to be drowned in the moat. In strictness, this woman could hardly be termed a banshee. The motive for the haunting is akin to that in the tale of the Scotch drummer of Cortachy, where the spirit of the murdered man haunts the family out of revenge and appears before a death. Mr. T.J. Westrup, M.A., has furnished the following story. My maternal grandmother heard the following tradition from her mother, one of the Miss Ross Lewins who witnessed the occurrence. Their father, Mr. Harrison Ross Lewin, was away in Dublin on law business, and in his absence the young people went off to spend the evening with a friend who lived some miles away. The night was fine, and lightsome as they were returning, save at one point where the road ran between trees or high hedges not far to the west of the old church of Kilchrist. The latter, like many similar ruins, was a simple oblong building with long sidewalls and high gables, and at that time it and its graveyard were unenclosed and lay in the open fields. As the party passed down the long dark lane, they suddenly heard in the distance loud keening and clapping of bands, as the country people were accustomed to do when lamenting the dead. The Ross Lewins hurried on and came in sight of the church, on the side wall of which a little gray-haired old woman clad in a dark cloak was running to and fro, chanting and wailing and throwing up her arms. The girls were very frightened, but the young men ran forward and surrounded the ruin, and 2 of them went into the church, the apparition vanishing from the wall as they did so. They searched every nook and found no one, nor did anyone pass out. All were now well scared and got home as fast as possible. On reaching their home, their mother opened the door and at once told them that she was in terror about their father, for as she sat looking out the window in the moonlight, a huge raven with fiery eyes lit on the sill and tapped 3 times on the glass. They told her their story, which only added to their anxiety, and as they stood talking, taps came to the nearest window, and they saw the bird again. A few days later, news reached them that Mr. Ross Lewin had died suddenly in Dublin. This occurred about 1776. Mr. Westrup also writes that the sister of a former Roman Catholic bishop told his sisters that when she was a little girl she went out one evening with some other children for a walk. Going down the road, they passed the gate of the principal domain near the town. There was a rock or large stone beside the road on which they saw something. Going nearer, they perceived it to be a little dark old woman who began crying and clapping her hands. Some of them attempted to speak to her, but got frightened, and all finally ran home as quickly as they could. Next day the news came that the gentleman near whose gate the banshee had cried was dead, and it was found on inquiry that he had died at the very hour at which the children had seen the spectre. A lady who was a relation of one of the compilers, and a member of a Company Cork family of English descent, sends the 2 following experiences of a banshee in her family. My mother, when a young girl, was standing looking out of the window in their house at Black Rock near Cork. She suddenly saw a white figure standing on a bridge which was easily visible from the house. The figure waved her arms towards the house, and my mother heard the bitter wailing of the banshee. It lasted some seconds, and then the figure disappeared. Next morning my grandfather was walking as usual into the city of Cork. He accidentally fell, hit his head against the curbstone, and never recovered consciousness. In March 1900, my mother was very ill, and one evening the nurse and I were with her arranging her bed. We suddenly heard the most extraordinary wailing which seemed to come in waves around and under her bed. We naturally looked everywhere to try and find the cause, but in vain. The nurse and I looked at one another, but made no remark, as my mother did not seem to hear it. My sister was downstairs sitting with my father. She heard it, and thought some terrible thing had happened to her little boy, who was in bed upstairs. She rushed up, and found him sleeping quietly. My father did not hear it. In the house next door they heard it, and ran downstairs, thinking something had happened to the servant. But the latter at once said to them, "Did you hear the banshee? Mrs. P. must be dying." A few years ago, that is, before 1894, a curious incident occurred in a public school in connection with the belief in the banshee. One of the boys, happening to become ill, was at once placed in a room by himself where he used to sit all day. On one occasion, as he was being visited by the doctor, he suddenly started up from his seat and affirmed that he heard somebody crying. The doctor, of course, who could hear or see nothing, came to the conclusion that the illness had slightly affected his brain. However, the boy, who appeared quite sensible, still persisted that he heard someone crying, and furthermore said, "It is the banshee, as I have heard it before." The following morning the headmaster received a telegram saying that the boy's brother had been accidentally shot dead. Footnote. A.G. Bradley, Notes on some Irish Superstitions, page 9. End footnote. That the banshee is not confined within the geographical limits of Ireland, but that she can follow the fortunes of a family abroad, and therefore tell their death, is clearly shown by the following story. A party of visitors were gathered together on the deck of a private yacht on one of the Italian lakes, and during a lull in the conversation, one of them, a colonel, said to the owner, "Count, who's that queer-looking woman you have on board?" The Count replied that there was nobody except the ladies present and the stewardess, but the speaker protested that he was correct, and suddenly, with a scream of horror, he placed his hands before his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what a face!" For some time he was overcome with terror, and at length reluctantly looked up and cried, Thank heavens, it's gone. What was it? Asked the Count. Nothing human, replied the Colonel. Nothing belonging to this world. It was a woman of no earthly type, with a queer-shaped, gleaming face, a mass of red hair, and eyes that would have been beautiful but for their expression, which was hellish. She had on a green hood, after the fashion of an Irish peasant. An American lady present suggested that the description tallied with that of the Banshee, upon which the Count said, I am an O'Neill, at least I am descended from one. My family name is, as you know, Neilsini, which, little more than a century ago, was O'Neill. My great-grandfather served in the Irish Brigade, and on its dissolution at the time of the French Revolution had the good fortune to escape the general massacre of officers, and in company with an O'Brien and a Maguire, fled across the frontier and settled in Italy. On his death, his son, who had been born in Italy, and was far more Italian than Irish, changed his name to Neilsini, by which name the family has been known ever since. But for all that, we are Irish. The Banshee was yours, then, ejaculated the Colonel. What exactly does it mean? It means, the Count replied solemnly, the death of someone very nearly associated with me. Pray heaven it is not my wife or daughter. On that score, however, his anxiety was speedily removed, for within 2 hours he was seized with a violent attack of angina pectoris, and died before morning. Footnote. Occult Review for September 1913. End footnote. Mr. Elliott O'Donnell, to whose article on Banshees we are indebted for the above, adds, The Banshee never manifests itself to the person whose death it is prognosticating. Other people may see or hear it, but the fated one never, so that when every one present is aware of it but one, the fate of that one may be regarded as pretty well certain. End of Banshees. Recording by Sajura.
Between the Lights by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. Between the Lights by E. F. Benson. The day had been one unceasing fall of snow, from sunrise until the gradual withdrawal of the vague white light outside indicated that the sun had set again. But, as usual at this hospitable and delightful house of Everard Chandler, where I often spent Christmas, and was spending it now, there had been no lack of entertainment, and the hours had passed with a rapidity that had surprised us. A short billiard tournament had filled up the time between breakfast and lunch, with badminton and the morning papers for those who were temporarily not engaged, while afterwards the interval till tea-time had been occupied by the majority of the party in a huge game of hide-and-seek all over the house, barring the billiard-room, which was sanctuary for any who desired peace. But few had done that. The enchantment of Christmas, I must suppose, had, like some spell, made children of us again, and it was with palsied terror and trembling misgivings that we had tiptoed up and down the dim passages, from any corner of which some wild screaming form might dart out on us. Then, wearied with exercise and emotion, we had assembled again for tea in the hall, a room of shadows and panels on which the light from the wide open fireplace, where there burned a divine mixture of peat and logs, flickered and grew bright again on the walls. Then, as was proper, ghost stories, for the narration of which the electric light was put out, so that the listeners might conjecture anything they pleased to be lurking in the corners, succeeded, and we vied with each other in blood, bones, skeletons, armour, and shrieks. I had just given my contribution, and was reflecting with some complacency that probably the worst was now known, when Everard, who had not yet administered to the horror of his guests, spoke. He was sitting opposite me in the full blaze of the fire, looking, after the illness he had gone through during the autumn, still rather pale and delicate. All the same, he had been among the boldest and best in the exploration of dark places that afternoon, and the look on his face now rather startled me. "No, I don't mind that sort of thing," he said. "The paraphernalia of ghosts has become somehow rather hackneyed, and when I hear of screams and skeletons, I feel I am on familiar ground, and can at least hide my head under the bedclothes. "Ah, but the bedclothes were twitched away by my skeleton," said I, in self-defence. "I know, but I don't even mind that. Why, there are 7, 8 skeletons in this room now, covered with blood and skin and other horrors. No, the nightmares of one's childhood were the really frightening things, because they were vague. There was the true atmosphere of horror about them, because one didn't know what one feared. Now, if one could recapture that—" Mrs. Chandler got quickly out of her seat. "Oh, Everard," she said, "surely you don't wish to recapture it again? I should have thought once was enough." This was enchanting. A chorus of invitation asked him to proceed. The real true ghost story first hand, which was what seemed to be indicated, was too precious a thing to lose. Everard laughed. "No, dear, I don't want to recapture it again at all," he said to his wife. Then to us, "But really the nightmare, perhaps, to which I was referring, is of the vaguest and most unsatisfactory kind. It has no apparatus about it at all. You will probably all say that it was nothing, and wonder why I was frightened. But I was. It frightened me out of my wits, and I only just saw something, without being able to swear what it was, and heard something, which might have been a falling stone." "Anyhow, tell us about the falling stone," said I. There was a stir of movement about the circle round the fire, and the movement was not of purely physical order. It was as if— this is only what I personally felt— it was as if the childish gaiety of the hours we had passed that day was suddenly withdrawn. We had jested on certain subjects. We had played hide-and-seek with all the power of earnestness that was in us. But now, so it seemed to me, there was going to be real hide-and-seek. Real terrors were going to lurk in dark corners, or if not real terrors, terrors so convincing as to assume the garb of reality, were going to pounce on us. And Mrs. Chandler's exclamation as she sat down again, "Oh, Everard, won't it excite you?" tended in any case to excite us. The room still remained in dubious darkness, except for the sudden lights disclosed on the walls by the leaping flames on the hearth, and there was wide field for conjecture as to what might lurk in the dim corners. Everard, moreover, who had been sitting in bright light before, was banished by the extinction of some flaming log into the shadows. A voice alone spoke to us as he sat back in his low chair, a voice rather slow, but very distinct. "Last year," he said, "on the 24th of December, we were down here, as usual, Amy and I, for Christmas. Several of you who are here now were here then, 3 or 4 of you at least. I was one of these, but like the others, kept silence, for the identification, so it seemed to me, was not asked for." And he went on again without a pause. "Those of you who were here then," he said, "and are here now, will remember how very warm it was this day last year. You will remember, too, that we played croquet that day on the lawn. It was perhaps a little cold for croquet, and we played it rather in order to be able to say, with sound evidence to back the statement, that we had done so." Then he turned and addressed the whole little circle. "We played ties of half games," he said, "just as we have played billiards today, and it was certainly as warm on the lawn then as it was in the billiard room this morning directly after breakfast, while today I should not wonder if there was 3 feet of snow outside. More, probably. Listen." A sudden draught fluted in the chimney, and the fire flared up as the current of air caught it. The wind also drove the snow against the windows, and as he said, "Listen," we heard a soft scurry of the falling flakes against the panes, like the soft tread of many little people who stepped lightly, but with the presence of multitudes who were flocking to some rendezvous. Hundreds of little feet seemed to be gathering outside. Only the glass kept them out. And of the 8 skeletons present, 4 or 5, anyhow, turned and looked at the windows. These were small-paned, with leaden bars. On the leaden bars little heaps of snow had accumulated, but there was nothing else to be seen. Yes, last Christmas Eve was very warm and sunny, went on Everard. We had no frost that autumn, and a Tremerarius dahlia was still in flower. I've always thought that it must have been mad. He paused a moment. And I wonder if I were not mad too, he added. No one interrupted him. There was something arresting, I must suppose, in what he was saying. It chimed in anyhow with the hide-and-seek, with the suggestions of the lonely snow. Mrs. Chandler had sat down again, but I heard her stir in her chair. But never was there a gay party so reduced as we had been in the last 5 minutes. Instead of laughing at ourselves for playing silly games, we were all taking a serious game seriously. Anyhow, I was sitting out, he said to me, while you and my wife played your half game of croquet. Then it struck me that it was not so warm as I had supposed, because quite suddenly I shivered, and shivering I looked up. But I did not see you and her playing croquet at all. I saw something which had no relation to you and her, at least I hope not. Now the angler lands his fish, the stalker kills his stag, and the speaker holds his audience. And as the fish is gaffed, and as the stag is shot, so were we held. There was no getting away till he had finished with us. You all know the croquet lawn, he said, and how it is bounded all round by a flower border with a brick wall behind it, through which, you will remember, there is only one gate. Well, I looked up and saw that the lawn, I could for one moment see it was still a lawn, was shrinking, and the walls closing in upon it. As they closed in too, they grew higher, and simultaneously the light began to fade and be sucked from the sky, till it grew quite dark overhead, and only a glimmer of light came in through the gate. There was, as I told you, a dahlia in flower that day, and as this dreadful darkness and bewilderment came over me, I remember that my eyes sought it in a kind of despair, holding on, as it were, to any familiar object. But it was no longer a dahlia, and for the red of its petals I saw only the red of some feeble firelight, and at that moment the hallucination was complete. I was no longer sitting on the lawn watching croquet, but I was in a low-roofed room, something like a cattle shed, but round. Close above my head, though I was sitting down, ran rafters from wall to wall. It was nearly dark, but a little light came in from the door opposite to me, which seemed to lead into a passage that communicated with the exterior of the place. Little, however, of the wholesome air came into this dreadful den. The atmosphere was oppressive and foul beyond all telling. It was as if for years it had been the place of some human menagerie, and for those years had been uncleaned and unsweetened by the winds of heaven. Yet that oppressiveness was nothing to the awful horror of the place from the view of the spirit. Some dreadful atmosphere of crime and abomination dwelt heavy in it. Its denizens, whoever they were scarce human, so it seemed to me, and though men and women, were akin more to the beasts of the field. And in addition there was present to me some sense of the weight of years. I had been taken and thrust down into some epoch of dim antiquity. He paused a moment, and the fire on the hearth leaped up for a second, and then died down again. But in that gleam I saw that all faces were turned to Everard, and that all wore some look of dreadful expectancy. Certainly I felt it myself, and waited in a sort of shrinking horror for what was coming. As I told you," he continued, "where there had been that unseasonable dahlia, there now burned a dim firelight, and my eyes were drawn there. Shapes were gathered round it. What they were I could not at first see. Then perhaps my eyes got more accustomed to the dusk, or the fire burned better, for I perceived that they were of human form, but very small, for when one rose with a horrible chattering to his feet, his head was still some inches off the low roof. He was dressed in a sort of shirt that came to his knees, but his arms were bare and covered with hair. Then the gesticulation and chattering increased, and I knew that they were talking about me, for they kept pointing in my direction. At that my horror suddenly deepened, for I became aware that I was powerless and could not move hand or foot. A helpless nightmare impotence had possession of me. I could not lift a finger or turn my head, and in the paralysis of that fear I tried to scream, but not a sound could I utter. All this, I suppose, took place with the instantaneousness of a dream, for at once, and without transition, the whole thing had vanished, and I was back on the lawn again, while the stroke for which my wife was aiming was still unplayed. But my face was dripping with perspiration, and I was trembling all over. Now, you may all say that I had fallen asleep and had a sudden nightmare. That may be so, but I was conscious of no sense of sleepiness before, and I was conscious of none afterwards. It was as if someone had held a book before me, whisked the pages open for a second, and closed them again. Somebody, I don't know who, got up from his chair with a sudden movement that made me start, and turned on the electric light. I do not mind confessing that I was rather glad of this. Everard laughed. "Really, I feel like Hamlet in the play scene," he said, "and as if there was a guilty uncle present. Shall I go on?" I don't think anyone replied, and he went on. "Well, let us say for the moment that it was not a dream exactly, but a hallucination. Whichever it was, in any case, it haunted me. For months, I think, it was never quite out of my mind, but lingered somewhere in the dusk of consciousness, sometimes sleeping quietly, so to speak, but sometimes stirring in its sleep. It was no good my telling myself that I was disquieting myself in vain, for it was as if something had actually entered into my very soul, as if some seed of horror had been planted there. And as the weeks went on, the seed began to sprout, so that I could no longer even tell myself that the vision had been a moment's disorderment only. I can't say that it actually affected my health. I did not, as far as I know, sleep or eat insufficiently, but morning after morning I used to wake, not gradually and through pleasant dozings into full consciousness, but with absolute suddenness, and find myself plunged into an abyss of despair. Often, too, eating or drinking, I used to pause and wonder if it was worth while. Eventually, I told 2 people about my trouble, hoping that perhaps the mere communication would help matters, hoping also, but very distantly, that though I could not believe at present that digestion or the obscurities of the nervous system were at fault, a doctor by some simple dose might convince me of it. In other words, I told my wife, who laughed at me, and my doctor, who laughed also, and assured me that my health was quite unnecessarily robust. At the same time, he suggested that change of air and scene does wonders for the delusions that exist merely in the imagination. He also told me, in answer to a direct question, that he would stake his reputation on the certainty that I was not going mad. Well, we went up to London as usual for the season, and though nothing whatever occurred to remind me in any way of that single moment on Christmas Eve, the reminding was seen to all right. The moment itself took care of that, for instead of fading as is the way of sleeping or waking dreams, It grew every day more vivid, and ate, so to speak, like some corrosive acid into my mind, etching itself there. And to London succeeded Scotland. I took last year, for the first time, a small forest up in Sutherland, called Glen Callan, very remote and wild, but affording excellent stalking. It was not far from the sea, and the ghoulies used always to warn me to carry a compass on the hill, because sea mists were liable to come up with frightful rapidity, and there was always a danger of being caught by one, and of having perhaps to wait hours till it cleared again. This at first I always used to do, but, as everyone knows, any precaution that one takes which continues to be unjustified gets gradually relaxed, and at the end of a few weeks, since the weather had been uniformly clear, it was natural that, as often as not, my compass remained at home. One day the stalk took me on to a part of my ground that I had seldom been on before, a very high tableland on the limit of my forest, which went down very steeply on one side to a loch that lay below it, and on the other, by gentler gradations, to the river that came from the loch, 6 miles below which stood the lodge. The wind had necessitated our climbing up, or so my stalker had insisted, not by the easier way, but up the crags from the loch. I had argued the point with him, for it seemed to me that it was impossible that the deer could get our scent if we went by the more natural path. But he still held to his opinion, and therefore, since after all this was part of his job, I yielded. A dreadful climb we had of it, over big boulders with deep holes in between, masked by clumps of heather, so that a wary eye and a prodding stick were necessary for each step if one wished to avoid broken bones. Adders also literally swarmed in the heather. We must have seen a dozen at least on our way up, and adders are a beast for which I have no manner of use. But a couple of hours saw us to the top, only to find that the stalker had been utterly at fault, and that the deer must quite infallibly have got wind of us, if they had remained in the place where we last saw them. That, when we could spy the ground again, we saw had happened. In any case, they had gone. The man insisted the wind had changed, a palpably stupid excuse, and I wondered at that moment what other reason he had, for reason I felt sure there must be, for not wishing to take what would clearly now have been a better route. But this piece of bad management did not spoil our luck, for within an hour we spied more deer, and about 2 o'clock I got a shot, killing a heavy stag. Then, sitting on the heather, I ate lunch, and enjoyed a well-earned bask and smoke in the sun. The pony meantime had been saddled with the stag, and was plodding homewards. The morning had been extraordinarily warm, with a little wind blowing off the sea, which lay a few miles off, sparkling beneath a blue haze, and all morning, in spite of our abominable climb, I had had an extreme sense of peace, so much so that several times I had probed my mind, so to speak, to find if the horror still lingered there, but I could scarcely get any response from it. Never since Christmas had I been so free of fear, and it was with a great sense of repose, both physical and spiritual, that I lay looking up into the blue sky, watching my smoke whirls curl slowly away into nothingness. But I was not allowed to take my ease long, for Sandy came and begged that I would move. The weather had changed, he said. The wind had shifted again, and he wanted me to be off this high ground and onto the path again as soon as possible, because it looked to him as if a sea mist would presently come up. "And yon's a bad place to get down in the mist," he added, nodding towards the crags we had come up. I looked at the man in amazement, for to our right lay a gentle slope down onto the river, and there was now no possible reason for again tackling those hideous rocks up which we had climbed this morning. More than ever I was sure he had some secret reason for not wishing to go the obvious way. But about one thing he was certainly right. The mist was coming up from the sea, and I felt in my pocket for the compass, and found I had forgotten to bring it. Then there followed a curious scene which lost us time that we could really ill afford to waste. I insisting on going down by the way that common sense directed, he imploring me to take his word for it that the crags were the better way. Eventually I marched off to the easier descent and told him not to argue any more but follow. What annoyed me about him was that he would only give the most senseless reasons for preferring the crags. There were mossy places, he said, on the way I wished to go, a thing patently false, since the summer had been one spell of unbroken weather, or it was longer, also obviously untrue, or that there were so many vipers about. But seeing that none of these arguments produced any effect, at last he desisted and came after me in silence. We were not yet half down when the mist was upon us, shooting up from the valley like the broken water of a wave, and in 3 minutes we were enveloped in a cloud of fog so thick that we could barely see a dozen yards in front of us. It was therefore another cause for self-congratulation that we were not now, as we should otherwise have been, precariously clambering on the face of those crags up which we had come with such difficulty in the morning, and as I rather prided myself on my powers of generalship in the matter of direction, I continued leading, feeling sure that before long we should strike the track by the river. More than all, the absolute freedom from fear elated me. Since Christmas I had not known the instinctive joy of that. I felt like a schoolboy home for the holidays. But the mist grew thicker and thicker, and whether it was that real rain clouds had formed above it, or that it was of an extraordinary density itself, I got wetter in the next hour than I have ever been before or since. The wet seemed to penetrate the skin and chill the very bones, and still there was no sign of the track for which I was making. Behind me, muttering to himself, followed the Stoker, but his arguments and protestations were dumb, and it seemed as if he kept close to me, as if afraid. Now, there are many unpleasant companions in this world. I would not, for instance, care to be on the hill with a drunkard or a maniac, but worse than either, I think, is a frightened man, because his trouble is infectious, and, insensibly, I began to be afraid of being frightened too. From that it is but a short step to fear. Other perplexities too beset us. At one time we seemed to be walking on flat ground, at another I felt sure we were climbing again, whereas all the time we ought to have been descending, unless we had missed the way very badly indeed. Also, for the month was October, it was beginning to get dark, and it was with a sense of relief that I remembered that the full moon would rise soon after sunset. But it had grown very much colder, and soon, instead of rain, we found we were walking through a steady fall of snow. Things were pretty bad, but then for the moment they seemed to mend, for, far away to the left, I suddenly heard the brawling of the river. It should, it is true, have been straight in front of me, and we were perhaps a mile out of our way. But this was better than the blind wandering of the last hour, and turning to the left I walked towards it. But before I had gone 100 yards I heard a sudden choked cry behind me, and just saw Sandy's form flying, as if in terror of pursuit, into the mists. I called to him, but got no reply, and heard only the spurned stones of his running. What had frightened him I had no idea, but certainly with his disappearance the infection of his fear disappeared also, and I went on, I may almost say, with gaiety. On the moment, however, I saw a sudden well-defined blackness in front of me, and before I knew what I was doing I was half stumbling, half walking up a very steep grass slope. During the last few minutes the wind had got up, and the driving snow was peculiarly uncomfortable, but there had been a certain consolation in thinking that the wind would soon disperse these mists, and I had nothing more than a moonlight walk home. But, as I paused on this slope, I became aware of two things. One, that the blackness in front of me was very close. The other, that, whatever it was, It sheltered me from the snow. So I climbed on a dozen yards into its friendly shelter, for it seemed to me to be friendly. A wall some 12 feet high crowned the slope, and exactly where I struck it there was a hole in it, or door rather, through which a little light appeared. Wondering at this, I pushed on, bending down, for the passage was very low, and in a dozen yards came out on the other side. Just as I did this, the sky suddenly grew lighter, the wind, I suppose, having dispersed the mists, and the moon, though not yet visible through the flying skirts of cloud, made sufficient illumination. I was in a circular enclosure, and above me there projected from the walls, some 4 feet from the ground, broken stones which must have been intended to support a floor. Then, simultaneously, 2 things occurred. The whole of my 9 months' terror came back to me, for I saw that the vision in the garden was fulfilled, and at the same moment I saw stealing towards me a little figure as of a man, but only about 3'6" in height. That my eyes told me. My ears told me that he stumbled on a stone. My nostrils told me that the air I breathed was of an overpowering foulness, and my soul told me that it was sick unto death. I think I tried to scream, but could not. I know I tried to move, and could not. And it crept closer. Then I suppose the terror which held me spellbound so spurred me that I must move, for next moment I heard a cry break from my lips, and was stumbling through the passage. I made one leap of it down the grass slope, and ran as I hope never to have to run again. What direction I took I did not pause to consider, so long as I put distance between me and that place. Luck, however, favoured me, and before long I struck the track by the river, and an hour afterwards reached the lodge. Next day I developed a chill, and, as you know, pneumonia laid me on my back for 6 weeks. Well, that is my story, and there are many explanations. You may say that I fell asleep on the lawn, and was reminded of that by finding myself, under discouraging circumstances, in an old Pict's castle, where a sheep or a goat that, like myself, had taken shelter from the storm was moving about. Yes, there are hundreds of ways in which you may explain it, but the coincidence was an odd one, and those who believe in second sight might find an instance of their hobby in it. "And that is all?" I asked. Yes, it was nearly too much for me. I think the dressing bell has sounded. End of Between the Lights. Recording by Rafe Ball.
The Case of Vincent Pyrwhit by Barry Payne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Case of Vincent Pyrwhit by Barry Payne. The death of Vincent Pyrwhit, J.P. of Ellerden House, Ellerden, in the county of Buckingham, would, in the ordinary way, have received no more attention than the death of any other simple country gentleman. The circumstances of his death, however, though now long since forgotten, were sensational, and attracted some notice at the time. It was one of those cases which is easily forgotten within a year, except just in the locality where it occurred. The most sensational circumstances of the case never came before the public at all. I give them here simply and plainly. The psychical people may make what they like of them. Pyrwhit himself was a very ordinary country gentleman, a good fellow, but in no way brilliant. He was devoted to his wife, who was some 15 years younger than himself and remarkably beautiful. She was quite a good woman, but she had her faults. She was fond of admiration, and she was an abominable flirt. She misled men very cleverly, and was then sincerely angry with them for having been misled. Her husband never troubled his head about these flirtations, being assured quite rightly that she was a good woman. He was not jealous. She, on the other hand, was possessed of a jealousy amounting almost to insanity. This might have caused trouble if he had ever provided her with the slightest basis on which her jealousy could work, but he never did. With the exception of his wife, women bored him. I believe she did once or twice try to make a scene for some preposterous reason which was no reason at all, but nothing serious came of it, and there was never a real quarrel between them. On the death of his wife, after a prolonged illness, Pyrwhit wrote and asked me to come down to Ellerden for the funeral, and to remain at least a few days with him. He would be quite alone, and I was his oldest friend. I hate attending funerals, but I was his oldest friend, and I was, moreover, a distant relation of his wife. I had no choice, and I went down. There were many visitors in the house for the funeral, which took place in the village churchyard, but they left immediately afterwards. The air of heavy gloom which had hung over the house seemed to lift a little. The servants are always very emotional, continued to break down at intervals, noticeably Pyrwhit's man Williams. But Pyrwhit himself was self-possessed. He spoke of his wife with great affection and regret, but still he could speak of her, and not unsteadily. At dinner he also spoke of one or two other subjects, of politics and of his duties as a magistrate, and of course he made the requisite fuss about his gratitude to me for coming down to Ellerden at that time. After dinner we sat in the library, a room well and expensively furnished, but without the least attempt at taste. There were a few oil paintings on the walls, a presentation portrait of himself, and a landscape or two, all more or less bad as far as I remember. He had eaten next to nothing at dinner, but he had drunk a good deal. The wine, however, did not seem to have the least effect upon him. I had got the conversation definitely off the subject of his wife, when I made a blunder. I noticed an Erickson's extension standing on his writing-table. I said, "I didn't know that telephones had penetrated into the villages yet." "Yes," he said, "I believe they are common enough now. I had that one fitted up during my wife's illness, to communicate with her bedroom on the floor above us on the other side of the house." At that moment the bell of the telephone rang sharply. We both looked at each other. I said, with the stupid affectation of calmness one always puts on when one is a little bit frightened, "Probably a servant in that room wishes to speak to you." He got up, walked over to the machine, and swung the green cord towards me. The end of it was loose. "I had it disconnected this morning," he said. "Also, the door of that room is locked, and no one can possibly be in it." He had turned the color of gray blotting paper. So probably had I. The bell rang again, a prolonged rattling ring. "Are you going to answer it?" I said. "I am not," he answered firmly. "Then," I said, "I shall answer it myself. It is some stupid trick, a joke, not in the best of taste, for which you will probably have to sack one or other of your domestics." "My servants," he answered, "would not have done that. Besides, don't you see it is impossible? The instrument is disconnected." "The bell rang all the same. I shall try it." I picked up the receiver. "Are you there?" I called. The voice which answered me was unmistakably the rather high staccato voice of Mrs. Pyrwhit. "I want you," it said, "to tell my husband that he will be with me tomorrow." I still listened. Nothing more was said. I repeated, "Are you there?" And still there was no answer. I turned to Pyrwhit. "There is no one there," I said. "Possibly there is thunder in the air, affecting the bell in some mysterious way. There must be some simple explanation, and I'll find it all out tomorrow." He went to bed early that night. All the following day I was with him. We rode together, and I expected an accident every minute, but none happened. All the evening I expected him to turn suddenly faint and ill, but that also did not happen. When at about 10 o'clock he excused himself and said good night, I felt distinctly relieved. He went up to his room and rang for Williams. The rest is, of course, well known. The servant's reason had broken down, possibly the immediate cause being the death of Mrs. Pyrwhit. On entering his master's room, without the least hesitation, he raised a loaded revolver which he carried in his hand, and shot Pyrwhit through the heart. I believe the case is mentioned in some of the textbooks on homicidal mania. End of The Case of Vincent Pyrwhit by Barry Payne. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Moreau and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language. But he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife, who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel. And from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them even more. And instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray toward the remote hovel under the dark trees. When through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came. One day, a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they told fortunes for silver, and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns, and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was, in this singular caravan, a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So the boy, whom the dark people called Manet, smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the third morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Manet could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms toward the sun, and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night the wanderers left Ulthar and were never seen again, and the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow, and white. Old Cranon, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Manet's kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Atal, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard-of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at his accustomed hearth. Large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow, and white, none was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Cranon again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in so doing he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thule the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Cranon and Shang and Thule were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atal, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Manet and his black kitten, of the prayer of Manet and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. and in the end the Burgesses passed that remarkable law which is told of by traders in Hathig, and discussed by travellers in Near, namely, that in Ulthar no man may kill a cat. End of The Cats of Ulthar.
The Dualitists, or The Death Doom of the Double-Born, by Bram Stoker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Dualitists, or The Death Doom of the Double-Born, by Bram Stoker. Chapter 1. Bis dat qui non cito dat. There was joy in the house of Bub. For 10 long years had Ephraim and Sophonisba Bub mourned in vain the loneliness of their life. Unavailingly had they gazed into the emporia of baby linen and fixed their searching glances on the basket-makers' warehouses, where the cradles hung in tempting rows. In vain had they prayed and sighed and groaned and wished and waited and wept, but never had even a ray of hope been held out by the family physician. But now, at last, the wished-for moment had arrived. Month after month had flown by on leaden wings, and the destined days had slowly measured their course. The months had become weeks, the weeks had dwindled down to days, the days had been attenuated to hours, the hours had lapsed into minutes, the minutes had slowly died away, and but seconds remained. Ephraim Bub sat cowering on the stairs, and tried with high-strung ears to catch the strain of blissful music from the lips of his firstborn. There was silence in the house, silence as of the deadly calm before the cyclone. Ah, Ephraim Bub, little thinkest thou that another moment may forever destroy the peaceful, happy course of thy life, and open to thy too craving eyes the portals of that wondrous land where childhood reigns supreme, and where the tyrant infant, with the wave of his tiny hand and the imperious treble of his tiny voice, sentences his parent to the deadly vault beneath the castle moat. As the thought strikes thee, thou becomest pale. How thou tremblest as thou findest thyself upon the brink of the abyss. Wouldst that thou could recall the past. But hark! The die is cast, for good or ill. The long years of praying and hoping have found an end at last. From the chamber within comes a sharp cry, which shortly after is repeated. Ah, Ephraim, that cry is the feeble effort of childish lips, as yet unused to the rough, worldly form of speech, to frame the word Father. In the glow of thy transport, all doubts are forgotten, and when the doctor cometh forth as the harbinger of joy, he findeth thee radiant with new-found delight. My dear sir, allow me to congratulate you, to offer twofold felicitations. Mr. Bub, sir, you are the father of twins. Chapter 2. Halcyon Days. The twins were the finest children that ever were seen. So, at least, said the cognoscenti. And the parents were not slow to believe. The nurse's opinion was, in itself, a proof. It was not, ma'am, that they was fine for twins, but they was fine for singles, and she had ought to know, for she had nussed a many in her time, both twins and singles. All they wanted was to have their dear little legs cut off and little wings on their dear little shoulders, for to be put one on each side of a white marble tombstone, cut beautiful, sacred to the relic of Ephraim Bub, that they might, sir, if so be that Mrs. was to survive the father of 2 such lovely twins, although she would make bold to say, and no offence intended, that a handsome gentleman, though a trifle or two older than his good lady, though for the matter of that she heard that gentleman was never too old at all, and for her own part she liked them the better for it, not like bits of boys that didn't know their own minds. That a gentleman what was the father of two such heavenly twins, God bless them, couldn't be called anything but a boy, though for the matter of that she never knowed in her experience, which it was much, of a boy as had such twins, or any twins at all. So much for the matter of that. The twins were the idols of their parents, and at the same time their pleasure and their pain. Did Zerubbabel cough, Ephraim would start from his balmy slumbers with an agonized cry of consternation, for visions of innumerable twins black in the face from croup haunted his nightly pillow. Did Zachariah rail at ethereal expansion, Sophonisba with pallid hue and dishevelled locks would fly to the cradle of her offspring. Did pins torture or strings afflict, or flannel or flies tickle, or light dazzle, or darkness affright, or hunger or thirst assail the synchronous productions, the household of Bub would be roused from quiet slumbers, or the current of its manifold workings changed. The twins grew apace, were weaned, teethed, and at length arrived at the stage of 3 years. They grew in beauty side by side, they filled one home, etc. Chapter 3. Rumors of Wars. Harry Murford and Tommy Santon lived in the same range of villas as Ephraim Bubb. Harry's parents had taken up their abode in number 25. Number 27 was happy in the perpetual sunshine of Tommy's smiles, and between these two residences Ephraim Bubb reared his blossoms, the number of his mansion being 26. Harry and Tommy had been accustomed from the earliest times to meet each other daily. Their primal method of communication had been by the housetops, till their respective sires had been obliged to pay compensation to Bub for damages to his roof and dormer windows, and from that time they had been forbidden by the home authorities to meet, whilst their mutual neighbour had taken the precaution of having his garden walls pebble-dashed and topped with broken glass to prevent their incursions. Harry and Tommy, however, being gifted with daring souls, lofty ambitions, impetuous natures, and strong seats to their trousers, defied the rugged walls of Bub and continued to meet in secret. Compared with these two youths, Castor and Pollux, Damon and Pythias, Eloisa and Abelard are but tame examples of duality or constancy and friendship. All the poets from Hyginus to Schiller might sing of noble deeds done and desperate dangers held as naught for friendship's sake, but they would have been mute had they but known of the mutual affection of Harry and Tommy. Day by day, and often night by night, would these two brave the perils of nurse and father and mother, of whip and imprisonment, and hunger and thirst, and solitude and darkness, to meet together. What they discussed in secret none other knew. What deeds of darkness were perpetrated in their symposia none could tell. Alone they met, alone they remained, and alone they departed to their several abodes. There was in the garden of Bub a summer house overgrown with trailing plants, and surrounded by young poplars which the fond father had planted on his children's natal day, and whose rapid growth he had proudly watched. These trees quite obscured the summer house, and here Harry and Tommy, knowing after a careful observation that none ever entered the place, held their conclaves. Time after time they met in full security and followed their customary pursuit of pleasure. Let us raise the mysterious veil and see what was the great unknown at whose shrine they bent the knee. Harry and Tommy had each been given as a Christmas box a new knife. And for a long time, nearly a year, these knives, similar in size and pattern, were their chief delights. With them they cut and hacked in their respective homes all things which would not be likely to be noticed. For the young gentlemen were wary, and had no wish that their moments of pleasure should be atoned for by moments of pain. The insides of drawers and desks and boxes, and underparts of tables and chairs, the backs of picture frames, even the floors, where corners of the carpets could surreptitiously be turned up, all bore marks of their craftsmanship, and to compare notes on these artistic triumphs was a source of joy. At length, however, a critical time came. Some new field of action should be opened up, for the old appetites were sated, and the old joys had begun to pall. It was absolutely necessary that the existing schemes of destruction should be enlarged, and yet this could hardly be done without a terrible risk of discovery, for the limits of safety had long since been reached and passed. But, be the risk great or small, some new ground should be broken, some new joy found, for the old earth was barren, and the craving for pleasure was growing fiercer with each successive day. The crisis had come. Who could tell the issue? Chapter 4. The Tucket Sounds. They met in the arbour, determined to discuss this grave question. The heart of each was big with revolution, the head of each was full of scheme and strategy, and the pocket of each was full of sweet stuff, the sweeter for being stolen. After having dispatched the sweets, the conspirators proceeded to explain their respective views with regard to the enlargement of their artistic operations. Tommy unfolded with much pride a scheme which he had in contemplation, of cutting a series of holes in the sounding board of the piano so as to destroy its musical properties. Harry was in no wise behindhand in his ideas of reform. He had conceived the project of cutting the canvas at the back of his great-grandfather's portrait, which his father held in high regard among his Lars and Penates, so that in time, when the picture should be moved, the skin of paint would be broken, the head fall bodily out from the frame. At this point of the council, a brilliant thought occurred to Tommy. Why should not the enjoyment be doubled, and the musical instruments and family pictures of both establishments be sacrificed on the altar of pleasure? This was agreed to nem. con. And then the meeting adjourned for dinner. When they next met, it was evident that there was a screw loose somewhere, that there was something wrong in the state of Denmark. After a little fencing on both sides, it came out that all the schemes of domestic reform had been foiled by maternal vigilance, and that so sharp had been the reprimand consequent on a partial discovery of the schemes, that they would have to be abandoned, till such time at least as increased physical strength would allow the reformers to laugh to scorn parental threats and injunctions. Sadly the two forlorn youths took out their knives and regarded them. Sadly, sadly, they thought, as erst did Othello, of all the fair chances of honour and triumph and glory gone forever. They compared knives with almost the fondness of doting parents. There they were, so equal in size and strength and beauty, dimmed by no corrosive rust, tarnished by no stain, and with unbroken edges of the keenness of Saladin's sword. So like were the knives that but for the initials scratched in the handles, neither boy could have been sure which was his own. After a little while they began mutually to brag of the superior excellence of their respective weapons. Tommy insisted that his was the sharper. Harry asserted that his was the stronger of the two. Hotter and hotter grew the war of words. The tempers of Harry and Tommy got inflamed, and their boyish bosoms glowed with manly thoughts of daring and of hate. But there was abroad in that hour a spirit of a bygone age, one that penetrated even to that dim arbour in the grove of Bub. The world-old scheme of ordeal was whispered by the spirit in the ear of each, and suddenly the tumult was allayed. With one impulse, the boys suggested that they should test the quality of their knives by the ordeal of the hack. No sooner said than done. Harry held out his knife, edge uppermost, and Tommy, grasping his firmly by the handle, brought down the edge of the blade crosswise on Harry's. The process was then reversed, and Harry became in turn the aggressor. Then they paused and eagerly looked for the result. It was not hard to see. In each knife were two great dents of equal depth, and so it was necessary to renew the contest and seek a further proof. What needs it to relate seriatim the details of that direful strife? The sun had long since gone down, and the moon, with fair, smiling face, had long risen over the roof of Bub, when, wearied and jaded, Harry and Tommy sought their respective homes. Alas, the splendour of the knives was gone forever. Ichabod, Ichabod! The glory had departed, and naught remained but two useless wrecks, with keen edges destroyed, and now like unto nothing save the serried hills of Spain. But though they mourned for their fondly cherished weapons, the hearts of the boys were glad, for the bygone day had opened to their gaze a prospect of pleasure as boundless as the limits of the world. Chapter 5. The First Crusade. From that day a new era dawned in the lives of Harry and Tommy. So long as the resources of the parental establishments could hold out, so long would their new amusement continue. Subtly they obtained surreptitious possession of articles of family cutlery not in general use, and brought them one by one to their rendezvous. These came fair and spotless from the sanctity of the butler's pantry. Alas, they returned not as they came. But in course of time the stock of available cutlery became exhausted, and again the inventive faculties of the youths were called into requisition. They reasoned thus: the knife game, it is true, is played out, but the excitement of the hack is not to be dispensed with. Let us carry, then, this great idea into new worlds. Let us still live in the sunshine of pleasure. Let us continue to hack, but with objects other than knives. It was done. Not knives now engaged the attention of the ambitious youths. Spoons and forks were daily flattened and beaten out of shape. Peppercaster met peppercaster in combat, and both were borne dying from the field. Candlesticks met in fray, to part no more on this side of the grave. Even epergnes were used as weapons in the crusade of hack. At last all the resources of the butler's pantry became exhausted, and then began a system of miscellaneous destruction that proved in a little time ruinous to the furniture of the respective homes of Harry and Tommy. Mrs. Santon and Mrs. Murford began to notice that the wear and tear in their households became excessive. Day after day some new domestic calamity seemed to have occurred. Today a valuable edition of some book whose luxurious binding made it an object for public display would appear to have suffered some dire misfortune. for the edges were frayed and broken, and the back loose, if not altogether displaced. Tomorrow the same awful fate would seem to have followed some miniature frame. The day following, the legs of some chair or spider table would show signs of extraordinary hardship. Even in the nursery the sounds of lamentation were heard. It was a thing of daily occurrence for the little girls to state that when going to bed at night they had laid their dear dollies in their beds with tender care, but that when again seeking them in the period of recess, they had found them with all their beauty gone, with legs and arms amputated, and faces beaten from all semblance of human form. Then articles of crockery began to be missed. The thief could in no case be discovered, and the wages of the servants, from constant stoppages, began to be nominal rather than real. Mrs. Murford and Mrs. Santon mourned their losses, but Harry and Tommy gloated day after day over their spoils, which lay in an ever-increasing heap in the hidden grove of Bub. To such an extent had the fondness of the hack now grown, that with both youths it was an infatuation, a madness, a frenzy. At length one awful day arrived. The butlers of the houses of Murford and Santon, harassed by constant losses and complaints, and finding that their breakage account was in excess of their wages, determined to seek some sphere of occupation where, if they did not meet with a suitable reward or recognition of their services, they would, at least, not lose whatever fortune and reputation they had already acquired. Accordingly, before rendering up their keys and the goods entrusted to their charge, they proceeded to take a preliminary stock of their own accounts, to make sure of their accredited accuracy. Dire indeed was their distress when they knew to the full the havoc which had been wrought. Terrible their anguish of the present, bitter their thoughts of the future. Their hearts, bowed down with weight of woe, failed them quite. Reeled the strong brains that had erst overcome foes of deadlier spirit than grief, and fell their stalwart forms, prone on the floors of their respective sancta sanctorum. Late in the day, when their services were required, they were sought for in bower and hall, and at length discovered where they lay. But alas for justice! They were accused of being drunk, and for having, whilst in that degraded condition, deliberately injured all the property on which they could lay hands. Were not the evidences of their guilt patent to all in the hecatombs of the destroyed? Then they were charged with all the evils wrought in the houses, and on their indignant denial, Harry and Tommy, each in his own home, according to their concerted scheme of action, stepped forward and relieved their minds of the deadly weight that had for long in secret borne them down. The story of each ran that time after time he had seen the butler, when he thought that nobody was looking, knocking knives together in the pantry, chairs and books and pictures in the drawing-room and study, dolls in the nursery, and plates in the kitchen. Then indeed was the master of each household stern and uncompromising in his demands for justice. Each butler was committed to the charge of myrmidons of the law, under the double charge of drunkenness and wilful destruction of property. Softly and sweetly slept Harry and Tommy in their little beds that night. Angels seemed to whisper to them, for they smiled as though lost in pleasant dreams. The rewards given by proud and grateful parents lay in their pockets, and in their hearts the happy consciousness of having done their duty. Truly sweet should be the slumbers of the just. Chapter 6. Let the dead past bury its dead. It might be supposed that now the operations of Harry and Tommy would be obliged to be abandoned. Not so, however. The minds of these youths were of no common order, nor were their souls of such weak nature as to yield at the first summons of necessity. Like Nelson, they knew not fear. Like Napoleon, they held impossible to be the adjective of fools, and they revelled in the glorious truth that in the lexicon of youth is no such word as fail. Therefore, on the day following the éclaircissement of the butler's misdeeds, they met in the arbour to plan a new campaign. In the hour when all seemed blackest to them, and when the narrowing walls of possibility hedged them in on every side, thus ran the deliberations of these dauntless youths. We have played out the meaner things that are inanimate and inert. Why not, then, trench on the domains of life? The dead have lapsed into the regions of the forgotten past. Let the living look to themselves. That night they met when all households had retired to balmy sleep, and naught but the amorous wailings of nocturnal cats told of the existence of life and sentience. Each bore into the arbour in his arms a pet rabbit and a piece of sticking plaster. Then, in the peaceful, quiet moonlight, commenced a work of mystery, blood, and gloom. The proceedings began by the fixing of a piece of sticking plaster over the mouth of each rabbit to prevent it making a noise if so inclined. Then Tommy held up his rabbit by its scutty tail, and it hung wriggling, a white mass in the moonlight. Slowly Harry raised his rabbit, holding it in the same manner, and when level with his head, brought it down on Tommy's client. But the chances had been miscalculated. The boys held firmly to the tails, but the chief portions of the rabbits fell to earth. Ere the doomed beasts could escape, however, the operators had pounced upon them, and this time, holding them by the hind legs, renewed the trial. Deep into the night the game was kept up, and the eastern sky began to show signs of approaching day, as each boy bore triumphantly the dead corse of his favourite bunny and placed it within its sometime hutch. Next night the same game was renewed with a new rabbit on each side, and for more than a week, so long as the hutches supplied the wherewithal, the battle was sustained. True that there were sad hearts and red eyes in the juveniles of Santon and Murford, as one by one the beloved pets were found dead, but Harry and Tommy, with the hearts of heroes, steeled to suffering and deaf to the pitiful cries of childhood, still fought the good fight on to the bitter end. When the supply of rabbits was exhausted, other munition was not wanting, and for some days the war was continued with white mice, dormice, hedgehogs, guinea pigs, pigeons, lambs, canaries, parakeets, linnets, squirrels, parrots, marmots, poodles, ravens, tortoises, terriers, and cats. Of these, as might be expected, the most difficult to manipulate were the terriers and the cats, and of these two classes the proportion of the difficulties in the way of terrier hacking was, when compared with those of cat hacking, about that which the simple lack of the British pharmacopoeia bears to water in the compound which dairymen palm off upon a too confiding public as milk. More than once, when engaged in the rapturous delights of cat hacking, had Harry and Tommy wished that the silent tomb could open its ponderous and massy jaws and engulf them, for the feline victims were not patient in their death agonies, and often broke the bonds in which the security of the artists rested, and turned fiercely on their executioners. At last, however, all the animals available were sacrificed, but the passion for hacking still remained. How was it all to end. Chapter 7. A Cloud with Golden Lining. Tommy and Harry sat in the arbor, dejected and disconsolate. They wept like two Alexanders, because there were no more worlds to conquer. At last the conviction had been forced upon them that the resources available for hacking were exhausted. That very morning they had had a desperate battle, and their attire showed the ravages of direful war. Their hats were battered into shapeless masses, their shoes were soleless and heelless, and had the uppers broken. The ends of their braces, their sleeves, and their trousers were frayed, and had they indulged in the manly luxury of coat-tails, these too would have gone. Truly, hacking had become an absorbing passion with them. Long and fiercely had they been swept onward on the wings of the demon of strife, and powerless at the best of times had been the promptings of good. But now, heated with combat, maddened by the equal success of arms, and with the lust for victory still unsated, they longed more fiercely than ever for some new pleasure. Like tigers that have tasted blood, they thirsted for a larger and more potent libation. As they sat, with their souls in a tumult of desire and despair, some evil genius guided into the garden the twin blossoms of the tree of Bub. Hand in hand, Zachariah and Zerubbabel advanced from the back door. They had escaped from their nurses, and with the exploring instinct of humanity, advanced boldly into the great world, the terra incognita, the ultima Thule of the paternal domain. In the course of time they approached the hedge of poplars, from behind which the anxious eyes of Harry and Tommy looked for their approach. For the boys knew that where the twins were, the nurses were accustomed to be gathered together, and they feared discovery if their retreat should be cut off. It was a touching sight, these lovely babes, alike in form, feature, size, expression, and dress. In fact, so like each other that one might not have told either from which. When the startling similarity was recognized by Harry and Tommy, each suddenly turned and, grasping the other by the shoulder, spoke in a keen whisper, "Hack! They are exactly equal. This is the very apotheosis of our art." With excited faces and trembling hands, they laid their plans to lure the unsuspecting babes within the precincts of their charnel house. And they were so successful in their efforts that in a little time the twins had toddled behind the hedge and were lost to the sight of the parental mansion. Harry and Tommy were not famed for gentleness within the immediate precincts of their respective homes, but it would have delighted the heart of any philanthropist to see the kindly manner in which they arranged for the pleasures of the helpless babes. With smiling faces and playful words and gentle wiles, they led them within the arbor, and then, under pretense of giving them some of those sudden jumps in which infants rejoice, they raised them from the ground. Tommy held Zachariah across his arm, with his baby moon face smiling up at the cobwebs on the arbor roof, and Harry, with a mighty effort, raised the cherubic Zerubbabel aloft. Each nerved himself for a great endeavor, Harry to give, Tommy to endure a shock, and then the form of Zerubbabel was seen whirling through the air round Harry's glowing and determined face. There was a sickening crash, and the arm of Tommy yielded visibly. The pasty face of Zerubbabel had fallen fair on that of Zachariah, for Tommy and Harry were by this time artists of too great experience to miss so simple a mark. The putty-like noses collapsed, the putty-like cheeks became for a moment flattened, and when, in an instant more, they parted, the faces of both were dabbled in gore. Immediately the firmament was rent with a series of such yells as might have awakened the dead. Forthwith from the house of Bub came the echoes in parental cries and footsteps. As the sounds of scurrying feet rang through the mansion, Harry cried to Tommy, "They will be on us soon. Let us cut to the roof of the stable and draw up the ladder." Tommy answered by a nod, and the two boys, regardless of consequences, and bearing each a twin, ascended to the roof of the stable by means of a ladder which usually stood against the wall, and which they pulled up after them. As Ephraim Bubb issued from his house in pursuit of his lost darlings, the sight which met his gaze froze his very soul. There, on the coping of the stable roof, sat Harry and Tommy renewing their game. They seemed like two young demons forging some diabolical implement, for each in turn the twins were lifted high in air and let fall with stunning force on the supine form of its fellow. How Ephraim felt, none but a tender and imaginative father can conceive. It would be enough to wring the heart of even a callous parent to see his children, the darlings of his old age, his own beloved twins, being sacrificed to the brutal pleasure of unregenerate youths, without being made unconsciously and helplessly guilty of the crime of fratricide. Loudly did Ephraim and also Sophonisba, who with dishevelled locks had now appeared on the scene, bewail their unhappy lot and shriek in vain for aid. But by rare ill chance no eyes save their own saw the work of butchery or heard the shrieks of anguish and despair. Wildly did Ephraim, mounting on the shoulders of his spouse, strive, but in vain, to scale the stable wall. Baffled in every effort, he rushed into the house and appeared in a moment, bearing in his hands a double-barreled gun, into which he poured the contents of a shot-pouch as he ran. He came anigh the stable and hailed the murderous youths. "Drop them, twins, and come down here, or I'll shoot you like a brace of dogs." "Never!" exclaimed the heroic two with one impulse, and continued their awful pastime with a zest tenfold, as they knew that the agonized eyes of parents wept at the cause of their joy. "Then die!" shrieked Ephraim, as he fired both barrels, right, left, at the hackers. But, alas! Love for his darlings shook the hand that never shook before. As the smoke cleared off, and Ephraim recovered from the kick of his gun, he heard a loud twofold laugh of triumph, and saw Harry and Tommy, all unhurt, waving in the air the trunks of the twins. The fond father had blown the heads completely off his own offspring. Tommy and Harry shrieked aloud in glee, and after playing catch with the bodies for some time, seen only by the agonized eyes of the infanticide and his wife, flung them high in the air. Ephraim leapt forward to catch what had once been Zachariah, and Sophonisba grabbed wildly for the loved remains of her Zerubbabel. But the weight of the bodies, and the height from which they fell, were not reckoned by either parent, and from being ignorant of a simple dynamical formula, each tried to effect an object which calm common sense, united with scientific knowledge, would have told them was impossible. The masses fell, and Ephraim and Sophonisba were stricken dead by the falling twins, who were thus posthumously guilty of the crime of parricide. An intelligent coroner's jury found the parents guilty of the crimes of infanticide and suicide, on the evidence of Harry and Tommy, who swore reluctantly that the inhuman monsters, maddened by drink, had killed their offspring by shooting them into the air out of a cannon, since stolen, whence like curses they had fallen on their own heads, and that then they had slain themselves suis manibus with their own hands. Accordingly, Ephraim and Sophonisba were denied the solace of Christian burial, and were committed to the earth with maimed rites, and had stakes driven through their middles to pin them down in their unhallowed graves till the crack of doom. Harry and Tommy were each rewarded with national honours, and were knighted, even at their tender years. Fortune seemed to smile upon them all the long after years, and they lived to a ripe old age, hale of body, and respected and beloved of all. Often in the golden summer eves, when all nature seemed at rest, when the oldest cask was opened and the largest lamp was lit, when the chestnuts glowed in the embers and the kid turned on the spit, when their great-grandchildren pretended to mend fictional armour and to trim an imaginary helmet's plume, when the shuttles of the good wives of their grandchildren went flashing each through its proper loom, with shouting and with laughter they were accustomed to tell the tale of the Dualitists, or the death-doom of the double-born. End of The Dualitists, or The Death-Doom of the Double-Born. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Ghosts in Court by S. Baring-Gould. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Ghosts in Court by S. Baring-Gould. The following very curious story is from the Irbygja saga, one of the oldest and noblest of the Icelandic histories. As it results in an action unique in its way, a lawsuit brought against a party of ghosts who haunted a house, it well merits attention from all lovers of curiosities. In the summer of 1000, the year in which Christianity was established in Iceland, a vessel came off the coast near Snæfellsnes, full of Irish and natives of the Hebrides, with a few Norsemen among them. The ship came from Dublin, and lay alongside of Riff, waiting a breeze which might waft her into the firth to Dogvertharnes. Some people went off in boats from the Ness to trade with the vessel. They found on board a Hebridean woman called Thorgunna, who, hinted the sailors, had treasures of female attire in her possession, the like of which had never been seen in Iceland. Now when Thurida, the housewife at Frode River, heard this, she was all excitement to get a glimpse of these treasures, for she was a dashing, showy sort of a woman. She rowed out to the ship, and on meeting Thorgunna, asked her if she had really some first-rate ladies' dresses. Of course she had, was the answer, but she was not going to part with them to any one. Then might she see them? Humbly asked Thurida. Yes, she might see them. So the boxes were opened, and the Iceland lady examined the foreign apparel. It was good, but not so very remarkable as she had anticipated. On the whole, she was a bit disappointed. Still, she would like to purchase, and she made a bid. Thorgunna at once refused to sell. Thurida then invited the Hebridean lady home on a visit, and the stranger, only too glad to leave the vessel, accepted the invitation with alacrity. On the arrival of the lady with her boxes at the farm, she asked to see her bed, and was shown a convenient closet in the lower part of the hall. There she unlocked her largest trunk, and drew forth a suit of bedclothes of the most exquisite workmanship. And she spread over the bed English linen sheets and a silken coverlet. From the box she also extracted tapestry hangings and curtains to surround the couch, and the like of all these things had never been seen in the island before. Thurida opened her eyes very wide, and asked her guest to share bedclothes with her. "Not for all the world," replied the strange lady with sharpness. "I'm not going to pig it in the rushes for you, ma'am." An answer which, the saga writer assures us, did not particularly gratify the good woman of the house. Thorgunna was stout and tall. disposed to become fat, with black eyebrows, a head of thick bushy brown hair, and soft eyes. She was not much of a talker, not very merry, and it was her wont to go to church every day before beginning her daily task. Many people took her to be about 60 years old. She worked at the loom every day except in haymaking time, and then she went forth into the fields and stacked the hay she had made. The summer that year was wet, and the hay had not been carried on account of the rain, so at Frode River Farm by autumn the crop was only half cut, and the rest was still standing. One day appeared bright and cloudless, and the farmer, Thorodd, ordered the house to turn out for a general haymaking. The strange lady worked along with the rest, tossing hay till the hour of nones, when a black cloud crossed the sky from the north, and by the time that prayers had been said, such a darkness had come on that it was almost impossible to see. The haymakers, at Thorodd's command, raked their hay together into cocks, but Thorgunna for no assignable reason left hers spread. It now became so dark that there was no seeing a hand held up before the face, and down came the rain in torrents. It did not last many minutes, and then the sky cleared, and the evening was as bright as had been the morning. It was observed by the haymakers on their return to their work that it had rained blood, for all the grass was stained. They spread it, and it soon dried up, but Thorgunna tried in vain to dry hers. It had been so thoroughly saturated that the sun went down, leaving it dripping blood, and all her clothes were discolored. Thurida asked what could be the meaning of the portent, and Thorgunna answered that it boded ill to the house and its inmates. In the evening, late, the strange woman returned home and went to her closet and stripped the stained clothes off her. She then lay down in her bed and began to sigh. It was soon ascertained that she was ill, and when food was brought her she would not swallow it. Next morning the bonder came to her bedside to inquire how she felt, and to learn what turn the sickness was likely to take. The poor lady told him that she feared her end was approaching, and she earnestly besought him to attend to her directions as to the disposal of her property, not changing any particular, as such a change would entail misery on the family. Thorodd declared his readiness to carry out her wishes to the minutest detail. "This, then," said she, "is my last request. I desire my body to be taken to Skalholt if I die of this disease, for I have a presentiment that that place will shortly become the most sacred in the island, and that clerks will be there who will chant over me. And do you reimburse yourself from my chattels for any outlay in carrying this into effect. Let your wife Thurida have my scarlet gown, lest she be put out at the further distribution of my effects which I propose. My gold ring I bequeath to the church, but my bed, with its curtains, tapestry, coverlet, and sheets, I desire to have burned, so that they go into nobody's possession. This I desire, not because I grudge the use of these handsome articles to anybody, but because I foresee that the possession of them would be the cause of innumerable quarrels and heartburnings." Thorodd promised solemnly to fulfill every particular to the letter. The complaint now rapidly gained ground, and before many days Thorgunna was dead. The farmer put her corpse into a coffin, then took all the bed furniture into the open air, and raising a pile of wood, flung the clothes on top of it, and was about to fire the pile, when, with a face pale with dismay, forth rushed Thurida to know what in the name of wonder her husband was about to do with those treasures of needlework, the coverlet, sheets, and curtains of the strange lady's bed. "Burn them, according to her dying request," replied Thorodd. "Burn them!" echoed Thurida, casting up her hands and eyes. "What nonsense! Thorgunna only desired this to be done because she was full of envy lest others should enjoy these incomparable treasures." "But she threatened all kinds of misfortunes unless I strictly obeyed her injunctions, and I promised to do what she bid," expostulated the worthy man. "Oh, that is all fancy!" exclaimed the wife. "What misfortune can these articles possibly bring upon us?" Thorodd still stood out, but in his house, as in many another, the grey mare was the better horse, and what with entreaties, embraces, and tears, he was forced to effect a compromise, and relinquish to his wife the hangings and the coverlet, in order that he might secure immunity for burning the pillow and the sheets. Yet neither party was satisfied, says the historian. Next day preparations were made for flitting the corpse to Skalholt, and trustworthy men were appointed to accompany it. The body was swathed in linen, but not stitched up. It was then put into the coffin and placed on horseback. So they started with it over the moor, and nothing particular happened till they reached Valbjarner Plain, where there are many pools and morasses, and the corpse had repeated falls into the mire. Well, after a bit they crossed the North River at Ireford, but the water was very deep, for there had been heavy rains. At nightfall they reached Staffholt, and asked the farmer to take them in. He declined peremptorily, probably disliking the notion of housing a corpse, and he shut the door in their faces. They could go no farther that night, as the White River was before them, which was very deep and broad, and could only be traversed in safety by day. So they took the coffin into an outhouse, and after some trouble persuaded the farmer to let them sleep in his hall. But he would not give them any food, so they went supperless to bed. Scarcely, however, was all quiet in the house before a strange clatter was heard in the shed serving as a larder. One of the farm servants, thinking that thieves were breaking in, stole to the door, and on looking in beheld a tall, naked woman with thick brown hair busily engaged in preparing food. The poor fellow was so frightened that he fled back to his bed, quaking like an aspen leaf. In another moment the nude figure stalked into the hall, bearing victuals in both hands, and these she placed on the table. By the dim light the bearers recognized Thorgunna, and they understood now that she resented the churlishness of the host, and had left her coffin to provide food for them. The farmer and his wife were now speedily brought to terms, and leaving their beds they displayed the utmost alacrity in supplying the necessities of their guests. A fire was lighted, the wet clothes were taken off the travellers, curd and beer and a stew of Iceland moss were set before them. Hist! A little noise in the outhouse. It is only Thorgunna stepping back into her coffin. Nothing transpired of any moment during the rest of the journey. The bearers had but to narrate the story of the preceding night's events, and they were sure of a ready welcome wherever they halted. At Skowholt all went well. The clerks accepted the gold ring and chanted over the body. They buried her deep, and put green turf over her. So their errand accomplished, the servants of Thorod returned home. At Frode River there was a large hall, with a closed bedroom at one end of it. On each side of the hall were closets. In one of these closets dried fish were stacked up, and flour was kept in the other. Every evening, about mealtime, a great fire was lighted in the hall, and men used to sit before it ere they adjourned to supper. The same night that the funeral party returned, the men were sitting chatting round the fire, when suddenly they perceived a phosphorescent half-moon grow into brilliancy on the wall of the apartment, and travel slowly round the hall against the sun. The appearance continued all the while the men sat by the fire, and was visible every evening after. Thorod asked Thorir Stumpleg, his bailiff, what this portended, and the man replied that it boded death to someone, but to whom he could not say. One day a shepherd came in, gloomy and muttering to himself in a strange manner. When addressed, he answered wildly, and they thought he must have lost his wits. The man remained in this state for some little while. One night he went to bed as usual, but in the morning when the men came to wake him, they found him lying dead in his place. He was buried in the church. A few nights after, strange sounds were heard outside the house, and one night when Thorir Stumpleg went outside the door, he saw the shepherd stride past him. Thorir attempted to slip indoors again, but the shepherd grasped him, and after a short tussle cast him in, so that he fell upon the hall floor, bruised and severely injured. He succeeded in crawling to his bed, but he never rose from it again. His body was purple and swollen. After a few days he died, and was buried in the churchyard. Immediately after, his spectre was seen to walk in company with that of the shepherd. A servant of Thorir now sickened, and after 3 days' illness died. Within a few days 5 more died. The fast preceding Christmas approached, though in those days the fashion of fasting was not introduced. In the closet containing dried fish, the stack was so big that the door could not be closed, and when fish were wanted, a ladder was placed against the pile, and the top fish were taken away for use. In the evening, as men sat over the fire, the stack of dried fish was suddenly upset, and when people went to examine it, they could discover no cause. Just before Yule, also, Thorod, the bonder, went out in a long boat with 7 men to Ness after some fish, and they were out all night. The same evening, the fires having been kindled in the hall at Frode River, a seal's head was seen to rise out of the floor of the apartment. A servant girl who first saw it rushed to the door, and catching up a bludgeon which lay beside it, struck at the seal's head. The blow made the head rise higher out of the floor, and it turned its eyes towards the bed curtains of Thorgunna. A house churl now took the stick and beat at the apparition, but he fared no better, for the head rose higher at each stroke till its forefins appeared, and the fellow was so frightened that he fainted away. Then up came Kiartan, the bonder's son, a lad of 12, and snatching up a large iron mallet for beating the fish, he brought it down with a crash on the seal's head. He struck again and again till he drove it into the floor, much as one might drive a pile. He then beat down the earth over it. It was noticed by all that on every occasion the lad Kiartan was the only one who had any power over the apparitions. Next morning it was ascertained that Thorod and his men had been lost, for the boat was driven ashore near Eni, but the bodies were never recovered. Thurida and her son Kiartan immediately invited all their kindred and neighbors to a funeral feast. They had brewed for Yule, and now they kept the banquet in commemoration of the dead. When all the company had arrived and had taken their places, the seats of the dead men being, as customary, left vacant, the hall door was darkened, and the guests beheld Thorod and his servants enter, dripping with water. All were gratified, for at that time it was considered a token of favourable acceptance with the goddess Ran if the dead men came to the wake. And, says the saga writer, though we are Christian men and baptized, we have faith in the same token still. The spectres walked through the hall without greeting anyone, and sat down before the fire. The servants fled in all directions, and the dead men sat silently round the flames till the fire died out. Then they left the house as they had entered it. This happened every evening as long as the feast continued, and some deemed that at the conclusion of the festivities the apparition would cease. The wake terminated, and the visitors dispersed. The fire was lighted as usual towards dusk, and in, as before, came Thorod and his retinue, dripping with water. They sat down before the hearth and began to wring out their clothes. Next came in the spectres of Thorir Stumpleg and the 6 who had died in bed after him, and had been buried. They were covered with mould, and they proceeded to shake the mould off their clothes upon Thorod and his men. The inmates of the house deserted the room, and remained without light and heat in another apartment. Next day the fire was not lighted in the hall, but in the other room, the farm people reckoning upon the ghosts keeping to the hall. But no, in came the spectral train, and upon the living men vacating their seats, the ghosts occupied them, and sat looking grimly into the red fire till it died out, whilst the terrified servants spent the evening in the hall. On the 3rd day 2 fires were kindled, one in the hall for the ghosts, and another in the small chamber for the living men, and so it had to be done throughout the whole of Yule. Fresh disturbances now began in the fish closet, and it seemed as though a bull were among the fish, tossing them about. This went on night and day. A man set the ladder against the stack and climbed to the top. He observed, emerging from the pile of stockfish, a tail like that of a cow which had been singed, but soft and covered with hair like that of a seal. The fellow caught the tail and pulled at it, calling lustily for help. Up ran men and women, and all dragged at the tail, but none of them could pull it out. It seemed stiff and dead, yet suddenly it was whisked out of their hands and rasped the skin off their palms. The stack was now taken down, but no traces of the tail could be found. Only it was discovered that the skin had been peeled off the fish, and at the bottom of the stack not a bit of flesh was left upon them. Thorgrima, the widow of Thorir Stumpleg, fell ill shortly after this. On the evening of her burial she was seen in company with Thorir and his party. All those who had seen the tail were now attacked and died, men and women. In the autumn there had been 30 household servants at Frode River. Of these now 18 were dead. The ghosts had frightened 5 away, and at the beginning of the month of May there remained but 7. Things had come to such a pass as to render ruin imminent, unless some decisive measure were pursued to rid the house of the spectres that haunted it. Kiartan, accordingly, determined on consulting Snorri, the lawman, his mother's brother, and one of the shrewdest men Iceland ever produced. Kiartan reached his uncle's house at Helgafell at the same time that a priest arrived from Geyser White, the apostle of Iceland. Snorri advised Kiartan to take the priest with him to Frode River, to burn all the bed furniture of Thorgunna, to hold a court at his door and bring a formal action at law against the spectres, and then to get the priest to sprinkle the house with holy water, and to shrive the survivors on the farm. Along with him Snorri sent his son Thord Kausi, with 6 men, that he might summons Kiartan's father, considering that there might be a little delicacy in the son bringing an action against the ghost of his own father. So it was settled, and Kiartan rode home. On his way he called at neighbors' houses and asked help. so that by the time he reached Frode River his party was considerably swelled. It was Candlemas Day, and they drew up at the farm door just after the fires had been lighted and the ghosts had assumed their customary places. Kiartan found his mother in bed, with all the premonitory symptoms of the same complaint which had carried off so many others in the house. The lad passed the spectres, and going up to the bed of Thorgunna, removed the quilt and curtains and every article which had belonged to her. Then he pushed boldly up to the fire past the ghosts and took a brand from it. In a few minutes he had made a pile of brushwood, and had thrown the bed furniture on the top. The flames roared up around the luckless articles and consumed them. A court was next constituted at the door, according to proper legal forms, and Kiartan summoned Thorir Stumpleg, while Thord Kelsey summoned Thorod for entering a gentleman's house without permission, and bringing mischief and death among his retainers. Every spectre there present was summoned by name in due and legal form. The plaintiffs argued their case, and witnesses were called and examined. The defendants were asked what exceptions they had to plead, and upon their remaining silent, sentence was pronounced. Each case was taken separately, and the court sat long. The first action disposed of was that against Thorir. He was ordered to leave the house forthwith. Upon hearing this decree of the court, Stumpleg rose from his chair and said, "I sat whilst sit I might," and hobbled out of the hall by the door opposite to that before which the court was held. The case of the shepherd was next disposed of. On hearing the sentence he rose. "I go. Better had I been dismissed before." He vanished through the door. When Thorgrima was ordered to depart, she followed the others, saying, "I remained whilst to remain was lawful." Each who left said a few words which evinced a disinclination to desert the fireside for the grave and sea depths. The last to go was Thorod, and he said, "There is now no peace for us here. We are flitting one by one." After this Kiartan went in, and the priest took holy water and sprinkled the walls of the house. Then he sang mass and performed many ceremonies. So the spectres haunted Frode River no more. Thurida got better rapidly, and the prospects of the farm mended. End of Ghosts in Court by S. Baring-Gould. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
A Ghost Story by Ada Trevanion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A Ghost Story by Ada Trevanion. There are many incidents on record which resemble the following plain narrative, and in the books of wise men may be found attempts, more or less plausible, to account for similar facts without having recourse to anything supernatural. The reader will draw his own inferences. It is for me simply to relate the whole history, from the beginning to the end, only premising that it is true in every particular. Some years ago my father sent me to Woodford House, a young ladies' school, of which a Mrs. Wheeler was the principal. The school had fallen off, before I went, from 50 pupils to 30, yet the establishment was in many respects a superior one, and the teachers were very efficient. Mrs. Wheeler and a parlour boarder, with the 2 teachers, Madame Dubois and Miss Winter, and we 30 girls, composed the household. Miss Winter, the English teacher, slept in a small room adjoining ours, walked out with us, and never left us. She was about 27 years of age, and had soft, thick brown hair, and peculiar eyes, of which I find it difficult to give a description. They were of a greenish brown, and, with the least emotion, seemed to fill, as it were, with light, like the flashing brilliancy of moonshine upon water. At 6:30 in the morning, it was her duty to call us, and about 7 we came downstairs. We practiced our scales, and looked over the lessons we had prepared the evening before, till 8:30, when Mrs. Wheeler and Madame Dubois made their appearance. Then prayers were read, and after that we had breakfast of coffee and solid squares of bread and butter, which was very good the first part of the week. Breakfast over, Mrs. Wheeler took her seat at the head of the table, and the business commenced. Mrs. Wheeler was a tall, stout person, with a loud voice and a very authoritative manner. She paid assiduous attention to our deportment, and we were often assured that she was gradually falling a victim to the task of entreating us to hold up our heads. Madame Dubois was a little, old, shriveled woman with a very irascible temper. She wore a turban on her head and kept cotton in her ears, and mumbled her language all to mash. At 1 o'clock, Mrs. Wheeler shut up her desk and sailed out of the room, while we proceeded upstairs to dress for our walk. The dinner was ready on our return at 3. This was a plain meal, soon over, and after it Miss Winter took Mrs. Wheeler's place at the long table, and presided over our studies until tea at 7. I thought this interval the pleasantest part of the day, for Miss Winter was clever and took great pains where she saw intelligence or a desire to learn. I was less with her, however, than many of the girls, because, as one of the elder pupils, I was expected by Mrs. Wheeler to practice on the piano for at least 3 hours daily. The study was a large, uncarpeted room with a view of a spacious flower garden. Some part of most fine spring and summer days was spent in this garden. I liked being there better than going for a walk, because we were not compelled to keep together. I used to take a book, and when the weather was not too cold, I sat much near a fountain, under the shade of a laburnum tree which hung over it. I wonder if the fountain and laburnum tree are there still. Woodford House was rather famous for mysterious inmates. There was Mrs. Sparks, the parlour boarder, who always took her breakfast in her room, and was rumoured to have come by sea from a distant part of the earth, where she and the late Captain Sparks, her husband, had rolled in gold. It was understood that if she had her rights, she would be worth 50,000 a year. I am afraid she had them not, for I suspect her annual income amounted to little more than 500. She was very good-natured, and we all liked her, but our vague association of her with the sea and storms and coral reefs occasioned the wildest legends to be circulated as her history. Then there was a fair, pale girl with bright curling hair, who, we found out, or thought we found out, was the daughter of a father who did not like her. She was a very suggestive topic. So was a young Italian, who had in her possession a real dagger, which many of us believed she always carried about her. But I think all these were outshone, on the whole, by Miss Winter, who never talked about her relations, called at the post office for her letters in order that they might not be brought to the school, and further had a small oak wardrobe in her room, the key of which she wore around her neck. What a life she had with some of the girls, and how lonely she was too, for she belonged neither to Mrs. Wheeler nor to us, and it was impossible to be on very friendly terms with Madame Dubois. Poor Miss Winter! I never troubled her with impertinent questions, and perhaps she felt grateful to me for my forbearance, for my companions, one and all, declared that she favoured Ruth Irvine. I was not popular among them, because I studied on half-holidays and in the hour before bedtime, when we were left to our own devices. They tried to laugh me out of this, but they couldn't. So they hated me as schoolgirls only can hate, and revenged themselves by saying that my father was poor, and I was, for this reason, anxious to make the most of my time while at Woodford House. This taunt was intended to inflict severe mortification, as a profound respect for wealth pervaded the school, which was, of course, derived from its head. I suspect I overstudied at this period, for I became a martyr to excruciating headache, which prevented me from sleeping at night, and I had, besides, all kinds of awkward habits and nervous affections. Oh, Mrs. Wheeler's earnest endeavours to make me graceful, her despair of my elbows, her hopelessness in my shoulders, and her glare of indignation at my manner of entering a room. I spent the summer vacation this year at Woodford House, for my father was abroad, and I had no relation kind enough to take pity on my homeless state. I was very dispirited, and my depression so much increased the low, nervous fever which was hanging about me that I was compelled for some days to keep my bed. Miss Winter nursed me of her own accord, and was like a sister to me. Now that the other girls were gone, she was quite communicative. I learned that she was an orphan, and had a brother and 3 sisters, all younger than herself, who were used to consult her on every occasion of importance. I liked to hear about them much. I believed them to be wonders of talent and kindness. The brother was a clerk in some mercantile house in the city. The sisters were being educated at a private school. The affection which united her to this brother and these sisters seemed to me to be stronger than either death or life. The teachers' holidays never began until long after hours, but in the long vacation they were allowed to take pedestrian excursions, and Miss Winter would return from these to my sick chamber, laden with mosses and wildflowers. I used to feel it a great consolation, amid the neglect and contempt of others, that she was attached to me. When the day for her departure came, she gave me Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner, and I was to keep it always, and never to forget her if I never saw her again. I do not think she spoke thus because she felt any foreboding of ill, for she was very happy in her quiet way. But she never allowed herself to look forward with much hope to the future. I got a letter from her to say that she had arrived safely at her brother's in the city, and begging me not to fret for her sake. I tried to be cheerful, but time passed wearily without her. Every morning at breakfast I heard for the 20th time of Miss Nash, who so appreciated the advantage of spending the vacation with such a person as Mrs. Wheeler that she could scarcely be induced to leave Woodford House. She never complained that the piano in the back parlour had several dumb notes, or that Rollins's Ancient History was not the most cheerful specimen of polite literature. It was uncharitable, but I couldn't help it. I hated Miss Nash. The latter part of the day was more agreeable. I was usually invited to tea and supper by Mrs. Sparks, and was regaled in the front parlour with seed cake and rolls, likewise with currant wine. I should have enjoyed these entertainments exceedingly, but I had written a poem in 4 cantos, in which the late Captain Sparks figured as a pirate, and was shot for a voluminous catalogue of atrocities, and this secret lay like a load of lead on my mind, and prevented me from feeling at my ease with Mrs. Sparks. It was after an evening spent with this lady, and in the absence of Mrs. Wheeler, who had gone to the city to arrange about receiving a new pupil, that it first happened. It was a still, sultry night. The moon was very bright. I was lying in my narrow, white bed, with my hair disordered all over the pillow, not just falling asleep by any means, but most persistently and obstinately broad awake, and with every sense so sharpened that I could distinctly hear the flow of the fountain without, and the ticking of the clock in the hall far down below. I had left the door of my chamber open on account of the heat. Suddenly, at midnight, when the house was profoundly silent, a draught of cold air seemed to blow right into the room, and almost immediately after I heard the sound of a footfall upon the stairs. Sleep seemed many thousand miles farther off than ever, or I should have thought I was dreaming, for I could have declared the step was Miss Winter's. And yet I knew that she was not expected back for at least a fortnight. What could it mean? While I listened and wondered, the footsteps drew nearer and nearer, and then suddenly halted. I looked around and beheld at the foot of the bed the form of my friend. She was attired in the plain dark dress she usually wore, and I could see on the third finger of her left hand the sparkle of a ring, which was also familiar to me. Her face was very pale, and had, I thought, a strange, wistful expression. I noticed, too, that the bands of hair which shaded her forehead looked dark and dank, as if they had been immersed in water. I started up in my bed, extending my arms and exclaiming, "You here! When did you come? What has brought you back so soon?" But there was no answer, and she was gone the next moment. I was startled, almost terrified by what I have described. I felt an indefinite fear that something was wrong with my friend. I arose, and passing through her chamber, which was unoccupied, went above and below, looking for her and softly calling her by name. But every room I entered was empty and silent, and I presently returned to bed, bewildered and disappointed. Toward morning I grew drowsy, and a little before my usual hour for rising I fell asleep. When I awoke, the bright sunshine was shining in through the window. I heard the servants at their work below, and I was sure that it was very late. I was dressing hurriedly when the door was softly opened. It was Mrs. Sparks. "I would not have you disturbed," she said, "for I heard you walking about last night. I thought, as it was holiday time, that you should sleep when you could." "Oh, thank you," I replied, scarcely able to restrain my impatience. "Where is Miss Winter, Mrs. Sparks?" She looked surprised at the question, but answered without hesitation, "With her friends, no doubt. We need not expect her for this fortnight yet, you know." "You are jesting," I said, half offended. "I know that she is returned. I saw her last night." "You saw Miss Winter last night?" "Yes," I answered. "She came into my bedroom." "Impossible!" And Mrs. Sparks burst out laughing. "Unless she have the power of being in two places at once. You have been dreaming." "I could not dream," I said, "for I was broad awake. I am sure I saw Miss Winter. She stood at the foot of my bed and looked at me, but she would not tell me when she came, or what had brought her back so soon." Mrs. Sparks still laughed. I said no more on the subject, for I thought there was some mystery, and she was trying to deceive me. That day passed. I was little inclined to sleep, though I was very tired when night came. I kept thinking about Miss Winter, and wondered if she would come again. After I had been in bed a few hours, I became terribly nervous. The slightest sound made my heart leap. Then the thought came into my head that I would get up and go downstairs. I slipped on a few things and softly left my room. The house was so silent and everything looked so dusky that I felt frightened, and went on trembling more than before. There was a long passage in a line with the schoolroom, and there was a glass door at one end of it, which opened upon the garden. I stood at this door for several minutes, dreamily watching the silvery light which the moon threw upon the dark trees and the sleeping flowers without. While thus engaged, I grew contented and serene. I had turned to creep back to bed when I heard, as I thought, some person trying the handle of the door behind me. The sound soon ceased, yet I almost believed the door was opened, for a rift of wind blew through the passage, which made me shudder. I stopped and looked hurriedly back. The door was closely shut, and the bolt still fast, but standing in the moonlight where I had lately stood was the slight figure of Miss Winter. She was as white and still and speechless as she had been on the preceding night. It almost seemed as if some dreadful misfortune had struck her dumb. I wished to speak to her, but there was something in her face which daunted me, and besides, the fever of anxiety I was in began to dry up my lips, as if they would never be able to shape any words again. But I moved quickly toward her and bent forward to kiss her. To my surprise and terror, her form vanished. A cry escaped me, which must have alarmed Mrs. Sparks, for she came running downstairs in her nightdress, looking pale and frightened. I told her what had happened, and very much in the same way that I have just been telling it now. There was an expression of uneasiness on her face as she listened. She said kindly, "Ruth, you are not well tonight. You are very feverish and excited. Go back to bed, and before tomorrow morning you will forget all about it." I returned to bed, but I did not next morning forget what I had seen on the previous night. On the contrary, I was more positive than before. Mrs. Sparks was disposed to think that I had seen Miss Winter in a dream on the first night, and that on the second, when broad awake, I had been unable to divest myself of the idea previously entertained. However, at my earnest and often repeated request, she promised she would pass the coming night with me in the girls' sleeping room. All that day she was most kind and attentive. She could not have been more so if I had been seriously unwell. She put all exciting books out of my way, and asked me from time to time if my head ached. In the evening, after supper, she showed me some engravings which had belonged to her husband. I was very fond of pictures. We remained looking at them till a late hour, and then we went to bed. Tired as I was, I could not sleep. Mrs. Sparks said she should stay awake also, but she soon became silent, and I knew by her breathing that she was sound asleep. She did not rest long. At midnight, the room, which had been oppressively warm, grew suddenly cold and draughty, and again I heard Miss Winter's known step on the stairs. I laid hold of Mrs. Sparks's arm and shook her gently. She was sleeping heavily and awoke slowly, as it seemed to me, but she sat up in bed and listened to the approaching steps. I shall never forget her face at that moment. She seemed to be beside herself with terror, which she tried to hide, and, uncertain what it would be the best for her to do, she caught my hand at last and held it so tightly that she quite hurt me. The steps drew nigh and halted as they had done before. Mrs. Sparks's gaze followed mine to the foot of the bed. The form of my friend was there. I can scarcely expect to be credited. I can only state on my honor what followed. A night lamp was burning in the room, for Mrs. Sparks never slept in the dark. Its light showed me the pale, still face of Miss Winter more clearly than I had seen it on the previous nights. The features were like those of a corpse. The eyes fixed direct on me, the long familiar, grave, shining eyes. I see them now. I shall see them till I die. Oh, how sad and earnest they looked. A full minute, or it seemed so, did she gaze in silence. Then she said in a low, urgent tone, still looking through me with her eyes, "Ruth, the oak wardrobe in the room which was mine contains papers of importance, papers which will be wanted. Will you remember this?" "I promise that I will," I replied. My voice was steady, though the cold drops stood on my brow. The restless, wistful look in her eyes changed as I spoke to a peaceful and happy expression. So, with a smile upon her face, she passed away. No sooner had Miss Winter's form disappeared than Mrs. Sparks, who had been silent only because she was paralyzed with terror, began to scream aloud. She did more. She sprang out of bed and rushed round the foot of it, out on the landing. When she could make the servants attend her, she told them that somebody was in the house, and all the women, a cook and 2 housemaids, went armed with pokers and shovels, and examined every room from cellar to attic. They found nothing, neither in the chimneys nor under the beds, nor in any closet or cupboard. And as the servants went back to bed, I heard them agree what a tiresome and wearying thing it was when ladies took fancies. Mrs. Sparks wanted to leave the house the next day, but the thought of the ridicule to which she should expose herself if the matter oozed out induced her to summon up her courage and remain where she was. The morning after, Mrs. Wheeler returned. She and Mrs. Sparks were talking together in the study for a long while. I could not help wondering what they were talking about, and so anxious did I feel that I could not settle to anything. At last the door opened, and Mrs. Sparks came out. I heard her say distinctly, "It is the most shocking thing I have ever heard. She was a painstaking young person, and you will miss her sadly." At the sound of the opening door, with a sudden determination, I had rushed downstairs and was within a few steps of the study as Mrs. Sparks came out. Mrs. Wheeler was sitting at the table with an open newspaper before her. She looked grave and shocked. After making some inquiries about my health, she said, "You will be sorry to hear Miss Winter will not return. An able teacher, and I believe you were much attached to her." She was going on, but I interrupted her with a wild cry. "Miss Winter is dead," said I, and I swooned away. It was noon when I awoke, and saw Mrs. Sparks bending over me as I lay on my bed and trying to restore me. I begged her to tell me everything, and she did so. My dear friend was indeed no more. The story of her death was, like all the sad stories I have ever heard told in real life, very, very short. She had left the house where her sisters were lodging late one evening. That was the last time they saw her alive. She had been found dead, lying along the rocks under the cliff. This was all that there really was to tell. There was nobody near her when she was found, and no evidence to show how she came there. I cannot remember what happened for some days afterward, for I was seriously ill and kept my bed, and often in the long nights I would lie awake thinking about my friend and fancying she would appear again. But she came no more. Time passed on and brought the last day of the vacation. I was sitting by myself in the study, Mrs. Wheeler and Mrs. Sparks having both gone out, when a servant ushered in a strange gentleman, who, when I told him that Mrs. Wheeler was from home, immediately asked for Miss Irvine. On hearing that I was the person inquired for, he requested 5 minutes' conversation with me. I showed him into the back parlor, and waited, rather surprised and nervous, to hear what he had to say. He was a young man, not more than 21 or 22 years of age, and had a very grave manner. And though I was certain that he was a stranger, yet there was something in his face which seemed not altogether unfamiliar to me. He began by saying, "You were very fond of a teacher who was here, of the name of Winter. In her name and for her sake, I thank you for the love and kindness you showed her." "You knew Miss Winter, sir?" I asked, as calmly as I could. "I am her brother," he replied. There was silence between us, for the tears had sprung to my eyes at the mention of my dear lost friend's name, and I believe at heart he was crying too. At last he mastered his feelings, and by an effort resumed his former calm manner. "I have been for this last week seeking for some papers which my poor sister must have left behind her, and always seeking them in vain," he said. "If you could give me any clue to where they may be, you would do a great kindness to my remaining sisters and myself." He still spoke calmly, but there was a look in his eyes which showed me that he was suffering terrible anxiety. I hastened to relieve it by saying, "I have reason to think that you will find the papers you are in want of in a small oak wardrobe which belonged to dear Miss Winter. If you please, I will show you where it stands." How his face lighted as he rose to follow me, his lips moving evidently with voiceless but thankful words on them. We went upstairs to the room that had been his sister's, where I pointed out the piece of furniture to which she had referred me on that dreadful night, and after using some considerable force, the lock yielded to his determined hand, and there, concealed under a false bottom, in one of the drawers, were the papers he sought for. When he had taken them from the secret ledge, he turned to me and said, "How much do you think these papers are worth to me?" "Indeed, I can't tell," I replied, "but thank God you came hither to seek them, for I am so glad they are found." "I thank you," he said. "I thank you with all my heart." We went downstairs again into the parlour, and then he told me how a kinsman of theirs, who was very rich, but nevertheless a great miser, had borrowed a large sum of money from their dead father, which he now refused to repay, and was even wicked enough to deny he had ever received. How they had gone to law about the matter, and how, if the papers he had just found could not have been produced, he and his sisters would have been penniless. But as it was, they would recover the sum to which they were justly entitled, with interest, for 5 years. After this, he begged my acceptance of a locket containing some of my dear Miss Winter's hair, and with her Christian name and the date of her death inscribed upon it, and bade me remember, if I should ever be friendless or in distress, which he prayed God I might never be, that he felt toward me as a brother. I was quite overcome and hid my face on the table. When I looked up again, he was gone. A fresh surprise awaited me. The next day I met Mrs. Wheeler as she was coming to bid me go into the parlour, and her manner was so gracious that I obeyed her without fear. My dear father was there. He was so shocked at my ill looks that he resolved to remove me home without loss of time. I sought out my poor friend's grave, and made it as beautiful as I could with grass and flowers. There was no tombstone there then, but there is one now. End of A Ghost Story by Ada Trevanion. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California. Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, by Louisa May Alcott. 1. "And what are these, Paul?" asked Evelyn, opening a tarnished gold box and examining its contents curiously. "Seeds of some unknown Egyptian plant," replied Forsyth, with a sudden shadow on his dark face, as he looked down at the 3 scarlet grains lying in the white hand lifted to him. "Where did you get them?" asked the girl. "That is a weird story, which will only haunt you if I tell it," said Forsyth, with an absent expression that strongly excited the girl's curiosity. "Please tell it. I like weird tales, and they never trouble me." "Oh, do tell it. Your stories are always so interesting," she cried, looking up with such a pretty blending of entreaty and command in her charming face that refusal was impossible. "You'll be sorry for it, and so shall I, perhaps. I warn you beforehand that harm is foretold to the possessor of those mysterious seeds," said Forsyth, smiling, even while he knit his black brows, and regarding the blooming creature before him with a fond yet foreboding glance. "Tell on. I am not afraid of these pretty atoms," she answered, with an imperious nod. "To hear is to obey. Let me read the facts, and then I will begin," returned Forsyth, pacing to and fro with the far-off look of one who turns the pages of the past. Evelyn watched him a moment, and then returned to her work, or play, rather, for the task seemed well suited to the vivacious little creature, half child, half woman. "While in Egypt," commenced Forsyth slowly, "I went one day with my guide and Professor Niles to explore the Cheops. Niles had a mania for antiquities of all sorts, and forgot time, danger, and fatigue in the ardor of his pursuit. We rummaged up and down the narrow passages, half choked with dust and close air, reading inscriptions on the walls, stumbling over shattered mummy cases, or coming face to face with some shriveled specimen perched like a hobgoblin on the little shelves where the dead used to be stowed away for ages. I was desperately tired after a few hours of it, and begged the professor to return. But he was bent on exploring certain places, and would not desist. We had but one guide, so I was forced to stay. But Jumal, my man, seeing how weary I was, proposed to us to rest in one of the larger passages while he went to procure another guide for Niles. We consented, and, assuring us that we were perfectly safe if we did not quit the spot, Jumal left us, promising to return speedily. The professor sat down to take notes of his researches, and, stretching myself on the soft sand, I fell asleep. I was roused by that indescribable thrill which instinctively warns us of danger, and springing up I found myself alone. One torch burned faintly where Jumal had struck it, but Niles and the other light were gone. A dreadful sense of loneliness oppressed me for a moment. Then I collected myself and looked well about me. A bit of paper was pinned to my hat, which lay near me, and on it, in the professor's writing, were these words: "I've gone back a little to refresh my memory on certain points. Don't follow me till Jumal comes. I can find my way back to you, for I have a clue. Sleep well, and dream gloriously of the pharaohs. N.N." I laughed at first over the old enthusiast, then felt anxious, then restless, and finally resolved to follow him, for I discovered a strong cord fastened to a fallen stone, and knew that this was the clue he spoke of. Leaving a line for Jumal, I took my torch and retraced my steps, following the cord along the winding ways. I often shouted, but received no reply, and pressed on, hoping at each turn to see the old man poring over some musty relic of antiquity. Suddenly the cord ended, and, lowering my torch, I saw that the footsteps had gone on. Rash fellow, he'll lose himself to a certainty, I thought, really alarmed now. As I paused, a faint call reached me, and I answered it, waited, shouted again, and a still fainter echo replied. Niles was evidently going on, misled by the reverberations of the low passages. No time was to be lost, and, forgetting myself, I stuck my torch in the deep sand to guide me back to the clue, and ran down the straight path before me, whooping like a madman as I went. I did not mean to lose sight of the light, but in my eagerness to find Niles, I turned from the main passage, and, guided by his voice, hastened on. His torch soon gladdened my eyes, and the clutch of his trembling hands told me what agony he had suffered. "Let us get out of this horrible place at once," he said. "Come, we're not far from the clue. I can soon reach it, and then we are safe." But as I spoke, a chill passed over me, for a perfect labyrinth of narrow paths lay before us. Trying to guide myself by such landmarks as I had observed in my hasty passage, I followed the tracks in the sand till I fancied we must be near my light. No glimmer appeared, however, and, kneeling down to examine the footprints nearer, I discovered, to my dismay, that I had been following the wrong ones. For among those marked by a deep boot heel were prints of bare feet. We had had no guide there, and Jamal wore sandals. Rising, I confronted Niles with the one despairing word, "Lost," as I pointed from the treacherous sand to the fast waning light. I thought the old man would be overwhelmed, but to my surprise he grew quite calm and steady, thought a moment, and then went on, saying quietly, "Other men have passed here before us. Let us follow their steps, for, if I do not greatly err, they lead toward great passages where one's way is easily found." On we went, bravely, till a misstep threw the professor violently to the ground with a broken leg, and nearly extinguished the torch. It was a horrible predicament, and I gave up all hope as I sat beside the poor fellow, who lay exhausted with fatigue, remorse, and pain, for I would not leave him. "Paul," he said suddenly, "if you will not go on, there is one more effort we can make. I remember hearing that a party lost, as we are, saved themselves by building a fire. The smoke penetrated further than sound or light, and the guide's quick wit understood the unusual mist. He followed it and rescued the party. Make a fire and trust to Jamal." "A fire without wood?" I began, but he pointed to a shelf behind me, which had escaped me in the gloom, and on it I saw a slender mummy case. I understood him, for these dry cases, which lie about in hundreds, are freely used as firewood. Reaching up, I pulled it down, believing it to be empty, but as it fell, it burst open, and out rolled a mummy. Accustomed as I was to such sights, it startled me a little, for danger had unstrung my nerves. Laying the little brown chrysalis aside, I smashed the case, lit the pile with my torch, and soon a light cloud of smoke drifted down the 3 passages which diverged from the cell-like place where we had paused. While busied with the fire, Niles, forgetful of pain and peril, had dragged the mummy nearer, and was examining it with the interest of a man whose ruling passion was strong, even in death. "Come and help me unroll this. I have always longed to be the first to see and secure the curious treasures put away among the folds of these uncanny winding sheets. This is a woman, and we may find something rare and precious here," he said, beginning to unfold the outer coverings, from which a strange aromatic odor came. Reluctantly I obeyed, for to me there was something sacred in the bones of this unknown woman. But, to beguile the time and amuse the poor fellow, I lent a hand, wondering as I worked if this dark, ugly thing had ever been a lovely, soft-eyed Egyptian girl. From the fibrous folds of the wrappings dropped precious gums and spices, which half intoxicated us with their potent breath, antique coins, and a curious jewel or two, which Niles eagerly examined. All the bandages but one were cut off at last, and a small head laid bare, round which still hung great plaits of what had once been luxuriant hair. The shriveled hands were folded on the breast, and clasped in them lay that gold box. "Ah!" cried Evelyn, dropping it from her rosy palm with a shudder. "Nay, don't reject the poor little mummy's treasure. I never have quite forgiven myself for stealing it, or for burning her," said Forsyth, painting rapidly, as if the recollection of that experience lent energy to his hand. "Burning her? Oh, Paul, what do you mean?" asked the girl, sitting up with a face full of excitement. "I'll tell you. While busied with Madame la Momie, our fire had burned low, for the dry case went like tinder. A faint, far-off sound made our hearts leap, and Niles cried out, 'Pile on the wood! Jamal is tracking us! Don't let the smoke fail now, or we are lost!' There is no more wood. The case was very small and is all gone," I answered, tearing off such of my garments as would burn readily and piling them upon the embers. Niles did the same, but the light fabrics were quickly consumed and made no smoke. "Burn that," commanded the professor, pointing to the mummy. I hesitated a moment. Again came the faint echo of a horn. Life was dear to me. A few dry bones might save us, and I obeyed him in silence. A dull blaze sprung up, and a heavy smoke rose from the burning mummy, rolling in volumes through the low passages and threatening to suffocate us with its fragrant mist. My brain grew dizzy, the light danced before my eyes, strange phantoms seemed to people the air, and, in the act of asking Niles why he gasped and looked so pale, I lost consciousness. Evelyn drew a long breath and put away the scented toys from her lap, as if their odor oppressed her. Forsyth's swarthy face was all aglow with the excitement of his story, and his black eyes glittered as he added, with a quick laugh, "That's all. Jamal found us and got us out, and we both forswore pyramids for the rest of our days." "But the box? How came you to keep it?" asked Evelyn, eyeing it askance as it lay gleaming in a streak of sunshine. "Oh, I brought it away as a souvenir, and Niles kept the other trinkets." "But you said harm was foretold to the possessor of those scarlet seeds," persisted the girl, whose fancy was excited by the tale, and who fancied all was not told. Among his spoils, Niles found a bit of parchment, which he deciphered, and this inscription said that the mummy we had so ungallantly burned was that of a famous sorceress, who bequeathed her curse to whoever should disturb her rest. Of course, I don't believe that curse has anything to do with it, but it's a fact that Niles never prospered from that day. He says it's because he has never recovered from the fall and fright, and I dare say it is so. But I sometimes wonder if I am to share the curse, for I've a vein of superstition in me, and that poor little mummy haunts my dreams still." A long silence followed these words. Paul painted mechanically, and Evelyn lay regarding him with a thoughtful face. but gloomy fancies were as foreign to her nature as shadows are to noonday, and presently she laughed a cheery laugh, saying as she took up the box again, "Why don't you plant them, and see what wondrous flower they will bear?" "I doubt if they would bear anything after lying in a mummy's hand for centuries," replied Forsyth gravely. "Let me plant them and try. You know wheat has sprouted and grown that was taken from a mummy's coffin. Why should not these pretty seeds? I should so like to watch them grow. May I, Paul?" "No, I'd rather leave that experiment untried. I have a queer feeling about the matter, and don't want to meddle myself, or let anyone I love meddle with these seeds. They may be some horrible poison, or possess some evil power, for the sorceress evidently valued them, since she clutched them fast, even in her tomb." "Now you are foolishly superstitious, and I laugh at you. Be generous. Give me one seed just to learn if it will grow. See, I'll pay for it." And Evelyn, who now stood beside him, dropped a kiss on his forehead as she made her request, with the most engaging air. But Forsyth would not yield. He smiled, and returned the embrace with lover-like warmth, then flung the seeds into the fire, and gave her back the golden box, saying tenderly, "My darling, I'll fill it with diamonds or bonbons, if you please, but I will not let you play with that witch's spells. You've enough of your own, so forget the pretty seeds, and see what a light of the harem I've made of you." Evelyn frowned and smiled, and presently the lovers were out in the spring sunshine, reveling in their own happy hopes, untroubled by one foreboding fear. 2. "I have a little surprise for you, love," said Forsyth, as he greeted his cousin 3 months later on the morning of his wedding day. "And I have one for you," she answered, smiling faintly. "How pale you are, and how thin you grow! All this bridal bustle is too much for you, Evelyn," he said, with fond anxiety, as he watched the strange pallor of her face and pressed the wasted little hand in his. "I am so tired," she said, and leaned her head wearily on her lover's breast. "Neither sleep, food, nor air gives me strength, and a curious mist seems to cloud my mind at times. Mamma says it is the heat, but I shiver even in the sun, while at night I burn with fever. Paul, dear, I'm glad you are going to take me away to lead a quiet, happy life with you, but I'm afraid it will be a very short one." "My fanciful little wife, you are tired and nervous with all this worry, but a few weeks of rest in the country will give us back our blooming Eve again. Have you no curiosity to learn my surprise?" he asked, to change her thoughts. The vacant look stealing over the girl's face gave place to one of interest, but as she listened it seemed to require an effort to fix her mind on her lover's words. "You remember the day we rummaged in the old cabinet?" "Yes," and a smile touched her lips for a moment. "And how you wanted to plant those queer red seeds I stole from the mummy?" "I remember," and her eyes kindled with sudden fire. "Well, I tossed them into the fire, as I thought, and gave you the box. But when I went back to cover up my picture, and found one of those seeds on the rug, a sudden fancy to gratify your whim led me to send it to Niles, and ask him to plant and report on its progress. Today I hear from him for the first time, and he reports that the seed has grown marvelously, has budded, and that he intends to take the first flower, if it blooms in time, to a meeting of famous scientific men, after which he will send me its true name and the plant itself. From his description it must be very curious, and I'm impatient to see it. You need not wait. I can show you the flower in its bloom." And Evelyn beckoned with the méchant smile so long a stranger to her lips. Much amazed, Forsyth followed her to her own little boudoir, and there, standing in the sunshine, was the unknown plant. Almost rank in their luxuriance were the vivid green leaves on the slender purple stems, and, rising from the midst, one ghostly white flower, shaped like the head of a hooded snake, with scarlet stamens like forked tongues, and on the petals glittered spots like dew. "A strange, uncanny flower. Has it any odor?" asked Forsyth, bending to examine it, and forgetting in his interest to ask how it came there. "None, and that disappoints me. I am so fond of perfumes," answered the girl, caressing the green leaves, which trembled at her touch, while the purple stems deepened their tint. "Now tell me about it," said Forsyth, after standing silent for several minutes. "I had been before you, and secured one of the seeds, for 2 fell on the rug. I planted it under a glass in the richest soil I could find, watered it faithfully, and was amazed at the rapidity with which it grew when once it appeared above the earth. I told no one, for I meant to surprise you with it. But this bud has been so long in blooming I have had to wait. It is a good omen that it blossoms today, and, as it is nearly white, I mean to wear it, for I've learned to love it, having been my pet for so long." "I would not wear it, for in spite of its innocent color it is an evil-looking plant, with its adder's tongue and unnatural dew. Wait till Niles tells us what it is, then pet it if it is harmless. Perhaps my sorceress cherished it for some symbolic beauty. Those old Egyptians were full of fancies. It was very sly of you to turn the tables on me in this way. But I forgive you, since in a few hours I shall chain this mysterious hand forever. How cold it is! Come out into the garden and get some warmth and color for tonight, my love." But when night came, no one could reproach the girl with her pallor, for she glowed like a pomegranate flower. Her eyes were full of fire, her lips scarlet, and all her old vivacity seemed to have returned. A more brilliant bride never blushed under a misty veil, and when her lover saw her, he was absolutely startled by the almost unearthly beauty which transformed the pale, languid creature of the morning into this radiant woman. They were married, and if love, many blessings, and all good gifts lavishly showered upon them could make them happy, then this young pair were truly blessed. But even in the rapture of the moment that made her his, Forsyth observed how icy cold was the little hand he held, how feverish the deep color on the soft cheek he kissed, and what a strange fire burned in the tender eyes that looked so wistfully at him. Blithe and beautiful as a spirit, the smiling bride played her part in all the festivities of that long evening, and when at last light, life, and color began to fade, the loving eyes that watched her thought it but the natural weariness of the hour. As the last guest departed, Forsyth was met by a servant, who gave him a letter marked "Haste." Tearing it open, he read these lines from a friend of the professor's. "Dear Sir, poor Niles died suddenly 2 days ago, while at the Scientific Club, and his last words were, 'Tell Paul Forsyth to beware of the mummy's curse, for this fatal flower has killed me.' The circumstances of his death were so peculiar that I add them as a sequel to this message. For several months, as he told us, he had been watching an unknown plant, and that evening he brought us the flower to examine. Other matters of interest absorbed us till a late hour, and the plant was forgotten. The professor wore it in his buttonhole, a strange white serpent-headed blossom with pale glittering spots, which slowly changed to a glittering scarlet, till the leaves looked as if sprinkled with blood. It was observed that, instead of the pallor and feebleness which had recently come over him, that the professor was unusually animated, and seemed in an almost unnatural state of high spirits. Near the close of the meeting, in the midst of a lively discussion, he suddenly dropped as if smitten with apoplexy. He was conveyed home insensible, and after one lucid interval, in which he gave me the message I have recorded above, he died in great agony, raving of mummies, pyramids, serpents, and some fatal curse which had fallen upon him. After his death, livid scarlet spots like those on the flower appeared upon his skin, and he shriveled like a withered leaf. At my desire, the mysterious plant was examined and pronounced by the best authority one of the most deadly poisons known to the Egyptian sorceresses. The plant slowly absorbs the vitality of whoever cultivates it, and the blossom, worn for 2 or 3 hours, produces either madness or death. Down dropped the paper from Forsyth's hand. He read no further, but hurried back into the room where he had left his young wife. As if worn out with fatigue, she had thrown herself upon a couch, and lay there motionless, her face half hidden by the light folds of the veil which had blown over it. "Evelyn, my dearest, wake up and answer me. Did you wear that strange flower today?" whispered Forsyth, putting the misty screen away. There was no need for her to answer, for there, gleaming spectrally on her bosom, was the evil blossom, its white petals spotted now with flecks of scarlet, vivid as drops of newly spilt blood. But the unhappy bridegroom scarcely saw it, for the face above it appalled him by its utter vacancy. Drawn and pallid, as if with some wasting malady, the young face, so lovely an hour ago, lay before him aged and blighted by the baleful influence of the plant which had drunk up her life. No recognition in the eyes, no word upon the lips, no motion of the hand, only the faint breath, the fluttering pulse, and wide-opened eyes betrayed that she was alive. Alas for the young wife! The superstitious fear at which she had smiled had proved true. The curse that had bided its time for ages was fulfilled at last, and her own hand wrecked her happiness forever. Death in life was her doom, and for years Forsyth secluded himself to tend with pathetic devotion the pale ghost who never, by word or look, could thank him for the love that outlived even such a fate as this. End of Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse. Recording by Louise J. Bell, Sebastopol, California.
Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of a great euporus tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, move forms not meant to be beheld. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst stones of ruined palaces, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poisoned serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the grey toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the demon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the demon of the valley, saying, I am old, and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone. And the demon replied, I am memory, and am wise in lore of the past. But I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly. It was like to that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin-horned moon, and the demon looked intently at a little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. End of Memory.
The Mezzotint by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Mezzotint by M.R. James. Some time ago, I believe I had the pleasure of telling you the story of an adventure which happened to a friend of mine by the name of Deniston during his pursuit of objects of art for the museum at Cambridge. He did not publish his experiences very widely upon his return to England, but they could not fail to become known to a good many of his friends, and, among others, to the gentleman who at that time presided over an art museum at another university. It was to be expected that the story should make a considerable impression on the mind of a man whose vocation lay in lines similar to Deniston's, and that he should be eager to catch at any explanation of the matter which tended to make it seem improbable that he should ever be called upon to deal with so agitating an emergency. It was, indeed, somewhat consoling to him to reflect that he was not expected to acquire ancient manuscripts for his institution. That was the business of the Shelburnian Library. The authorities of that might, if they pleased, ransack obscure corners of the continent for such matters. He was glad to be obliged at the moment to confine his attention to enlarging the already unsurpassed collection of English topographical drawings and engravings possessed by his museum. Yet, as it turned out, even a department so homely and familiar as this may have its dark corners, and to one of these Mr. Williams was unexpectedly introduced. Those who have taken even the most limited interest in the acquisition of topographical pictures are aware that there is one London dealer whose aid is indispensable to their researches. Mr. J. W. Britnell publishes, at short intervals, very admirable catalogues of a large and constantly changing stock of engravings, plans, and old sketches of mansions, churches, and towns in England and Wales. These catalogues were, of course, the ABC of his subject to Mr. Williams, but as his museum already contained an enormous accumulation of topographical pictures, he was a regular rather than a copious buyer, and he rather looked to Mr. Britnell to fill up gaps in the rank and file of his collection than to supply him with rarities. Now, in February of last year, there appeared upon Mr. Williams's desk at the museum a catalogue from Mr. Britnell's emporium, and accompanying it was a typewritten communication from the dealer himself. This latter ran as follows: we beg to call your attention to number 978 in our accompanying catalogue, which we shall be glad to send on approval. Yours faithfully, P.J.W. Britnell. To turn to number 978 in the accompanying catalogue was, with Mr. Williams, as he observed to himself, the work of a moment, and in the place indicated he found the following entry: 978. Unknown. Interesting Mezzotint. View of a manor house. Early part of the century. 15 by 10 inches, black frame. 2 guineas. It was not specially exciting, and the price seemed high. However, as Mr. Britnell, who knew his business and his customer, seemed to set store by it, Mr. Williams wrote a postcard asking for the article to be sent on approval, along with some other engravings and sketches which appeared in the same catalogue. And so he passed without much excitement of anticipation to the ordinary labours of the day. A parcel of any kind always arrives a day later than you expect it, and that of Mr. Britnell proved, as I believe the right phrase goes, no exception to the rule. It was delivered at the museum by the afternoon post of Saturday, after Mr. Williams had left his work, and it was accordingly brought round to his rooms in college by the attendant, in order that he might not have to wait over Sunday before looking through it and returning such of the contents as he did not propose to keep. And here he found it when he came into tea with a friend. The only item with which I am concerned was the rather large, black-framed Mezzotint of which I have already quoted the short description given in Mr. Britnell's catalogue. Some more details of it will have to be given, though I cannot hope to put before you the look of the picture as clearly as it is present to my own eye. Very nearly the exact duplicate of it may be seen in a good many old inn parlours, or in the passages of undisturbed country mansions at the present moment. It was a rather indifferent Mezzotint, and an indifferent Mezzotint is, perhaps, the worst form of engraving known. It presented a full-face view of a not very large manor house of the last century, with 3 rows of plain sashed windows with rusticated masonry about them, a parapet with balls or vases at the angles, and a small portico in the centre. On either side were trees, and in front considerable expanse of lawn. The legend A.W.F. Sculpsit was engraved on the narrow margin, and there was no further inscription. The whole thing gave the impression that it was the work of an amateur. What in the world Mr. Britnell could mean by affixing the price of 2 guineas to such an object was more than Mr. Williams could imagine. He turned it over with a good deal of contempt. Upon the back was a paper label, the left-hand half of which had been torn off. All that remained were the ends of 2 lines of writing. The first had the letters Ngli Hall, the second Sex. It would perhaps be just worth while to identify the place represented, which he could easily do with the help of a gazetteer, and then he would send it back to Mr. Britnell with some remarks reflecting upon the judgment of that gentleman. He lighted the candles, for it was now dark, made the tea, and supplied the friend with whom he had been playing golf, for I believe the authorities of the university I write of indulge in that pursuit by way of relaxation, and tea was taken to the accompaniment of a discussion which golfing persons can imagine for themselves, but which the conscientious writer has no right to inflict upon any non-golfing persons. The conclusion arrived at was that certain strokes might have been better, and that in certain emergencies neither player had experienced that amount of luck which a human being has a right to expect. It was now that the friend, let us call him Professor Binks, took up the framed engraving, and said, "What's this place, Williams?" "Just what I am going to try to find out," said Williams, going to the shelf for a gazetteer. "Look at the back. Somethingly Hall, either in Sussex or Essex. Half the name's gone, you see. You don't happen to know it, I suppose?" "It's from that man Britnell, I suppose, isn't it?" said Binks. "Is it for the museum?" "Well, I think I should buy it if the price was 5 shillings," said Williams. "But for some unearthly reason he wants 2 guineas for it. I can't conceive why. It's a wretched engraving, and there aren't even any figures to give it life." "It's not worth 2 guineas, I should think," said Binks. "But I don't think it's so badly done. The moonlight seems rather good to me, and I should have thought there were figures, or at least a figure, just on the edge, in front." "Let's look," said Williams. "Well, it's true the light is rather cleverly given. Where's your figure? Oh, yes, just the head, in the very front of the picture." And indeed there was, hardly more than a black blot on the extreme edge of the engraving, the head of a man or woman, a good deal muffled up, the back turned to the spectator, and looking towards the house. Williams had not noticed it before. "Still," he said, "though it's a cleverer thing than I thought, I can't spend 2 guineas of museum money on a picture of a place I don't know." Professor Binks had his work to do, and soon went. And, very nearly up to hall time, Williams was engaged in a vain attempt to identify the subject of his picture. If the vowel before the ng had only been left, it would have been easy enough, he thought. But as it is, the name may be anything from Guestingly to Langley, and there are many more names ending like this than I thought, and this rotten book has no index of terminations. Hall in Mr. Williams's college was at 7. It need not be dwelt upon, the less so as he met there colleagues who had been playing golf during the afternoon, and words with which we have no concern were freely bandied across the table. Merely golfing words, I would hasten to explain. I suppose an hour or more to have been spent in what is called common room after dinner. Later in the evening, some few retired to Williams's rooms, and I have little doubt that whist was played and tobacco smoked. During a lull in these operations, Williams picked up the Mezzotint from the table without looking at it, and handed it to a person mildly interested in art, telling him where it had come from, and the other particulars which we already know. The gentleman took it carelessly, looked at it, then said in a tone of some interest, "It's really a very good piece of work, Williams. It has quite a feeling of the romantic period. The light is admirably managed, it seems to me, and the figure, though it's rather too grotesque, is somehow very impressive." "Yes, isn't it?" said Williams, who was just then busy giving whiskey and soda to others of the company, and was unable to come across the room to look at the view again. It was by this time rather late in the evening, and the visitors were on the move. After they went, Williams was obliged to write a letter or two and clear up some odd bits of work. At last, some time past midnight, he was disposed to turn in, and he put out his lamp after lighting his bedroom candle. The picture lay face upwards on the table where the last man who looked at it had put it, and it caught his eye as he turned the lamp down. What he saw made him very nearly drop the candle on the floor, and he declares now that if he had been left in the dark at that moment he would have had a fit. But as that did not happen, he was able to put down the light on the table and take a good look at the picture. It was indubitable. rankly impossible, no doubt, but absolutely certain. In the middle of the lawn, in front of the unknown house, there was a figure where no figure had been at 5 o'clock that afternoon. It was crawling on all fours towards the house, and it was muffled in a strange black garment with a white cross on the back. I do not know what is the ideal course to pursue in a situation of this kind. I can only tell you what Mr. Williams did. He took the picture by one corner and carried it across the passage to a second set of rooms which he possessed. There he locked it up in a drawer, sported the doors of both sets of rooms, and retired to bed. But first he wrote out and signed an account of the extraordinary change which the picture had undergone since it had come into his possession. Sleep visited him rather late, but it was consoling to reflect that the behavior of the picture did not depend upon his own unsupported testimony. Evidently the man who had looked at it the night before had seen something of the same kind as he had. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to think that something gravely wrong was happening, either to his eyes or his mind. This possibility being fortunately precluded, two matters awaited him on the morrow. He must take stock of the picture very carefully and call in a witness for the purpose, and he must make a determined effort to ascertain what house it was that was represented. He would therefore ask his neighbour Nisbet to breakfast with him, and he would subsequently spend a morning over the gazetteer. Nisbet was disengaged and arrived about 9:30. His host was not quite dressed, I am sorry to say, even at this late hour. During breakfast nothing was said about the Mezzotint by Williams, save that he had a picture on which he wished for Nisbet's opinion. But those who are familiar with university life can picture for themselves the wide and delightful range of subjects over which the conversation of two fellows of Canterbury College is likely to extend during a Sunday morning breakfast. Hardly a topic was left unchallenged, from golf to lawn tennis. Yet I am bound to say that Williams was rather distraught, for his interest naturally centred in that very strange picture which was now reposing face downwards in the drawer in the room opposite. The morning pipe was at last lighted, and the moment had arrived for which he looked. With very considerable, almost tremulous excitement, he ran across, unlocked the drawer, and, extracting the picture, still face downwards, ran back and put it into Nisbet's hands. "Now," he said, "Nisbet, I want you to tell me exactly what you see in that picture. Describe it, if you don't mind, rather minutely. I'll tell you why afterwards." "Well," said Nisbet, "I have here a view of a country house, English, I presume, by moonlight." "Moonlight? You're sure of that?" "Certainly. The moon appears to be on the wane, if you wish for details. And there are clouds in the sky." "All right. Go on." "I'll swear," added Williams in an aside, "there was no moon when I saw it first." "Well, there's not much more to be said," Nisbet continued. "The house has 1, 2, 3 rows of windows, 5 in each row, except at the bottom, where there's a porch instead of the middle one. And—" "But what about figures?" said Williams with marked interest. "There aren't any," said Nisbet. "But—" "What? No figure on the grass in front?" "Not a thing." "You'll swear to that?" "Certainly I will. But there's just one other thing." "What?" "Why, one of the windows on the ground floor, left of the door, is open." "Is it really? My goodness, he must have got in," said Williams with great excitement. and he hurried to the back of the sofa on which Nisbet was sitting, and, catching the picture from him, verified the matter for himself. It was quite true. There was no figure, and there was the open window. Williams, after a moment of speechless surprise, went to the writing-table and scribbled for a short time. Then he brought 2 papers to Nisbet and asked him first to sign one. It was his own description of the picture, which you have just heard, and then to read the other, which was Williams's statement written the night before. "What can it all mean?" said Nisbet. "Exactly," said Williams. "Well, one thing I must do, or 3 things, now I think of it. I must find out from Garwood," this was his last night's visitor, "what he saw, and then I must get the thing photographed before it goes further, and then I must find out what the place is." "I can do the photographing myself," said Nisbet, "and I will. But, you know, it looks very much as if we were assisting at the working out of a tragedy somewhere. The question is, has it happened already, or is it going to come off? You must find out what the place is." "Yes," he said, looking at the picture again. "I expect you're right. He has got in. And if I don't mistake, there'll be the devil to pay in one of the rooms upstairs." "I'll tell you what," said Williams. "I'll take the picture across to old Green." This was the senior fellow of the college who had been bursar for many years. "It's quite likely he'll know it. We have property in Essex and Sussex, and he must have been over the 2 counties a lot in his time." "Quite likely he will," said Nisbet. "But just let me take my photograph first. But look here, I rather think Green isn't up today. He wasn't in hall last night, and I think I heard him say he was going down for the Sunday." "That's true, too," said Williams. "I know he's gone to Brighton. Well, if you'll photograph it now, I'll go across to Garwood and get his statement, and you keep an eye on it while I'm gone. I'm beginning to think 2 guineas is not a very exorbitant price for it now." In a short time he had returned, and brought Mr. Garwood with him. Garwood's statement was to the effect that the figure, when he had seen it, was clear of the edge of the picture, but had not got far across the lawn. He remembered a white mark on the back of its drapery, but could not have been sure it was a cross. A document to this effect was then drawn up and signed, and Nisbet proceeded to photograph the picture. "Now what do you mean to do?" he said. "Are you going to sit and watch it all day?" "Well, no, I think not," said Williams. "I rather imagine we're meant to see the whole thing. You see, between the time I saw it last night and this morning, there was time for lots of things to happen, but the creature only got into the house. It could easily have got through its business in the time and gone to its own place again. But the fact of the window being open, I think, must mean that it's in there now. So I feel quite easy about leaving it. And besides, I have a kind of idea that it wouldn't change much, if at all, in the daytime. We might go out for a walk this afternoon and come in to tea, or whenever it gets dark. I shall leave it out on the table here and sport the door. My skip can get in, but no one else." The 3 agreed that this would be a good plan, and further, that if they spent the afternoon together, they would be less likely to talk about the business to other people. For any rumor of such a transaction as was going on would bring the whole of the Phasmatological Society about their ears. We may give them a respite until 5 o'clock. At or near that hour, the 3 were entering Williams's staircase. They were at first slightly annoyed to see that the door of his rooms was unsported. But in a moment it was remembered that on Sunday the skips came for orders an hour or so earlier than on weekdays. However, a surprise was awaiting them. The first thing they saw was the picture leaning up against a pile of books on the table, as it had been left, and the next thing was Williams's skip, seated on a chair opposite, gazing at it with undisguised horror. How was this? Mr. Filcher, the name is not my own invention, was a servant of considerable standing, and set the standard of etiquette to all his own college and to several neighbouring ones, and nothing could be more alien to his practice than to be found sitting on his master's chair, or appearing to take any particular notice of his master's furniture or pictures. Indeed, he seemed to feel this himself. He started violently when the three men came into the room, and got up with a marked effort. Then he said, "I ask your pardon, sir, for taking such a freedom as to sit down." "Not at all, Robert," interposed Mr. Williams. "I was meaning to ask you some time what you thought of that picture." "Well, sir, of course I don't set up my opinion again yours, but it ain't the picture I should hang where my little girl could see it, sir." "Wouldn't you, Robert? Why not?" "No, sir. Why, the poor child, I recollect once she seen a Dore Bible, with pictures not half what that is, and we had to set up with her 3 or 4 nights afterwards, if you'll believe me. And if she was to catch a sight of this skeleton here, or whatever it is, carrying off the poor baby, she would be in a taking. You know how it is with children, how nervish they get with a little thing and all. But what I should say, it don't seem a right picture to be laying about, sir. Not where anyone that's liable to be startled could come on it. Should you be wanting anything this evening, sir? Thank you, sir." With these words the excellent man went to continue the round of his masters, and you may be sure the gentleman whom he left lost no time in gathering round the engraving. There was the house, as before, under the waning moon and the drifting clouds. The window that had been open was shut, and the figure was once more on the lawn, but not this time crawling cautiously on hands and knees. Now it was erect, and stepping swiftly with long strides towards the front of the picture. The moon was behind it, and the black drapery hung down over its face, so that only hints of that could be seen. And what was visible made the spectators profoundly thankful that they could see no more than a white dome-like forehead and a few straggling hairs. The head was bent down, and the arms were tightly clasped over an object which could be dimly seen and identified as a child. Whether dead or living, it was not possible to say. The legs of the appearance alone could be plainly discerned, and they were horribly thin. From 5 to 7 the 3 companions sat and watched the picture by turns, but it never changed. They agreed at last that it would be safe to leave it, and that they would return after Hall and await further developments. When they assembled again at the earliest possible moment, the engraving was there, but the figure was gone, and the house was quiet under the moonbeams. There was nothing for it but to spend the evening over gazetteers and guide-books. Williams was the lucky one at last, and perhaps he deserved it. At 11:30 p.m. he read from Murray's Guide to Essex the following lines: 16½ miles, Anningley. The church has been an interesting building of Norman date, but was extensively classicized in the last century. It contains the tombs of the family of Francis, whose mansion, Anningley Hall, a solid Queen Anne house, stands immediately beyond the churchyard in a park of about 80 acres. The family is now extinct, the last heir having disappeared mysteriously in infancy in the year 1802. The father, Mr. Arthur Francis, was locally known as a talented amateur engraver in Mezzotint. After his son's disappearance, he lived in complete retirement at the Hall, and was found dead in his studio on the 3rd anniversary of the disaster, having just completed an engraving of the house, impressions of which are of considerable rarity. This looked like business, and indeed Mr. Green on his return at once identified the house as Anningley Hall. "Is there any kind of explanation of the figure, Green?" was the question which Williams naturally asked. "I don't know, I'm sure, Williams. What used to be said in the place when I first knew it, which was before I came up here, was just this. Old Francis was always very much down on these poaching fellows, and whenever he got a chance, he used to get a man whom he suspected of it turned off the estate, and by degrees he got rid of them all but one. Squires could do a lot of things then that they daren't think of now. Well, this man that was left was what you find pretty often in that country, the last remains of a very old family. I believe they were lords of the manor at one time. I recollect just the same thing in my own parish." "What, like the man in Tess of the D'Urbervilles?" Williams put in. "Yes, I dare say. It's not a book I could ever read myself. But this fellow could show a row of tombs in the church there that belonged to his ancestors, and all that went to sour him a bit. But Francis, they said, could never get at him. He always kept just on the right side of the law, until one night the keepers found him at it in a wood right at the end of the estate. I could show you the place now. It marches with some land that used to belong to an uncle of mine. And you can imagine there was a row, and this man Gaudy, that was the name, to be sure, Gaudy. I thought I should get it. Gaudy. He was unlucky enough, poor chap, to shoot a keeper. Well, that was what Francis wanted, and grand juries, you know what they would have been then. And poor Gaudy was strung up in double quick time. And I've been shown the place he was buried in, on the north side of the church. You know the way in that part of the world. Anyone that's been hanged or made away with themselves, they bury them that side. And the idea was that some friend of Gaudy's, not a relation because he had none, poor devil, he was the last of his line, kind of spes ultima gentis, must have planned to get hold of Francis's boy and put an end to his line, too. I don't know. It's rather an out-of-the-way thing for an Essex poacher to think of. But, you know, I should say now it looks more as if old Gaudy had managed the job himself. Oh, I hate to think of it. Have some whiskey, Williams." The facts were communicated by Williams to Denniston, and by him to a mixed company, of which I was one, and the Sadducean professor of ophiology another. I'm sorry to say that the latter, when asked what he thought of it, only remarked, "Oh, those Bridgeford people will say anything," a sentiment which met with the reception it deserved. I have only to add that the picture is now in the Ashleyan Museum, that it has been treated with a view to discovering whether sympathetic ink has been used in it, but without effect, that Mr. Britnell knew nothing of it save that he was sure it was uncommon, and that, though carefully watched, it has never been known to change again. End of The Mezzotint. Recording by Louise J. Bell, Sebastopol, California. The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. audiobook.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. 1. Statement of John Hetman, Jr. I am the most unfortunate of men, rich, respected, fairly well educated, and of sound health, with many of the advantages usually valued by those having them and coveted by those who have them not. I sometimes think that I should be less unhappy if they had been denied me, for then the contrast between my outer and my inner life would not be continually claiming a painful attention. In the stress of privation and the need of effort, I might sometimes forget the sombre secret ever baffling the conjecture that it compels. I am the only child of my parents, John and Julia Hetman. The one was a well-to-do country gentleman, the other a beautiful and accomplished woman to whom he was passionately attached, with what I now know to have been a jealous and exacting devotion. The family home was a few miles outside Nashville, Tennessee, a large, irregularly built dwelling of no particular order of architecture, a little way off the road in a park of trees and shrubbery. At the time of which I write, I was 19 years old, a student at Yale. One day I received a telegram from my father of such urgency that in compliance with its unexplained demand I left at once for home. At the railway station in Nashville, a distant relative awaited me to apprise me of the reason for my recall. My mother had been barbarously murdered. Why and by whom, none could conjecture. My father had gone to Nashville, intending to return the next afternoon. Something prevented his accomplishing the business in hand, so he returned on the same night, arriving just before dawn. In his testimony before the coroner, he explained that, having no latch-key and not caring to disturb the sleeping servants, he had, with no clearly defined intention, gone round to the rear of the house. As he turned an angle of the building, he heard a sound as of a door gently closed, and saw in the darkness, indistinctly, the figure of a man, which instantly disappeared among the trees of the lawn. A hasty pursuit and brief search of the grounds, in the belief that the trespasser was someone secretly visiting a servant, proving fruitless, he entered at the unlocked door and mounted the stairs to my mother's chamber. Its door was open, and he, stepping into black darkness, fell headlong over some heavy object on the floor. I may spare myself the details. It was my poor mother, dead of strangulation by human hands. Nothing had been taken from the house. The servants had heard no sound, and, excepting those terrible finger marks upon the dead woman's throat, dear God, that I might forget them, no trace of the assassin was ever found. I gave up my studies and remained with my father, who, naturally, was greatly changed. Always of a silent, saturnine disposition, he now fell into so deep a dejection that nothing could hold his attention. Yet anything, a footfall, the sudden closing of a door, aroused in him a fitful interest. One might have called it an apprehension. At any small surprise of the senses, he would start visibly and sometimes turn pale, then relapse into a melancholy apathy deeper than before. I suppose he was what is called a nervous wreck. As for me, I was younger then than now. There is much in that. Youth is Gilead, in which is balm for every wound. Ah, that I might again dwell in that enchanted land! Unacquainted with grief, I knew not how to appraise my bereavement. I could not rightly estimate the strength and terror of the stroke. One night, a few months after the dreadful event, my father and I walked home from the city. The full moon was only about 3 hours above the horizon, but the entire countryside had the solemn stillness of a summer midnight. Our footfalls and the ceaseless song of the katydids were the only sounds aloof. Black shadows of bordering trees lay athwart the road, which, in the short reaches between, gleamed a ghostly white. As we approached the gate to our dwelling, whose front was in shadow and in which no light shone, my father suddenly stopped and clutched my arm, saying hardly above his breath, "God, God, what is that?" "I hear nothing," I replied. "But see, see," he said, pointing along the road directly ahead. I said, "Nothing is there. Come, father, let us go in. You are ill." He had released my arm and was standing rigid and motionless in the center of the illuminated roadway, staring like one bereft of sense. His face in the moonlight showed a pallor and fixity inexpressibly distressing. I pulled gently at his sleeve, but he had forgotten my existence. Presently he began to retire backward, step by step, never for an instant removing his eyes from what he saw, or thought he saw. I turned half round to follow, but stood irresolute. I do not recall any feeling of fear, unless a sudden chill was its physical manifestation. It seemed as if an icy wind had touched my face and enfolded my body from head to foot. I could feel the stir of it in my hair. At that moment, my attention was drawn to a light that suddenly streamed from an upper window of the house. One of the servants, awakened by what mysterious premonition of evil who can say, and in obedience to an impulse that she was never able to name, had lit a lamp. When I turned to look for my father, he was gone, and in all the years that have passed, no whisper of his fate has come across the borderland of conjecture from the realm of the unknown. 2. Statement of Caspar Grattan. Today I am said to live. Tomorrow, here in this room, will lie a senseless shape of clay that all too long was I. And if anyone lift the cloth from the face of that unpleasant thing, it will be in gratification of a mere morbid curiosity. Some, doubtless, will go farther and inquire, who was he? In this writing, I supply the only answer that I am able to make. Caspar Grattan. Surely that should be enough. It has served my small need for more than 20 years of a life of unknown length. True, I gave it to myself, but lacking another, I had the right. In this world, one must have a name. It prevents confusion, even when it does not establish identity. Some, though, are known by numbers, which also seem inadequate distinctions. One day, I was passing along a street of a city far from here, when I met 2 men similarly clad, one of whom, half pausing and looking curiously into my face, said to his companion, "That chap looks like 767. Something in the number seemed familiar and horrible. Moved by an uncontrollable impulse, I sprang into a side street and ran till I fell exhausted in a country lane. I have never forgotten that number, and always it comes to memory attended by gibbering obscenity, peals of joyless laughter, the clang of iron doors. So I say a name, even if self-bestowed, is better than a number. In the register of the potter's field, I shall soon have both. What wealth! Of him who shall find this paper, I must beg a little consideration. It is not the history of my life. The knowledge to write that is denied me. This is only a record of broken and apparently unrelated memories, some of them distinct and sequent like brilliant beads upon a thread, others remote and strange, having the character of crimson dreams with interspaces blank and black, witch fires glowing still and red in a great desolation. Standing upon the shore of eternity, I turned for a last look landward, over the course by which I came. There are 20 years of footprints fairly distinct, the impressions of bleeding feet. They lead through poverty and pain, devious and unsure, as of one staggering beneath a burden. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow. Ah, the poet's prophecy of me. How admirable, how dreadfully admirable. Backward, beyond the beginning of this Via Dolorosa, this epic of suffering with episodes of sin, I see nothing clearly. It comes out of a cloud. I know that it spans only 20 years, yet I am an old man. One does not remember one's birth. One has to be told. But with me it was different. Life came to me full-handed and dowered me with all my faculties and powers. Of a previous existence I know no more than others, for all have stammering intimations that may be memories and may be dreams. I know only that my first consciousness was of maturity in body and mind, a consciousness accepted without surprise or conjecture. I merely found myself walking in a forest, half-clad, footsore, unutterably weary and hungry. Seeing a farmhouse, I approached and asked for food, which was given me by one who inquired my name. I did not know, yet knew that all had names. Greatly embarrassed, I retired, and, night coming on, lay down in the forest and slept. The next day I entered a large town which I shall not name, nor shall I recount further incidents of the life that is now to end, a life of wandering, always and everywhere haunted by an overmastering sense of crime in punishment of wrong, and of terror in punishment of crime. Let me see if I can reduce it to narrative. I seem once to have lived near a great city. A prosperous planter, married to a woman whom I loved and suspected. We had, it sometimes seems, one child, a youth of brilliant parts and promise. He is at all times a vague figure, never clearly drawn, frequently altogether out of the picture. One luckless day it occurred to me to test my wife's fidelity in a vulgar, commonplace way, familiar to everyone who has acquaintance with the literature of fact and fiction. I went to the city, telling my wife that I should be absent until the following afternoon. But I returned before daybreak and went to the rear of the house, purposing to enter by a door with which I had secretly so tampered that it would seem to lock, yet not actually fasten. As I approached it, I heard it gently open and close, and saw a man steal away into the darkness. With murder in my heart, I sprang after him, but he had vanished without even the bad luck of identification. Crazed with jealousy and rage, blind and bestial with all the elemental passions of insulted manhood, I entered the house and sprang up the stairs to the door of my wife's chamber. It was closed, but, having tampered with its lock also, I easily entered, and, despite the black darkness, soon stood by the side of her bed. My groping hands told me that, although disarranged, it was unoccupied. She is below, I thought, and, terrified by my entrance, has evaded me in the hall. With the purpose of seeking her, I turned to leave the room, but took a wrong direction, the right one. My foot struck her, cowering in a corner of the room. Instantly my hands were at her throat, stifling a shriek. My knees were upon her struggling body, and there, in the darkness, without a word of accusation or reproach, I strangled her till she died. There ends the dream. I have related it in the past tense, but the present would be the fitter form, for again and again the sombre tragedy reenacts itself in my consciousness. Over and over I lay the plan, I suffer the confirmation, I redress the wrong. Then all is blank, and afterward the rains beat against the grimy window panes, or the snows fall upon my scant attire. The wheels rattle in the squalid streets where my life lies in poverty and mean employment. If there is ever sunshine, I do not recall it. If there are birds, they do not sing. There is another dream, another vision of the night. I stand among the shadows in a moonlit road. I am conscious of another presence, but whose I cannot rightly determine. In the shadow of a great dwelling, I catch the gleam of white garments. Then the figure of a woman confronts me in the road. My murdered wife! There is death in the face. There are marks upon the throat. The eyes are fixed on mine with an infinite gravity which is not reproach, nor hate, nor menace, nor anything less terrible than recognition. Before this awful apparition I retire in terror, a terror that is upon me as I write. I can no longer rightly shape the words. See, they... Now I am calm, but truly there was no more to tell. The incident ends where it began, in darkness and in doubt. Yes, I am again in control of myself, the captain of my soul. But that is not respite. It is another stage and phase of expiation. My penance, constant in degree, is mutable in kind. One of its variants is tranquillity. After all, it is only a life sentence. To hell for life. That is a full penalty. The culprit chooses the duration of his punishment. Today, my term expires. To each and all, the peace that was not mine. 3. Statement of the late Julia Hetman through the medium Bayrolles. I had retired early and fallen almost immediately into a dreamless sleep, from which I awoke with that vague, indefinable sense of peril, which is, I think, a common experience in that other, earlier life. Of its unmeaning character, too, I was entirely persuaded, yet that did not banish it. My husband was away from home. The servants slept in another part of the house. But these were familiar conditions. They had never before distressed me. Nevertheless, the strange terror grew so insupportable that, conquering my reluctance to move, I sat up and lit the lamp at my bedside. Contrary to my expectation, this gave me no relief. The light seemed rather an added danger, for I reflected that it would shine out under the door, disclosing my presence to whatever evil thing might lurk outside. You that are still in the flesh, subject to horrors of the imagination, think what a monstrous fear that must be which seeks, in darkness, security from malevolent existences of the night. That is to spring to close quarters with an unseen enemy, the strategy of despair. Extinguishing the lamp, I pulled the bedclothing about my head and lay trembling and silent, unable to shriek, forgetful to pray. In this pitiable state I must have lain for what you call hours. With us there are no hours. There is no time. At last it came, a soft, irregular sound of footfalls on the stairs. They were slow, hesitant, uncertain, as of something that did not see its way. to my disordered reason, all the more terrifying for that, as the approach of some blind and mindless malevolence to which is no appeal. I even thought that I must have left the hall lamp burning, and the groping of this creature proved it a monster of the night. This was foolish and inconsistent with my previous dread of the light, but what would you have? Fear has no brains. It is an idiot. The dismal witness that it bears, and the coward counsel that it whispers, are unrelated. We know this well, we who have passed into the realm of terror, who skulk in eternal dusk among the scenes of our former lives, invisible even to ourselves and one another, yet hiding forlorn in lonely places, yearning for speech with our loved ones, yet dumb, and as fearful of them as they of us. Sometimes the disability is removed, the law suspended. By the deathless power of love or hate we break the spell. We are seen by those whom we would warn, console, or punish. What form we seem to them to bear we know not. We know only that we terrify even those whom we most wish to comfort, and from whom we most crave tenderness and sympathy. Forgive, I pray you, this inconsequent digression by what was once a woman. You who consult us in this imperfect way, you do not understand. You ask foolish questions about things unknown and things forbidden. Much that we know and could impart in our speech is meaningless in yours. We must communicate with you through a stammering intelligence in that small fraction of our language that you yourselves can speak. You think that we are of another world. No, we have knowledge of no world but yours, though for us it holds no sunlight, no warmth, no music, no laughter, no song of birds, nor any companionship. Oh God, what a thing it is to be a ghost, cowering and shivering in an altered world, a prey to apprehension and despair. No, I did not die of fright. The thing turned and went away. I heard it go down the stairs, hurriedly, I thought, as if itself in sudden fear. Then I rose to call for help. Hardly had my shaking hand found the doorknob when, merciful heaven, I heard it returning. Its footfalls as it remounted the stairs were rapid, heavy, and loud. They shook the house. I fled to an angle of the wall and crouched upon the floor. I tried to pray. I tried to call the name of my dear husband. Then I heard the door thrown open. There was an interval of unconsciousness, and when I revived, I felt a strangling clutch upon my throat, felt my arms feebly beating against something that bore me backward, felt my tongue thrusting itself from between my teeth. And then I passed into this life. No, I have no knowledge of what it was. The sum of what we knew at death is the measure of what we know afterward of all that went before. Of this existence we know many things, but no new light falls upon any page of that. In memory is written all of it that we can read. Here are no new heights of truth overlooking the confused landscape of that dubitable domain. We still dwell in the valley of the shadow, lurk in its desolate places, peering from brambles and thickets at its mad, malign inhabitants. How should we have new knowledge of that fading past? What I am about to relate happened on a night. We know when it is night, for then you retire to your houses, and we can venture from our places of concealment to move unafraid about our old homes, to look in at the windows, even to enter and gaze upon your faces as you sleep. For weeks I had lingered near the dwelling where I had been so cruelly changed to what I am, as we do while any that we love or hate remain. Vainly I had sought some method of manifestation, some way to make my continued existence and my great love and poignant pity understood by my husband and son. Always, if they slept, they would wake, or if in my desperation I dared approach them when they were awake, would turn toward me the terrible eyes of the living, frightening me by the glances that I sought from the purpose that I held. On this night I had searched for them without success, and fearing to find them. They were nowhere in the house, nor about the moonlit lawn. For although the sun is lost to us forever, the moon, full-orbed or slender, remains to us. Sometimes it shines by night, sometimes by day, but always it rises and sets, as in that other life. I left the lawn and moved in the white light and silence along the road, aimless and sorrowing. Suddenly I heard the voice of my poor husband in exclamations of astonishment, with that of my son in reassurance and dissuasion. And there, in the shadow of a group of trees, they stood, near, so near. Their faces were toward me, the eyes of the elder man fixed upon mine. He saw me. At last he saw me. In the consciousness of that, my terror fled as a cruel dream. The death spell was broken. Love had conquered law. Mad with exultation, I shouted, I must have shouted, "He sees, he sees, he will understand." Then, controlling myself, I moved forward, smiling and consciously beautiful, to offer myself to his arms, to comfort him with endearments, and, with my son's hand in mine, to speak words that should restore the broken bonds between the living and the dead. Alas, alas! His face went white with fear. His eyes were as those of a hunted animal. He backed away from me as I advanced, and at last turned and fled into the wood, whither it is not given to me to know. To my poor boy, left doubly desolate, I have never been able to impart a sense of my presence. Soon he, too, must pass to the invisible, and be lost to me forever. End of The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
My First Experience with the Great Logician by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My First Experience with the Great Logician by Jacques Futrelle. It was once my good fortune to meet in person Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, Ph.D., LL.D., F.R.S., M.D., etc. The meeting came about through a singular happening, which was as mystifying as it was dangerous to me. He saved my life, in fact, and in process of hauling me back from eternity, the edge of that appalling mist which separates life and death, I had full opportunity of witnessing the workings of that marvelously keen, cold brain which has made him the most distinguished scientist and logician of his day. It was some time afterward, however, that Professor von Dusen was identified in my mind with the thinking machine. I had dined at the Hotel Teutonic, taken a cigar from my pocket, lighted it, and started for a stroll across Boston Common. It was after 8 o'clock on one of those clear, nippy evenings of winter. I was near the center of the Common, on one of the many little bypaths which lead toward Beacon Hill, when I became conscious of an acute pain in my chest, a sudden fluttering of my heart, and a constriction in my throat. The lights in the distance began to waver and grow dim, and perspiration broke out all over me from an inward, gnawing agony which grew more intense each moment. I felt myself reeling. My cigar dropped from my fingers, and I clutched at a seat to steady myself. There was no one near me. I tried to call, then everything grew dark, and I sank down on the ground. My last recollection was of a figure approaching me. The last words I heard were a petulant, irritable, "Dear me!" Then I was lost to consciousness. When I recovered consciousness, I lay on a couch in a strange room. My eyes wandered weakly about and lingered with a certain childish interest on half a dozen spots which reflected glitteringly the light of an electric bulb set high up on one side. These bright spots, I came to realize after a moment, were metal parts of various instruments of a laboratory. For a time I lay helpless, listless, with trembling pulse and eardrums thumping. Then I heard steps approaching, and someone bent over and peered into my face. It was a man, but such a man as I had never seen before. A great shock of straw-yellow hair tumbled about a broad, high forehead, a small, wrinkled, querulous face, the face of an aged child, a pair of watery blue eyes squinting aggressively through thick spectacles, and a thin-lipped mouth as straight as the mark of a surgeon's knife, save for the drooping corners. My impression then was that it was some sort of hallucination, the distorted vagary of a disordered brain. But gradually my vision cleared, and the grip of slender fingers on my pulse made me realize the actuality of the apparition. "How do you feel?" The thin lips had opened just enough to let out the question. The tone was curt and belligerent, and the voice rasped unpleasantly. At the same time, the squint eyes were focused on mine with a steady, piercing glare that made me uneasy. I tried to answer, but my tongue refused to move. The gaze continued for an instant, then the man, the thinking machine, turned away and prepared a particularly vile-smelling concoction, which he poured into me. Then I was lost again. After a time, it might have been minutes or hours, I felt again the hand on my pulse, and again the thinking machine favored me with a glare. An hour later I was sitting up on the couch, with unclouded brain, and a heartbeat which was nearly normal. It was then I learned why Professor von Dusen, an eminent man of the sciences, had been dubbed the thinking machine. I understood firsthand how material muddles were so unfailingly dissipated by unadulterated, infallible logic. Remember that I had gone into that room, an inanimate thing, inert, unconscious, mentally and physically dead to all practical intents, beyond the point where I might have babbled any elucidating fact. And remember, too, please, that I didn't know, had not the faintest idea what had happened to me, beyond the fact that I had fallen unconscious. The thinking machine didn't ask questions, yet he supplied all the missing details, together with a host of personal, intimate things of which he could personally have had no knowledge. In other words, I was an abstruse problem, and he solved me. With head tilted back against the cushion of the chair, and such a head, with eyes unwaveringly turned upward, and fingertips pressed idly together, he sat there, a strange, grotesque little figure in the midst of his laboratory apparatus. Not for a moment did he display the slightest interest in me personally. It was all as if I had been written down on a slate, to be wiped off when I was solved. "Did this ever happen to you before?" he asked abruptly. "No," I replied. "What was it?" "You were poisoned," he said. "The poison was a deadly one, corrosive sublimate, or bichloride of mercury. The shock was very severe, but you will be all right and—" "Poisoned!" I exclaimed, aghast. "Who poisoned me? Why?"
You poisoned yourself, he replied testily. It was your own carelessness. 9 out of 10 persons handled poison as if it was candy, and you are like all the rest. But I couldn't have poisoned myself, I protested. Why, I have had no occasion to handle poisons, not for I don't know how long. I do know, he said. It was nearly a year ago when you handled this, but corrosive sublimate is always dangerous. The tone irritated me. The impassive arrogance of the little man inflamed my reeling brain, and I am not sure that I did not shake my finger in his face. If I was poisoned, I declared with some heat, it was not my fault. Somebody gave it to me. Somebody tried to. You poisoned yourself, said the thinking machine again, impatiently. You talk like a child. How do you know I poisoned myself? How do you know I ever handled a poison? And how do you know it was a year ago, if I did? The thinking machine regarded me coldly for an instant, and then those strange eyes of his wandered upward again. I know those things, he said, just as I know your name, address, and profession from cards I found in your pockets, just as I know you smoke from 6 cigars on you, just as I know that you are wearing those clothes for the first time this winter, just as I know you lost your wife within a few months, that you kept house then, and that your house was infested with insects. I know just as I know everything else, by the rules of inevitable logic. My head was whirling. I stared at him in blank astonishment. But how do you know those things? I insisted in bewilderment. The average person of today, replied the scientist, knows nothing unless it is written down and thrust under his nose. I happen to be a physician. I saw you fall and went to you, my first thought being of heart trouble. Your pulse showed it was not that, and it was obviously not apoplexy. Now, there was no visible reason why you should have collapsed like that. There had been no shot. There was no wound. Therefore, poison. An examination confirmed this first hypothesis. Your symptoms showed that the poison was bichloride of mercury. I put you in a cab and brought you here. From the fact that you were not dead then, I knew that your system had absorbed only a minute quantity of poison, a quantity so small that it demonstrated instantly that there had been no suicidal intent, and indicated, too, that no one else had administered it. If this was true, I knew, I didn't guess, I knew that the poisoning was accidental. How accidental? My first surmise, naturally, was that the poison had been absorbed through the mouth. I searched your pockets. The only thing I found that you would have put into your mouth were the cigars. Were they poisoned? A test showed they were, all of them. With intent to kill? No, not enough poison was used. Was the poison a part of the gum used to bind the cigar? Possible, of course, but not probable. Then what? He lowered his eyes and squinted at me suddenly, aggressively. I shook my head, and as an afterthought, closed my gaping mouth. Perhaps you carried corrosive sublimate in your pocket. I didn't find any, but perhaps you once carried it. I tore out the coat pocket in which I found the cigars and subjected it to the test. At some time, there had been corrosive sublimate in the form of powder or crystals in the pocket, and in some manner, perhaps because of an imperfection in the package, a minute quantity was loose in your pocket. Here was an answer to every question, and more, here was how the cigars were poisoned, and in combination with the tailor's tag inside your pocket, a short history of your life. Briefly, it was like this. Once, you had corrosive sublimate in your pocket. For what purpose? A first thought, to rid your home of insects. A second thought, if you were boarding, married or unmarried, the task of getting rid of the insects would have been left to the servant, and this would possibly have been the case if you had been living at home. So I assumed for the instant that you were keeping house, and if keeping house, you were married. You bought the poison for use in your own house. Now, without an effort, naturally, I had you married and keeping house. Then what? The tailor's tag with your name and the date your clothing was made. 1 year and 3 months ago. It is winter clothing. If you had worn it since the poison was loose in your pocket, the thing that happened to you tonight would have happened to you before. But it never happened before. Therefore, I assumed that you had the poison early last spring, when insects began to be troublesome, and immediately after that, you laid away the suit until this winter. I know you are wearing the suit for the first time this winter, because, again, this thing has not happened before, and because, too, of the faint odor of mothballs. A band of crape on your hat, the picture of a young woman in your watch, and the fact that you are now living at your club, as your bill for last month shows, establish beyond doubt that you are a widower. It's perfectly miraculous, I exclaimed. Logic, 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 snapped the irritable little scientist. You are a lawyer. You ought to know the correlation of facts. You ought to know that 2 and 2 make 4. Not sometimes, but all the time. End of My First Experience with the Great Logician by Jacques Futrelle.
The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Johnston. The circumstances I am about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away, as I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and, having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east, the month December, the place a bleak white moor in the far north of England, and I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the leaden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and stared anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills, some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track met my eyes in any direction. There I was nothing for it but to walk on, and take my chance of finding what shelter I could. By the way, so I shouldered my gun again, and pushed wearily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and having spent our autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village, situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love, and, of course, very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shouts seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travelers who had walked on and on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it not be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death? Death! I shuddered. How hard to die just now when life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling whose whole loving heart, but that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and then listened eagerly. Was my shout answered, or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hollowed again, and again in the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he, sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then folks do get cast away hereabout from time to time. And what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord's so minded? "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dualitists?" "A good 20 mile, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 mile to the other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." "Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head, and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't of no use," growled he. "He won't let you in, not he." "We'll see about that," I replied, briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's nowt to you," was the unceremonious reply. "Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." "You can try him," muttered my reluctant guide, and, still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house. Down, Bay!" And he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object, gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth, and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide, with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low blank door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in, without waiting for an invitation. A huge white-haired old man rose from a table covered with books and papers and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How came you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot, across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said haughtily. "Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him in," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the moor and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2". "And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?" "The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation." "Self-preservation?" "There's an inch of snow on the ground already," I replied briefly, "and it would be deep enough to cover my body by daybreak." He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. "It is true," he said. "You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper." With this he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to my awakened curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios, on the other a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-opened door of a cupboard at the further end of the room I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel-shelf beside, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden, every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen yet. Seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what could he be? His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher, broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair. It had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were much the same lines about the mouth, and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. "I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir," said my entertainer. "Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder." I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly, and sat down to his own supper, which consisted, primarily, of a jug of milk, and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said, "Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long?" "Pray interrogate me," I replied. "I am heartily at your service." He bent his head in acknowledgment, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees, and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted, but the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I have never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and, still leaning forward in the same moody attitude with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer, from practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condell, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and the mystics of the East, were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. 13 years, and I forget now by what link of conjecture or illustration he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the name of ghosts, spectres, and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. "The world," he said, "grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men, in all ages, and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomena is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical science, is put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of the competent witness, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool." He spoke with a bitterness, and, having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added, with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I too was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I had labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, as I have forgotten the world. You have my history. It is a very sad one, I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. It is a very common one, he replied. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man have suffered before me. He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. It has ceased snowing, he observed, as he dropped the curtain, and came back to the fireside. Ceased? I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. Oh, if only it were possible, but no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight. Walk 20 miles tonight? Repeated my host. What are you thinking of? Of my wife, I replied impatiently. Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror. Where is she? At Dwolding, 20 miles away. At Dwolding, he echoed thoughtfully. Yes, the distance, it is true. It is 20 miles. But are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours? So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse. Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate, said he, smiling. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor, and put you in the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one? Easily, gladly. He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and, taking a bottle of whiskey and a wine-glass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, said, The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of Osquebo before you start? I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. It is strong, he said, but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night. I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand and his shadow at his feet. I followed, with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears. His eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images and fragments of splendid reason in the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard, and striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strode on at the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt, and said, Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't fail of the way. This, then, is the old coach road? Aye, 'tis the old coach road. And how far do I go, before I reach the crossroads? Nigh upon 3 mile. I pulled out my purse, and he became more communicative. The road's a fair road enough, said he, for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away. Close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident. What accident? The night mail pitched right over into the valley below a guide, 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole country. Horrible! How many lives were lost? All. 4 were found dead. The other 2 died next morning. How long is it since this happened? Just 9 years. Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night. Good night, sir. Thank ye. Jacob pocketed his half-crown and made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and then trudged back the way he had came. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for, despite the dead darkness ahead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up my enormous sums in my head and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had just been listening, and, to some extent, I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder. Though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I was scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I at first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first, and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seemed strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the country roads in the dark without observing the signpost, and this could be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, 1 outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up, the guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt, and perhaps expressed, some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I struggled from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost my patience and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stage of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch, the leather fittings were crusted over with mold, and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse in which it had been mouldering away for years, to do another day or two of duty on the road. I turned to the third passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly, and looked me in the face, without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now as I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips in a strange horror. A dreadful horror came about me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He, too, was looking at me, with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow, and I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw, oh heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men like myself. A pale phosphorescent light in the light of putrefaction played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses, long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly sign-post rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you, in half a dozen words, the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds, who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and address. My wife was summoned to nurse me, and, thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again, until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago, I was the fourth passenger inside that phantom coach. End of the Phantom Coach. Recording by E. Johnston.
The Phantom Motor by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Phantom Motor by Jacques Futrelle. Two dazzling white eyes bulged through the night as an automobile swept suddenly around a curve in the wide road and laid a smooth, glaring pathway ahead. Even at the distance, the rhythmical, crackling chug informed Special Constable Baker that it was a gasoline car, and the headlong swoop of the unblinking lights toward him made him instantly aware of the fact that the speed ordinance of Yarborough County was being a little more than broken. It was being obliterated. Now the county of Yarborough was a wide expanse of summer estates and superbly kept roads, level as a floor, and offered distracting temptations to the dangerous pastime of speeding. But against this was the fact that the county was particular about its speed laws, so particular, in fact, that it had stationed 50 men upon its highways to abate the nuisance. Incidentally, it had found that keeping record of the infractions of the law was an excellent source of income. 40 miles an hour if an inch, remarked Baker to himself. He arose from a camp stool where he was wont to make himself comfortable from 6 o'clock until midnight on watch, picked up his lantern, turned up the light, and stepped down to the edge of the road. He always remained on watch at the same place, at one end of a long stretch which Audioists had unanimously dubbed the Trap. The Trap was singularly tempting. Perfectly macadamized roadbed, lying between two tall stone walls, with only enough of a sinuous twist in it to make each end invisible from the other. Another man, Special Constable Bowman, was stationed at the other end of the trap, and there was telephonic communication between the points, enabling the men to check each other, and, incidentally, if one failed to stop a car or get its number, the other would. That, at least, was the theory. So now, with the utmost confidence, Baker waited beside the road. The approaching lights were only a couple of 100 yards away. At the proper instant, he would raise his lantern, the car would stop, its occupants would protest, and then the county would add a mite to its general fund for making the roads even better and tempting Audioists still more. Or sometimes the cars didn't stop. In that event, it was part of the Special Constable's duties to get the number as it flew past, and reference to the monthly automobile register would give the name of the owner. An extra fine was always imposed in such cases. Without the slightest diminution of speed, the car came hurtling on toward him and swung wide so as to take the straight path of the trap at full speed. At the psychological instant, Baker stepped out into the road and waved his lantern. "Stop!" he commanded. The crackling chug came on, heedless of the cry. The auto was almost upon him before he leaped out of the road, a feat at which he was particularly expert. Then it flashed by and plunged into the trap. Baker was, at the instant, so busily engaged in getting out of the way that he couldn't read the number, but he was not disconcerted because he knew there was no escape from the trap. On the one side, a solid stone wall 8 feet high marked the eastern boundary of the John Phelps Stoker country estate, and on the other side, a stone fence 9 feet high marked the western boundary of the Thomas Q. Rogers country estate. There was no turnout, no place, no possible way for an auto to get out of the trap except at one of the two ends guarded by the special constables. So Baker, perfectly confident of results, seized the phone. "Car coming through, 60 miles an hour, he bawled. "It won't stop. I missed the number. Look out." "All right," answered Special Constable Bowman. For 10, 15, 20 minutes, Baker waited, expecting a call from Bowman at the other end. It didn't come. And finally he picked up the phone again. No answer. He rang several times, battered the box, and did some tricks with the receiver. Still no answer. Finally he began to feel worried. He remembered that at that same post one special constable had been badly hurt by a reckless chauffeur who refused to stop or turn his car when the officer stepped out into the road. In his mind's eye he saw Bowman now lying helpless, perhaps badly injured. If the car held the pace at which it passed him, it would be certain death to whoever might be unlucky enough to get in its path. With these thoughts running through his head, and with genuine solicitude for Bowman, Baker at last walked on along the road of the trap toward the other end. The feeble rays of the lantern showed the unbroken line of the cold stone walls on each side. There was no shrubbery of any sort, only a narrow strip of grass close to the wall. The more Baker considered the matter, the more anxious he became, and he increased his pace a little. As he turned a gentle curve, he saw a lantern in the distance coming slowly toward him. It was evidently being carried by someone who was looking carefully along each side of the road. "Hello," called Baker when the lantern came within distance. "That you, Bowman?" "Yes," came the helloed response. The lanterns moved on and met. Baker's solicitude for the other constable was quickly changed to curiosity. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "That auto," replied Bowman. "It didn't come through my end, and I thought perhaps there had been an accident, so I walked along looking for it. Haven't seen anything." "Didn't come through your end?" repeated Baker in amazement. "Why, it must have. It didn't come back my way, and I haven't passed it, so it must have gone through." "Well, it didn't," declared Bowman conclusively. "I was on the lookout for it, too, standing beside the road. There hasn't been a car through my end in an hour." Special Constable Baker raised his lantern until the rays fell full upon the face of Special Constable Bowman, and for an instant they stared each at the other. Suspicion glowed from the keen, avaricious eyes of Baker. "How much did they give you to let him by?" he asked. "Give me?" exclaimed Bowman in righteous indignation. "Give me nothing. I haven't seen a car." A slight sneer curled the lips of Special Constable Baker. "Of course, that's all right to report at headquarters," he said. "But I happen to know that the auto came in here, that it didn't go back my way, that it couldn't get out except at the ends. Therefore, it went your way." He was silent for a moment. "And whatever you got, Jim, seems to me I ought to get half." Then the worm, i.e., Bowman, turned. A polite curl appeared about his lips and was permitted to show through the grizzled mustache. "I guess," he said deliberately, "you think because you do that, everybody else does. I haven't seen any autos." "Don't I always give you half, Jim?" Baker demanded, almost pleadingly. "Well, I haven't seen any car, and that's all there is to it. If it didn't go back your way, there wasn't any car." There was a pause. Bowman was framing up something particularly unpleasant. "You're seeing things. That's what's the matter." So was sown discord between two officers of the county of Yarborough. After a while, they separated with mutual sneers and open derision, and went back to their respective posts. Each was thoughtful in his own way. At 5 minutes of midnight, when they went off duty, Baker called Bowman on the phone again. "I've been thinking this thing over, Jim, and I guess it would be just as well if we didn't report it or say anything about it when we go in," said Baker slowly. "It seems foolish, and if we did say anything about it, it would give the boys the laugh on us." "Just as you say," responded Bowman. Relations between Special Constable Baker and Special Constable Bowman were strained on the morrow, but they walked along side by side to their respective posts. Baker stopped at his end of the trap. Bowman didn't even look around. "You'd better keep your eyes open tonight, Jim," Baker called as a last word. "I had 'em open last night," was the disgusted retort. 7, 8, 9 o'clock passed. 2 or 3 cars had gone through the trap at moderate speed, and one had been warned by Baker. At a few minutes past 9, he was staring down the road which led into the trap when he saw something that brought him quickly to his feet. It was a pair of dazzling white eyes. Far away, he recognized them, the mysterious car of the night before. "I'll get it this time," he muttered grimly between closed teeth. Then, when the onrushing car was a full 200 yards away, Baker planted himself in the middle of the road and began to swing the lantern. The auto seemed, if anything, to be traveling even faster than on the previous night. At 100 yards, Baker began to shout. Still, the car didn't lessen speed, merely rushed on. Again, at the psychological instant, Baker jumped. The auto whisked by as the chauffeur gave it a dexterous twist to prevent running down the special constable. Safely out of its way, Baker turned and stared after it, trying to read the number. He could see there was a number because a white board swung from the tail axle, but he could not make out the figures. Dust and a swaying car conspired to defeat him, but he did see that there were 4 persons in the car dimly silhouetted against the light reflected from the road. It was useless, of course, to conjecture as to sex, for even as he looked, the fast receding car swerved around the turn and was lost to sight. Again, he rushed to the telephone. Bowman responded promptly. "That car's gone in again," Baker called. 90 miles an hour. Look out." "I'm looking," responded Bowman. "Let me know what happens," Baker shouted. With the receiver to his ear, he stood for 10 or 15 minutes. Then Bowman helloed from the other end. "Well," Baker responded. "Get him?" "No car passed through, and there's none in sight," said Bowman. "But it went in," insisted Baker. "Well, it didn't come out here," declared Bowman. "Walk along the road till I meet you, and look out for it." Then was repeated the search of the night before. When the 2 men met in the middle of the trap, their faces were blank. Blank as the high stone walls which stared at them from each side. "Nothing," said Bowman. "Nothing," echoed Baker. Special Constable Bowman perched his head on one side and scratched his grisly chin. "You're not trying to put up a job on me?" he inquired coldly. "You did see a car." "I certainly did," declared Baker, and a belligerent tone underlay his manner. "I certainly saw it, Jim, and if it didn't come out your end, why—" He paused and glanced quickly behind him. The action inspired a sudden similar caution on Bowman's part. Maybe, said Bowman after a minute. "Maybe it's a spook auto." "Well, it must be," mused Baker. "You know as well as I do that no car can get out of this trap except at the ends. That car came in here, it isn't here now, and it didn't go out your end. Now where is it?" Bowman stared at him a minute, picked up his lantern, shook his head solemnly, and wandered along the road back to his post. On his way, he glanced around quickly, apprehensively, 3 times. Baker did the same thing 4 times. On the 3rd night, the phantom car appeared and disappeared precisely as it had done previously. Again, Baker and Bowman met halfway between posts and talked it over. "I'll tell you what, Baker," said Bowman in conclusion. "Maybe you're just imagining that you see a car. Maybe if I was at your end, I couldn't see it." Special Constable Baker was distinctly hurt at the insinuation. "All right, Jim," he said at last. "If you think that way about it, we'll swap posts tomorrow night. We won't have to say anything about it when we report." "Now that's the talk," exclaimed Bowman with an air approaching enthusiasm. "I'll bet I don't see it." On the following night, Special Constable Bowman made himself comfortable on Special Constable Baker's camp stool, and he saw the phantom auto. It came upon him with a rush and a crackling chug of engine, and then sped on, leaving him nerveless. He called Baker over the wire, and Baker watched half an hour for the phantom. It didn't appear. Ultimately, all things reached the newspapers. So with the story of the phantom auto. Hutchinson Hatch, reporter, smiled incredulously when his city editor laid aside an inevitable cigar and tersely stated the known facts. The known facts, in this instance, were meager, almost to the disappearing point. They consisted merely of a corroborated statement that an automobile, solid and tangible enough to all appearances, rushed into the trap each night and totally disappeared. But there was enough of the bizarre about it to pique the curiosity, to make one wonder. So Hatch journeyed down to Yarborough County, an hour's ride from the city, met and talked to Baker and Bowman, and then, in broad daylight, strolled along the trap twice. It was a leisurely, thorough investigation with the end in view of finding out how an automobile once inside might get out again without going out either end. On the first trip through, Hatch paid particular attention to the Thomas Q. Rogers side of the road. The wall, 9 feet high, was an unbroken line of stone with not the slightest indication of a secret wagonway through it anywhere. Secret wagonway. Hatch smiled at the phrase. But when he reached the other end, Bowman's end of the trap, he was perfectly convinced of one thing, that no automobile had left the hard macadamized road to go over, under, or through the Thomas Q. Rogers wall. Returning, still leisurely, he paid strict attention to the John Phelps Stoker side, and when he reached the other end, Baker's end, he was convinced of another thing, that no automobile had left the road to go over, under, or through the John Phelps Stoker wall. The only opening of any sort was a narrow footpath, not more than 16 inches wide. Hatch saw no shrubbery along the road, nothing but a strip of scrupulously cared-for grass. Therefore the phantom auto could not be hidden any time, night or day. Hatch failed, too, to find any holes in the road, so the automobile didn't go down through the earth. At this point he involuntarily glanced up at the blue sky above. Perhaps, he thought whimsically, the automobile was a strange sort of bird. Or, and he stopped suddenly. "By George!" he exclaimed. "I wonder if—" In the remainder of the afternoon he spent systematically making inquiries. He went from house to house, the Stoker house, the Rogers house, both of which were at the time unoccupied, then to cottage, cabin, and hut in turn. But he didn't seem overladen with information when he joined Special Constable Baker at his end of the trap that evening, about 7 o'clock. Together they rehearsed the strange points of the mystery as the shadows grew about them until finally the darkness was so dense that Baker's lantern was the only bright spot in sight. As the chill of the evening closed in, a certain odd tone crept into their voices. Occasionally an auto bowled along, and each time as it hove in sight, Hatch glanced at Baker questioningly. And each time Baker shook his head, and each time, too, he called Bowman, in this manner accounting for every car that went into the trap. "It'll come all right," said Baker after a long silence, "and I'll know it the minute it rounds the curve coming toward us. I know it's 2 lights in 1,000. They sat still and smoked. After a while 2 dazzling white lights burst into view far down the road, and Baker, in excitement, dropped his pipe. "That's her," he declared. "Look at her coming!" And Hatch did look at her coming. The speed of the mysterious car was such as to make one look. Like the eyes of a giant, the 2 lights came on toward them, and Baker perfunctorily went through the motions of attempting to stop it. The car fairly whizzed past them, and the rush of air which tugged at their coats was convincing enough proof of its solidity. Hatch strained his eyes to read the number as the auto flashed past, but it was hopeless. The tail of the car was lost in an eddying whirl of dust. "She certainly does travel," commented Baker, softly. "She does," Hatch assented. Then, for the benefit of the newspaper man, Baker called Bowman on the wire. "Car's coming again," he shouted. "Look out and let me know." Bowman, at his end, waited 20 minutes, then made the usual report. The car had not passed. Hutchinson Hatch was a calm, cold, dispassionate young man, but now a queer, creepy sensation stole along his spinal column. He lighted a cigarette and pulled himself together with a jerk. "There's one way to find out where it goes," he declared at last, emphatically, "and that's to place a man in the middle, just beyond the bend of the trap, and let him wait and see. If the car goes up, down, or evaporates, he'll see and can tell us." Baker looked at him curiously. "I'd hate to be the man in the middle," he declared. There was something of uneasiness in his manner. "I rather think I would, too," responded Hatch. On the following evening, consequent upon the appearance of the story of the Phantom Auto in Hatch's paper, there were 12 other reporters on hand. Most of them were openly, flagrantly skeptical. They even insinuated that no one had seen an auto. Hatch smiled wisely. "Wait," he advised with deep conviction. So when the darkness fell that evening, the newspaper men of a great city had entered into a conspiracy to capture the Phantom Auto. 13 of them, making a total of 15 men with Baker and Bowman, were on hand, and they agreed to a suggestion for all to take positions along the road of the trap, from Baker's post to Bowman's, watch for the auto, see what happened to it, and compare notes afterwards. So they scattered themselves along, a few 100 feet apart, and waited. That night the Phantom Auto didn't appear at all, and 12 reporters jeered at Hutchinson Hatch and told him to light his pipe with the story. And next night, when Hatch and Baker and Bowman alone were watching, the Phantom Auto reappeared. Like a child with a troublesome problem, Hatch took the entire matter and laid it before Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, the master brain, the thinking machine, with squint eyes turned steadily upward and long, slender fingers pressed tip to tip, listened to the end. "Now, I know, of course, that automobiles don't fly," Hatch burst out savagely in conclusion. "And if this one doesn't fly, there is no earthly way for it to get out of the trap, as they call it. I went over the thing carefully. I even went so far as to examine the ground and the tops of the walls to see if a runway had been let down over the auto to go over." The thinking machine squinted at him inquiringly. "Are you sure you saw an automobile?" he said irritably. "Certainly I saw it," blurted the reporter. "I not only saw it, I smelled it. Just to convince myself that it was real, I tossed my cane in front of the thing, and it smashed it to toothpicks." "Perhaps, then, if everything is as you say, the auto actually does fly," remarked the scientist. The reporter stared into the calm, inscrutable face of the thinking machine, fearing first that he had not heard aright. Then he concluded that he had. "You mean," he inquired eagerly, "that the Phantom may be an aeroplane affair, and that it actually does fly?" "It's not at all impossible," commented the scientist. "I had an idea something like that myself," Hatch explained, "and questioned every soul within a mile or so, but I didn't get anything. The perfect stretch of road there might be the very place for some daring experimenter to get up sufficient speed to soar a short distance in a light machine," continued the scientist. "Light machine?" Hatch repeated. "Did I tell you that this car had 4 people in it?" "4 people!" exclaimed the scientist. Dear me. That makes it very different. Of course, 4 people would be too great a lift for an..." For 10 minutes he sat silently, and tiny cobwebby lines appeared in his dome-like brow. Then he arose and passed into the adjoining room. After a moment, Hatch heard the telephone bell jingle. 5 minutes later, the thinking machine appeared and scowled upon him unpleasantly. "I suppose what you really want to learn is if the car is a material one, and to whom it belongs," he queried. "That's it," agreed the reporter. "And of course, why it does what it does, and how it gets out of the trap. Do you happen to know a fast, long-distance bicycle rider?" demanded the scientist abruptly.
"A dozen of them," replied the reporter promptly. "I think I see the idea, but—" "You haven't the faintest inkling of the idea," declared the thinking machine positively. "If you can arrange with a fast rider who can go a distance, it might be 30, 40, 50 miles, we may end this little affair without difficulty." Under these circumstances, Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, Ph.D., LL.D., F.R.S., M.D., etc., scientist and logician, met the famous Jimmy Thalhauer, the world's champion long-distance bicyclist. He held every record from 5 miles up to and including 6 hours, had twice won the 6-day race, and was, altogether, a master in his field. He came in chewing a toothpick. There were introductions. "You ride the bicycle?" inquired the crusty little scientist. "Well, some," confessed the champion modestly, with a wink at Hatch. "Can you keep up with an automobile for a distance of, say, 30 or 40 miles?" "I can keep up with anything that ain't got wings," was the response. "Well, to tell you the truth," volunteered the thinking machine, "there is a growing belief that this particular automobile has wings. However, if you can keep up with it—" "Ah, quit your kidding," said the champion easily. "I can ride rings around anything on wheels. I'll start behind it and beat it where it's going." The thinking machine examined the champion, Jimmy Thalhauer, as a curiosity. In the seclusion of his laboratory, he had never had an opportunity of meeting just such another worldly young person. "How fast can you ride, Mr. Thalhauer?" he asked at last. "I'm ashamed to tell you," confided the champion in a hushed voice. "I can ride so fast that I scare myself." He paused a moment. "But it seems to me," he said, "if there's 30 or 40 miles to do, I ought to do it on a motorcycle." "Now that's just the point," explained the thinking machine. "A motorcycle makes noise, and if it could have been used, we would have hired a fast automobile. This proposition briefly is, I want you to ride without lights behind an automobile, which may also run without lights, and find out where it goes. No occupant of the car must suspect that it is followed." "Without lights," repeated the champion. "Gee, rubber shoe, eh?" The thinking machine looked his bewilderment. "Yes, that's it," Hatch answered for him. "I guess it's good for a 4-column head, huh?" inquired the champion. "Special pictures posed by the champion, huh?" "Yes," Hatch replied. "Tracked on a bicycle. Sounds good to me, huh?" Hatch nodded. So arrangements were concluded, and then and there the thinking machine gave definite and conclusive instructions to the champion. While these apparently bore broadly on the problem in hand, they conveyed absolutely no inkling of his plan to the reporter. At the end, the champion arose to go. "You're a most extraordinary young man, Mr. Thalhauer," commented the thinking machine, not without admiration for the sturdy, powerful figure. And as Hatch accompanied the champion out the door and down the steps, Jimmy smiled with easy grace. "Nutty old guy, ain't he, huh?" Night. Utter blackness, relieved only by a white ribbon-like road which winds away mistily under a starless sky. Shadowy hedges line either side, and occasionally a tree thrusts itself upward out of the somberness. The murmur of human voices in the shadows, then the crackling chug of an engine, and an automobile moves slowly, without lights, into the road. There is the sudden clatter of an engine at high speed, and the car rushes away. From the hedge comes the faint rustle of leaves as of wind stirring. Then a figure moves impalpably. A moment, and it becomes a separate entity, a quick movement, and the creak of a leather bicycle saddle. Silently, the single figure, bent low over the handlebars, moves after the car with ever-increasing momentum. Then a long, desperate race. For mile after mile, mile after mile, the auto goes on. The silent cyclist has crept up almost to the rear axle and hangs there doggedly as a racer to his pace.
On and on they rushed together through the darkness, the chauffeur moving with a perfect knowledge of his road, the single rider behind clinging on grimly with set teeth. The powerful piston-like legs move up and down to the beat of the engine. At last, with dust-dry throat and stinging, aching eyes, the cyclist feels the pace slacken, and instantly he drops back out of sight. It is only by sound that he follows now. The car stops. The cyclist is lost in the shadows. For 2 or 3 hours the auto stands deserted and silent. At last the voices are heard again. The car stirs, moves away, and the cyclist drops in behind. Another race which leads off in another direction. Finally, from a knoll, the lights of a city are seen. 10 minutes elapse. The auto stops, the headlights flare up, and more leisurely it proceeds on its way. On the following evening, the thinking machine and Hutchinson Hatch called upon Fielding Stanwood, president of the Fordyce National Bank. Mr. Stanwood looked at them with interrogative eyes. "We called to inform you, Mr. Stanwood," explained the thinking machine, "that a box of securities, probably United States bonds, is missing from your bank." "What?" exclaimed Mr. Stanwood, and his face paled. "Robbery?" "I only know the bonds were taken out of the vault tonight by Joseph Marsh, your assistant cashier," said the scientist, "and that he, together with 3 other men, left the bank with the box and are now at a place I can name." Mr. Stanwood was staring at him in amazement. "You know where they are?" he demanded. "I said I did," replied the scientist shortly. "Then we must inform the police at once, and I don't know that there has been an actual crime," interrupted the scientist. "I do know that every night for a week these bonds have been taken out through the connivance of your watchman, and in each instance have been returned intact before morning. They will be returned tonight. Therefore, I would advise, if you act, not to do so until the 4 men return with the bonds." It was a singular party which met in the private office of President Stanwood at the bank just after midnight. Marsh and 3 companions, formerly under arrest, were present, as were President Stanwood, the thinking machine, and Hatch, besides detectives. Marsh had the bonds under his arms when he was taken. He talked freely when questioned. "I will admit," he said without hesitating, "that I have acted beyond my rights in removing the bonds from the vault here, but there is no ground for prosecution. I am a responsible officer of this bank and have violated no trust. Nothing is missing, nothing is stolen. Every bond that went out of the bank is here." "But why? Why did you take the bonds?" demanded Mr. Stanwood. Marsh shrugged his shoulders. "It's what has been called a get-rich-quick scheme," said the thinking machine. "Mr. Hatch and I made some investigations today. Mr. Marsh and these other 3 are interested in a business venture which is ethically dishonest, but which is within the law. They have sought backing for the scheme, amounting to about $1 million. Those 4 or 5 men of means with whom they have discussed the matter have called each night for a week at Marsh's country place. It was necessary to make them believe that there was already $1 million or so in the scheme, so these bonds were borrowed and represented to be owned by themselves. They were taken to and fro between the bank and his home in a kind of an automobile. This is really what happened, based on knowledge which Mr. Hatch has gathered and what I myself developed by the use of a little logic." And his statement of the affair proved to be correct. Marsh and the others admitted the statement to be true. It was while the thinking machine was homeward bound that he explained the phantom auto affair to Hatch. "The phantom auto, as you call it," he said, "is the vehicle in which the bonds were moved about. The phantom idea came merely by chance. On the night the vehicle was first noticed, it was rushing along, we'll say, to reach Marsh's house in time for an appointment. A road map will show you the most direct line from the bank to Marsh's was through the trap. If an automobile should go halfway through there,
then out across the Stoker estate to the other end, distance would be lessened by a good 5 miles. This saving at first was, of course, valuable, so the car in which they rushed into the trap was merely taken across the Stoker estate to the road in front. "But how?" demanded Hatch. "There's no road there." "I learned by phone from Mr. Stoker that there is a narrow walk from a very narrow footgate in Stoker's wall on the trap leading through the grounds to the other end. The phantom auto wasn't really an auto at all. It was merely 2 motorcycles arranged with seats and a steering apparatus. The French army has been experimenting with them. The motorcycles are, of course, separate machines, and as such it was easy to trundle them through a narrow gate and across to the other road. The seats are light, and they can be carried under the arm." "Oh!" exclaimed Hatch suddenly. Then after a minute, "But what did Jimmy Thalhauer do for you?" "He waited in the road at the other end of the footpath from the trap," the scientist explained. "When the auto was brought through and put together, he followed it to Marsh's home, and from there to the bank. The rest of it you and I worked out today. It's merely logic, Mr. Hatch. Logic." There was a pause. "That Mr. Thalhauer is really a marvelous young man, Mr. Hatch. Don't you think?" End of The Phantom Motor by Jacques Futrelle. A Piece of String by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Piece of String by Jacques Futrelle. It was just midnight. Somewhere near the center of a cloud of tobacco smoke, which hovered over one corner of the long editorial room, Hutchinson Hatch, reporter, was writing. The rapid click-click of his typewriter went on and on, broken only when he laid aside one sheet to put in another. The finished pages were seized upon one at a time by an office boy and rushed off to the city editor. That astute person glanced at them for information and sent them on to the copy desk, whence they were shot down into that noisy, chaotic wilderness, the composing room. The story was what the phlegmatic head of the copy desk, speaking in the vernacular, would have called a beaut. It was about the kidnapping that afternoon of Walter Francis, the 4-year-old son of a wealthy young broker, Stanley Francis. An alternative to the abduction had been proposed in the form of a gift to certain persons, identity unknown, of $50,000. Francis, not unnaturally, objected to the bestowal of so vast a sum upon anyone, so he told the police, and while they were making up their minds, the child was stolen. It happened in the usual way, closed carriage and all that sort of thing. Hatch was telling the story graphically, as he could tell a story when there was one to be told. He glanced at the clock, jerked out another sheet of copy, and the office boy scuttled away with it. "How much more?" called the city editor. "Just a paragraph," Hatch answered. His typewriter clicked on merrily for a couple of minutes, and then stopped. The last sheet of copy was taken away, and he rose and stretched his legs. "Some guy wants you at the phone," an office boy told him. "Who is it?" asked Hatch. "Search me," replied the boy. "Talks like he'd been eating pickles." Hatch went into the booth indicated. The man at the other end was Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen. The reporter instantly recognized the crabbed, perpetually irritated voice of the noted scientist, the thinking machine. "That you, Mr. Hatch?" came over the wire. "Yes." "Can you do something for me immediately?" he queried. "It is very important." "Certainly." "Now, listen closely," directed the thinking machine. "Take a car from Park Square, the one that goes toward Worcester through Brookline. About 2 miles beyond Brookline is Randall's Crossing. Get off there and go to your right until you come to a small white house. In front of this house, a little to the left and across an open field, is a large tree. It stands just in the edge of a dense wood. It might be better to approach it through the wood, so as not to attract attention. Do you follow me?"
"Yes," Hatch replied. His imagination was leading him on a chase.
"Go to this tree now, immediately, tonight," continued the thinking machine. "You will find a small hole in it near the level of your eye. Feel in that hole and see what is there, no matter what it is. Then return to Brookline and telephone me. It is of the greatest importance."
The reporter was thoughtful for a moment and sounded like a page from a Dumas romance. "What's it all about?" he asked curiously.
"Will you go?"
came the counter question. "Yes, certainly."
"Goodbye."
Hatch heard a click as the receiver was hung up at the other end. He shrugged his shoulders, said good night to the city editor, and went out. An hour later he was at Randall's Crossing. The night was dark, so dark that the road was barely visible. The car whirled on, and as its lights were swallowed up, Hatch set out to find the White House. He came upon it at last, and turning, faced across an open field toward the wood. Far away over there, outlined vaguely against the distant glow of the city, was a tall tree. Having fixed its location, the reporter moved along for 100 yards or more to where the wood ran down to the road. Here he climbed a fence and stumbled on through the dark, doing sundry injuries to his shins. After a disagreeable 10 minutes, he reached the tree. With a small electric flashlight, he found the hole. It was only a little larger than his hand, a place where decay had eaten its way into the tree trunk. For just a moment he hesitated about putting his hand into it. He didn't know what might be there. Then, with a grim smile, he obeyed orders. He felt nothing save crumblings of decayed wood, and finally dragged out a handful, only to spill it on the ground. That couldn't be what was meant. For the second time he thrust in his hand, and after a deal of grabbing about, produced a piece of string. It was just a plain, ordinary, common piece of string, white string. He stared at it and smiled. "I wonder what Van Dusen will make of that," he asked himself. Again his hand was thrust into the hole, but that was all, the piece of string. Then came another thought, and with that due regard for detail which made him a good reporter, he went looking around the big tree for a possible second opening of some sort. He found none. About 3/4 of an hour later, he stepped into an all-night drugstore in Brookline and phoned to the thinking machine. There was an instant response to his ring.
Well, what did you find?"
came the query. "Nothing to interest you, I imagine," replied the reporter grimly. "Just a piece of string."
Good, good!" exclaimed the thinking machine. "What does it look like?"
"Well," replied the newspaper man judiciously, "it's just a white piece of string, cotton, I imagine, about 6 inches long."
"Any knots in it?"
"Wait till I see." He was reaching into his pocket to take it out when the startled voice of the thinking machine came over the line.
"Didn't you leave it there?"
it demanded. "No, I have it in my pocket."
"Dear me!"
exclaimed the scientist irritably.
"That's bad. Well, has it any knots in it?"
he asked with marked resignation. Hatch felt that he had committed the unpardonable sin. "Yes," he replied after an examination. "It has 2 knots in it, just plain knots, about 2 inches apart."
"Single or double knots?"
"Single knots."
"Excellent. Now, Mr. Hatch, listen. Untie one of those knots, it doesn't matter which one, and carefully smooth out the string. Then take it and put it back where you found it. Phone me as soon after that as you can."
"Now? Tonight?"
"Now, immediately."
But, began the astonished reporter.
"It is a matter of the utmost consequence,"
the irritated voice assured him.
"You should not have taken the string. I told you merely to see what was there. But as you have brought it away, you must put it back as soon as possible. Believe me, it is of the highest importance. And don't forget to phone me." The sharp, commanding tone stirred the reporter to new action and interest. A car was just going past the door, outward bound. He raced for it and got aboard. Once settled, he untied one of the knots, straightened out the string, and fell to wondering what sort of fool's errand he was on. "Randall's Crossing!" called the conductor at last. Hatch left the car and retraced his tortuous way along the road and through the wood to the tall tree, found the hole, and had just thrust in his hand to replace the string when he heard a woman's voice directly behind him, almost in his ear. It was a calm, placid, convincing sort of voice. It said, "Hands up." Hatch was a rational human being with ambitions and hopes for the future. Therefore his hands went up without hesitation. "I knew something would happen," he told himself. He turned to see the woman. In the darkness he could only dimly trace a tall, slender figure. Steadily poised just a couple of dozen inches from his nose was a revolver. He could see that without any difficulty. It glinted a little, even in the gloom, and made itself conspicuous. "Well?" asked the reporter at last, as he stood reaching upward. "It's your move." "Who are you?" asked the woman. Her voice was steady and rather pleasant. The reporter considered the question in the light of all he didn't know. He felt it wouldn't be a sensible thing to say just who he was. Somewhere at the end of this, the thinking machine was working on a problem. He was presumably helping in a modest, unobtrusive sort of way. Therefore, he would be cautious. "My name is Williams," he said promptly. "Jim Williams," he added circumstantially. "What are you doing here?" Another subject for thought. That was a question he couldn't answer. He didn't know what he was doing there. He was wondering himself. He could only hazard a guess, and he did that with trepidation. "I came from him," he said with deep meaning. "Who?" demanded the woman suspiciously. "It would be useless to name him," replied the reporter. Yes, of course," the woman mused. "I understand." There was a little pause. Hatch was still watching the revolver. He had a lively interest in it. It had not moved a hair's breadth since he first looked at it. Hanging up there in the night, it fairly stared him out of countenance. "And the string?" asked the woman at last. Now the reporter felt that he was in the mire. The woman herself relieved this new embarrassment. "Is it in the tree?" she went on. "Yes." "How many knots are in it?" "One." "One?" she repeated eagerly. "Put your hand in there and hand me the string. No tricks now." Hatch complied with a certain deprecatory manner which he intended should convey to her the impression that there would be no tricks. As she took the string, her fingers brushed against his. They were smooth and delicate. He knew that, even in the dark. "And what did he say?" she went on. Having gone this far without falling into anything, the reporter was willing to plunge, felt that he had to, as a matter of fact. "He said yes," he murmured without shifting his eyes from the revolver. "Yes?" the woman repeated again eagerly. "Are you sure?" "Yes," said the reporter again. The thought flashed through his mind that he was tangling up somebody's affairs sadly. He didn't know whose. Anyhow, it was a matter of no consequence to him, as long as that revolver stared at him that way. "Where is it?" asked the woman. Then the earth slipped out from under him. "I don't know," he replied weakly. "Didn't he give it to you?" "Oh, no, he wouldn't trust me with it." "How can I get it, then?" "Oh, he'll fix it all right," Hatch assured her soothingly. "I think he said something about tomorrow night." "Where?" "Here." "Thank God," the woman gasped suddenly. Her tone betrayed deep emotion, but it wasn't so deep that she lowered the revolver. There was a long pause. Hatch was figuring possibilities. How to get possession of the revolver seemed the imminent problem. His hands were still in the air, and there was nothing to indicate that they were not to remain there indefinitely. The woman finally broke the silence. "Are you armed?" "Oh, no." "Truthfully?" "Truthfully." "You may lower your hands," she said, as if satisfied. "Then go on ahead of me straight across the field to the road. Turn to your left there. Don't look back under any circumstances. I shall be behind you with this revolver pointing at your head. If you attempt to escape or make any outcry, I shall shoot. Do you believe me?" The reporter considered it for a moment. "I'm firmly convinced of it," he said at last. They stumbled on to the road, and their Hatch turned as directed. Walking along in the shadows with the tread of small feet behind him, he first contemplated a dash for liberty. But that would mean giving up the adventure, whatever it was. He had no fear for his personal safety as long as he obeyed orders, and he intended to do that implicitly. And besides, the thinking machine had his slender finger in the pie somewhere. Hatch knew that, and knowing it was a source of deep gratification. Just now, as he was taking things at face value, hoping that with their arrival at whatever place they were bound for he would be further enlightened, once he thought he heard the woman sobbing, and started to look back. Then he remembered her warning, and thought better of it. Had he looked back, he would have seen her stumbling along, weeping, with the revolver dangling limply at her side. At last, a mile or more further on, they began to arrive somewhere. A house sat back some distance from the road. "Go in there," commanded his captor. He turned in at the gate, and 5 minutes later stood in a comfortably furnished room on the ground floor of a small house. A dim light was burning. The woman turned it up. Then, almost defiantly, she threw aside her veil and hat and stood before him. Hatch gasped. She was pretty, bewilderingly pretty, and young and graceful and all that a young woman should be. Her cheeks were flushed. "You know me, I suppose?" she exclaimed. "Oh, yes, certainly," Hatch assured her, and saying that, he knew he had never seen her before. "I suppose you thought it perfectly horrid of me to keep you with your hands up like that all the time. But I was dreadfully frightened," the woman went on, and she smiled a little uncertainly. "But there wasn't anything else to do." "It was the only thing," Hatch agreed. "Now I'm going to ask you to write and tell him just what happened," she resumed. "And tell him, too, that the other matter must be arranged immediately. I'll see that your letter is delivered. Sit here." She picked up the revolver from the table beside her and placed a chair in position. Hatch walked to the table and sat down. Pen and ink lay before him. He knew now he was trapped. He couldn't write a letter to that vague him of whom he had talked so glibly, about that still more vague it, whatever that might be. He sat dumbly staring at the paper. "Well?" she demanded suspiciously. I can't write it," he confessed suddenly. She stared at him coldly for a moment, as if she had suspected just that, and he in turn stared at the revolver with a new and vital interest. He felt the tension, but saw no way to relieve it. "You are an impostor," she blurted out at last. "A detective?" Hatch didn't deny it. She backed away toward a bell call near the door, watching him closely, and rang vigorously several times. After a little pause, the door opened, and 2 men, evidently servants, entered. "Take this gentleman to the rear room upstairs," she commanded without giving them a glance, "and lock him up. Keep him under close guard. If he attempts to escape, stop him. That's all." Here was another page from a Dumas romance. The reporter started to explain, but there was a merciless gleam, danger even, in the woman's eyes, and he submitted to orders. So he was led upstairs a captive, and one of the men took a place on guard inside the room. The dawn was creeping on when Hatch fell asleep. It was about 10 o'clock when he awoke, and the sun was high. His guard, wide-eyed and alert, still sat beside the door. For several minutes the reporter lay still, seeking vainly some sort of explanation of what was happening. Then, cheerfully, "Good morning," the guard merely glared at him. "May I inquire your name?" the reporter asked. There was no answer. "Or the lady's name?" No answer. "Or why I am where I am?" Still no answer. "What would you do," Hatch went on casually, "if I should try to get out of here?" The guard handled his revolver carelessly. The reporter was satisfied. He is not deaf, that's certain, he told himself. He spent the remainder of the morning yawning and
wondering what the thinking machine was about. Also, he had a few casual reflections as to the mental state of his city editor and his failure to appear and follow up the kidnapping story. He finally dismissed all these ideas with a shrug of his shoulders and sat down to wait for whatever was coming. It was in the early afternoon that he heard laughter in the next room. First there was a woman's voice, then the shrill cackle of a child. Finally he distinguished some words. "You ticky!" exclaimed the child, and again there was the laugh. The reporter understood "you ticky," coupled with the subsequent peal, to be a sort of abbreviated English for "you tickle." After a while the merriment died away, and he heard the child's insistent demand for something else. "You be hossy!" "No, no," the woman expostulated. "Yes, you be hossy." "No, let Morris be hossy." "No, no, you be hossy." That was all. Evidently someone was hossy, because there was a sound of romping, but finally even that died away. Hatch yawned away another hour or so under the constant eye of his guard, and then began to grow restless. He turned on the guard savagely. "Isn't anything ever going to happen?" he demanded. The guard didn't say. "You'll never convict yourself on your own statement," Hatch burst out again in disgust. He stretched out on a couch, bored by the sameness which had characterized the last few hours of his adventure. His attention was attracted by some movement at the door, and he looked up. His guard heard too, and with revolver in hand went to the door, carefully unlocking it. After a few hurriedly whispered words, he left the room, and Hatch was meditating an instant rush for a window when the woman entered. She had the revolver now. She was deathly white and gripped the weapon menacingly. She did not lock the door, only closed it, but with her own person and the attention-compelling revolver, she blocked the way. "What is it now?" asked Hatch wearily. "You must not speak or call or make the slightest sound," she whispered tensely. "If you do, I'll kill you. Do you understand?" Hatch confessed by a nod that he understood. He also imagined that he understood this sudden change in guard and the warning. It was because someone was about to enter or had entered the house. His conjecture was partially confirmed instantly by a distant rapping on a door. "Not a sound now," whispered the woman. From somewhere below he heard the sound of steps as one of the servants answered the knock. After a short wait he heard two voices mumbling. Suddenly one was raised clearly. "Why, Wooster can't be that far," it protested irritably. Hatch knew. It was the thinking machine. The woman noted a change in his manner and drew back the hammer of the revolver. The reporter saw the idea. He didn't dare call. That would be suicide. Perhaps he could attract attention, though. Drop a key, for instance. The sound might reach the thinking machine and be interpreted aright. One hand was in a pocket, and slowly he was drawing out a key. He would risk it. Maybe. Then came a new sound. It was the patter of small feet. The guarded door was pushed open, and a tousle-headed child, a boy, ran in. "Mama! Mama!" he called loudly. He ran to the woman and clutched at her skirts. "Oh, my baby! What have you done?" she asked piteously. "We are lost. Lost!" "Me fade," the child went on. With the door, his avenue of possible escape, open, Hatch did not drop the key. Instead, he gazed at the woman, then down at the child. From below, he again heard the thinking machine. "How far is the car track, then?" The servant answered something. There was a sound of steps, and the front door closed. Hatch knew that the thinking machine had come and gone, yet he was strangely calm about it. Quite himself, despite the fact that a nervous finger still lay on the trigger of the pistol. From his refuge behind his mother's skirts, the boy peered around at Hatch shyly. The reporter gazed, all eyes, and then was convinced. The boy was Walter Francis, the kidnapped boy whose pictures were being published in every newspaper of a dozen cities. Here was a story, the story, the superlative story. "Mrs. Francis, if you wouldn't mind letting down that hammer," he suggested modestly. "I assure you I contemplate no harm, and you are very nervous." "You know me, then?" she asked. "Only because the child there, Walter, called you Mama." Mrs. Francis lowered the revolver hammer so recklessly that Hatch involuntarily dodged. And then came a scene with tears in it and all those things which stir men, even reporters. Finally the woman dropped the revolver on the floor and swept the boy up in her arms with a gesture of infinite tenderness. He cuddled there, content. At that moment Hatch could have walked out the door, but instead he sat down. He was just beginning to get interested. "They shan't take you," sobbed the mother. "There is no immediate danger," the reporter assured her. "The man who came here for that purpose is gone. Meanwhile, if you will tell me the facts, perhaps I may be of some assistance." Mrs. Francis looked at him, startled. "Help me?" "If you will explain, perhaps I can do something," said Hatch again. Somewhere back in a remote recess of his brain he was remembering, and as it became clearer he was surprised that he had not remembered sooner. It was a story of marital infelicity, and its principals were Stanley Francis and his wife, this bewilderingly pretty young woman before him. It had been only 8 or 9 months back. Technically she had deserted Stanley Francis. There had been some violent scene, and she left their home and little son. Soon afterward she went to Europe. It had been rumored that divorce proceedings would follow, or at least a legal separation, but nothing had ever come of the rumors. All this Mrs. Francis told to Hatch in little, incoherent bursts, punctuated with sobs and tears. He struck me, she declared with a flush of anger and shame. "And I went then on impulse. I was desperate. Later, even before I went to Europe, I knew the legal status of the affair. But the thought of my boy lingered, and I resolved to come back and get him, abduct him if necessary. I did that, and I will keep him if I have to kill the one who opposes me." Hatch saw the mother instinct here, that tigerish ferocity of love which stops at nothing. "I conceived the plan of demanding $50,000 of my husband under threat of abduction," Mrs. Francis went on. "My purpose was to make it appear that the plot was that of professional, what would you call it, kidnappers. But I did not send the letter demanding this until I had perfected all my plans and knew I could get the boy. I wanted my husband to think it was the work of others, at least until we were safe in Europe, because even then I imagined there would be a long, legal fight. After I stole the boy and he recognized me, I wanted him as my own, absolutely safe from legal action by his father. Then I wrote to Mr. Francis, telling him I had Walter, and asking that in pity to me he legally give me the boy by a document of some sort. In that letter I told how he might signify his willingness to do this. But of course I would not give my address. I placed a string, the one you saw, in that tree, after having tied 2 knots in it. It was a silly, romantic means of communication he and I used years ago in my girlhood when we both lived near here. If he agreed that I should have the child, he was to come or send someone last night and untie one of the 2 knots." Then, to Hatch, the intricacies passed away. He understood clearly. Instead of going to the police with the second letter from his wife, Francis had gone to the thinking machine. The thinking machine sent the reporter to untie the knot, which was an answer of yes to Mrs. Francis's request for the child. Then she would have written giving her address, and there would have been a clue to the child's whereabouts. It was all perfectly clear now. "Did you specifically mention a string in your letter?" he asked. "No. I merely stated that I would expect his answer in that place, and would leave something there by which he could signify yes or no, as he did years ago. The string was one of the odd little ideas of my girlhood. 2 knots meant no, 1 knot meant yes, and if the string was found by anyone else, it meant nothing." This, then, was why the thinking machine did not tell him at first that he would find a string and instruct him to untie one of the knots in it. The scientist had seen that it might have been one of the other tokens of the old romantic days. "When I met you there," Mrs. Francis resumed, "I believed you were an imposter. I don't know why, I just believed it. Yet your answers were in a way correct. For fear you were not what you seemed, that you were a detective,
I brought you here to keep you until I got the child's release. You know the rest." The reporter picked up the revolver and whirled it in his fingers. The action, apparently, did not disturb Mrs. Francis. "Why did you remain here so long after you got the child?" asked Hatch. "I believe it was safer than in a city," she answered frankly. "The steamer on which I planned to sail for Europe with my boy leaves tomorrow. I had intended going to New York tonight to catch it, but now—" The reporter glanced down at the child. He had fallen asleep in his mother's arms. His tiny hand clung to her. The picture was a pretty one. Hatch made up his mind. "Well, you'd better pack up," he said. "I'll go with you to New York and do all I can." It was on the New York-bound train several hours later that Hatch turned to Mrs. Francis with an odd smile. "Why didn't you load that revolver?" he asked. "Because I was horribly afraid someone would get hurt with it," she replied laughingly. She was gay with that gentle happiness of possession which blesses woman for the agonies of motherhood, and glanced from time to time at the berth across the aisle where her baby was asleep. Looking upon it all, Hatch was content. He didn't know his exact position in law, but that didn't matter after all. Hutchinson Hatch's exclusive story of the escape to Europe of Mrs. Francis and her boy was remarkably complete, but all the facts were not in it. It was a week or so later that he detailed them to the thinking machine.
"I knew it," said the scientist at the end. "Francis came to me, and I interested myself in the case, practically knowing every fact from his statement. When you heard me speak in the house where you were a prisoner, I was there merely to convince myself that the mother did have the baby. I heard it call her and went away satisfied. I knew you were there, too, because you had failed to phone me the second time as I expected, and I knew intuitively what you would do when you got the real facts about Mrs. Francis and her baby. I went away so that the field might be clear for you to act. Francis himself is a detestable puppy. I told him so."
And that was all that was ever said about it. End of A Piece of String.
The Return by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Return by Algernon Blackwood. It was curious, that sense of dull uneasiness that came over him so suddenly, so stealthily at first he scarcely noticed it, but with such marked increase after a time that he presently got up and left the theatre. His seat was on the gangway of the dress circle, and he slipped out awkwardly in the middle of what seemed to be the best and jolliest song of the piece. The full house was shaking with laughter. So infectious was the gaiety that even strangers turned to one another as much as to say, "Now isn't that funny?" It was curious, too, the way the feeling first got into him at all, here in the full swing of laughter, music, light-heartedness, for it came as a vague suggestion. "I've forgotten something, something I meant to do, something of importance. What in the world was it now?" And he thought hard, searching vainly through his mind, then dismissed it as the dancing caught his attention. It came back a little later again, during a passage of long-winded talk that bored him and set his attention free once more, but came more strongly this time, insisting on an answer. What could it have been that he had overlooked, left undone, omitted to see to? It went on nibbling at the subconscious part of him. Several times this happened, this dismissal and return, till at last the thing declared itself more plainly, and he felt bothered, troubled, distinctly uneasy. He was wanted somewhere. There was somewhere else he ought to be. That describes it best, perhaps. Some engagement of moment had entirely slipped his memory, an engagement that involved another person, too. But where? What? And with whom? And at length this vague uneasiness amounted to positive discomfort, so that he felt unable to enjoy the piece, and left abruptly. Like a man to whom comes suddenly the horrible idea that the match he lit his cigarette with and flung into the waste-paper basket on leaving was not really out. A sort of panic distress. He jumped into a taxicab and hurried to his flat. To find everything in order, of course. No smoke, no fire, no smell of burning. But his evening was spoiled. He sat smoking in his armchair at home, this businessman of 40, practical in mind, of character some called stolid, cursing himself for an imaginative fool. It was now too late to go back to the theatre. The club bored him. He spent an hour with the evening papers, dipping into books, sipping a long, cool drink, doing odds and ends about the flat. "I'll go to bed early for a change," he laughed. But really all the time fighting, yes, deliberately fighting, this strange attack of uneasiness that so insidiously grew upwards, outwards from the buried depths of him that sought so strenuously to deny it. It never occurred to him that he was ill. He was not ill. His health was thunderingly good. He was robust as a coal-heaver. The flat was roomy, high up on the top floor, yet in a busy part of town, so that the roar of traffic mounted round it like a sea. Through the open windows came the fresh night air of June. He had never noticed before how sweet the London night air could be, and that not all the smoke and dust could smother a certain touch of wild fragrance that tinctured it with perfume, yes, almost perfume, as of the country. He swallowed a draught of it as he stood there, staring out across the tangled world of roofs and chimney-pots. He saw the procession of the clouds. He saw the stars. He saw the moonlight falling in a shower of silver spears upon the slates and wires and steeples. And something in him quickened, something that had never stirred before. He turned with a horrid start, for the uneasiness had of a sudden leapt within him like an animal. There was someone in the flat. Instantly, with action, even this slight action, the fancy vanished. But all the same he switched on the electric lights and made a search, for it seemed to him that someone had crept up close behind him while he stood there watching the night. Someone, moreover, whose silent presence fingered with unerring touch both this new thing that had quickened in his heart and that sense of original deep uneasiness. He was amazed at himself, angry, indignant that he could be thus foolishly upset over nothing, yet at the same time profoundly distressed at this vehement growth of a new thing in his well-ordered personality. Growth? He dismissed the word the moment it occurred to him. But it had occurred to him. It stayed. While he searched the empty flat, the long passages, the gloomy bedroom at the end, the little hall where he kept his overcoats and golf sticks, it stayed. Growth! It was oddly disquieting. Growth, to him, involved, though he neither acknowledged nor recognized the truth, perhaps, some kind of undesirable changeableness, instability, unbalance. Yet, singular as it all was, he realized that the uneasiness and the sudden appreciation of beauty that was so new to him had both entered by the same door into his being. When he came back to the front room, he noticed that he was perspiring. There were little drops of moisture on his forehead, and down his spine ran positively chills, little faint quivers of cold. He was shivering. He lit his big meerschaum pipe and left the lights all burning. The feeling that there was something he had overlooked, forgotten, left undone, had vanished. Whatever the original cause of this absurd uneasiness might be, he called it absurd on purpose because he now realized in the depths of him that it was really more vital than he cared about. It was much nearer to discovery than before. It dodged about just below the threshold of discovery. It was as close as that. Any moment he would know what it was. He would remember. Yes, he would remember. Meanwhile, he was in the right place. No desire to go elsewhere afflicted him, as in the theatre. Here was the place. Here, in the flat. And then it was with a kind of sudden burst and rush, it seemed to him the only way to phrase it, memory gave up her dead. At first he only caught her peeping round the corner at him, drawing aside a corner of an enormous curtain, as it were, striving for more complete entrance, as though the mass of it were difficult to move. But he understood, he knew, he recognized. It was enough for that. An entrance into his being, heart, mind, soul, was being attempted, and the entrance, because of his stolid temperament, was difficult of accomplishment. There was effort, strain. Something in him had first to be opened up, widened, made soft and ready as by an operation, before full entrance could be effected. This much he grasped, though for the life of him he could not have put it into words. Also, he knew who it was that sought an entrance. Deliberately from himself he withheld the name, but he knew, as surely as though Strawn stood in the room and faced him with a knife, saying, "Let me in. Let me in. I wish you to know I'm here. I'm clearing a way. You recall our promise?" He rose from his chair and went to the open window again, the strange fear slowly passing. The cool air fanned his cheeks. Beauty, till now, had scarcely ever brushed the surface of his soul. He had never troubled his head about it. It passed him by, indifferent, and he had ever loathed the mouthy prating of it on others' lips. He was practical. Beauty was for dreamers, for women, for men who had means and leisure. He had not exactly scorned it. Rather, it had never touched his life to sweeten, cheer, uplift. Artists for him were like monks, another sex almost, useless beings who never helped the world go round. He was for action, always. Work, activity, achievement, as he saw them. He remembered Strawn vaguely, Strawn, the ever impecunious friend of his youth, always talking of color, sound, mysterious, ineffective things. He even forgot what they had quarreled about, if they had quarreled at all even, or why they had gone apart all these years ago. And certainly he had forgotten any promise. Memory, as yet, only peeped round the corner of that huge curtain at him, tentatively, suggestively, yet, he was obliged to admit it, somewhat winningly. He was conscious of this gentle, sweet seductiveness that now replaced his fear. And as he stood now at the open window, peering over huge London, Beauty came close and smote him between the eyes. She came blindingly with her train of stars and clouds and perfumes. Night, mysterious, myriad-eyed, and flaming across her sea of haunted shadows, invaded his heart and shook him with her immemorial wonder and delight. He found no words, of course, to clothe the new, unwanted sensations. He only knew that all his former dread, uneasiness, distress, and with them this idea of growth that had seemed so repugnant to him, were merged, swept up, and gathered magnificently home into a wave of beauty that enveloped him. "See it and understand," ran a secret inner whisper across his mind. He saw. He understood. He went back and turned the lights out. Then he took his place again at that open window, drinking in the night. He saw a new world. A species of intoxication held him. He sighed as his thoughts blundered for expression among words and sentences that knew him not. But the delight was there, the wonder, the mystery. He watched, with heart alternately tightening and expanding, the transfiguring play of moon and shadow over the sea of buildings. He saw the dance of the hurrying clouds, the open patches into outer space, the veiling and unveiling of that ancient silvery face. And he caught strange whispers of the hierophantic, sacerdotal power that has echoed down the world since time began, and dropped strange, magic phrases into every poet's heart since first God dawned on chaos. The beauty of the night. A long time passed. It may have been 1 hour, it may have been 3, when at length he turned away and went slowly to his bedroom. A deep peace lay over him. Something quite new and blessed had crept into his life and thought. He could not quite understand it all. He only knew that it uplifted. There was no longer the least sign of affliction or distress. Even the inevitable reaction that, of course, set in could not destroy that. And then, as he lay in bed, nearing the borderland of sleep, suddenly, and without any obvious suggestion to bring it, he remembered another thing. He remembered the promise. Memory got past the big curtain for an instant and showed her face. She looked into his eyes. It must have been a dozen years ago when Strawn and he had made that foolish, solemn promise that whoever died first should show himself, if possible, to the other. He had utterly forgotten it, till now. But Strawn had not forgotten it. The letter came 3 weeks later from India. That very evening, Strawn had died at 9 o'clock. And he had come back, in the beauty that he loved. End of The Return by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California. The Shrine of Death by Lady Dilke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Shrine of Death by Lady Dilke. Ah, life has many secrets. These were the first words that fell on the ears of a little girl baby whose mother had just been brought to bed. As she grew up, she pondered their meaning, and, before all things, she desired to know the secrets of life. Thus, longing and brooding, she grew apart from other children, and her dreams were ever of how the secrets of life should be revealed to her. Now, when she was about 15 years of age, a famous witch passed through the town in which she dwelt, and the child heard much talk of her, and people said that her knowledge of all things was great, and that even as the past lay open before her, so there was nothing in the future that could be hidden from her. Then the child thought to herself, "This woman, if by any means I get speech of her, can, if she will, tell me all the secrets of life." Nor was it long after that, walking late in the evening with other and lesser children along the ramparts on the east side of the town, she came to a corner of the wall which lay in deep shadow, and out of the shadow there sprang a large black dog, baying loudly, and the children were terrified and fled, crying out, "It's the witch's dog!" And one, the least of all, fell in its terror. So the elder one tarried and lifted it from the ground, and as she comforted it, for it was shaken by its fall, and the dog continued baying, the witch herself came out of the shadow and said, "Off with you, you little fools, and break my peace no more with your folly." And the little one ran for fear, but the elder girl stood still, and, laying hold of the witch's mantle, she said, "Before I go, tell me, what are the secrets of life?" And the witch answered, "Marry death, fair child, and you will know." At the first, the saying of the witch fell like a stone in the girl's heart. But ere long her words, and the words which she had heard in the hour of her birth, filled all her thoughts. And when other girls jested or spoke of feasts and merriment, of happy love and all the joys of life, such talk seemed to her a mere wind of idle tales, and the gossips who would have made a match for her schemed in vain, for she had but one desire, the desire to woo death and learn the secrets of life. Often now she would seek the ramparts in late evening, hoping that in the shadows she might once more find the witch and learn from her the way to her desire. But she found her not. Returning in the darkness, it so happened after one of these fruitless journeys that she passed under the walls of an ancient church, and looking up at the windows, she saw the flickering of a low, unsteady light upon the colored panes, and she drew near to the door, and seeing it ajar, she pushed it open and entered, and passing between the mighty columns of the nave, she stepped aside to the spot whence the light proceeded. Having done so, she found herself standing in front of a great tomb, in one side of which were brazen gates, and beyond the gates a long flight of marble steps leading down to a vast hall or chapel below. And above the gates, in a silver lamp, a light was burning, and as the chains by which the lamp was suspended moved slightly in the draught from the open door of the church, the light which burnt in it flickered, and all the shadows around shifted so that nothing seemed still. And this constant recurrence of change was like the dance of phantoms in the air. And the girl, seeing the blackness, thought of the corner on the ramparts where she had met the witch, and almost she expected to see her, and to hear her dog baying in the shadows. When she drew nearer, she found that the walls were loaded with sculpture, and the niches along the sides were filled with statues of the wise men of all time. But at the corners were 4 women whose heads were bowed, and whose hands were bound in chains. Then, looking at them as they sat thus, discrowned but majestic, the soul of the girl was filled with sorrow, and she fell weeping, and clasping her hands in her grief, she cast her eyes to heaven. As she did so, the lamp swayed a little forwards, and its rays touched with light a figure seated on the top of the monument. When the girl caught sight of this figure, she ceased weeping, and when she had withdrawn a step or two backwards, so as to get a fuller view, she fell upon her knees, and a gleam of wondrous expectation shone out of her face. For on the top of the tomb, robed and crowned, sat the image of Death. And a great gladness and awe filled her soul, for she thought, "If I may but be found worthy to enter his portals, all the secrets of life will be mine." And laying her hands on the gates, she sought to open them, but they were locked. So after a little while she went sadly away. Each day from this time forth, when twilight fell, the girl returned to the church, and would there remain kneeling for many hours before the shrine of Death. Nor could she by any means be drawn away from her purpose. Her mind was fixed on her desire, so that she became insensible to all else, and the whole town mocked her, and her own people held her for mad. So then, at last, they took her before a priest, and the priest, when he had talked with her a while, said, "Let her have her way. Let her pass a night within the shrine. On the morrow it may be that her wits will have returned to her." So a day was set, and they robed her in white as a bride, and in great state, with youths bearing torches, and many maidens whose hands were full of flowers, she was brought through the city at nightfall to the church. And the gates of the shrine were opened, and as she passed within, the youths put out their torches, and the maidens threw their roses on the steps beneath her feet. When the gates closed upon her, she stood still a while upon the upper steps, and so she waited until the last footfall had ceased to echo in the church, and she knew herself to be alone in the long-desired presence. Then, full of reverent longing and awe, she drew her veil about her, and as she did so she found a red rose that had caught in it, and, striving to dislodge it, she brought it close to her face, and its perfume was very strong. And she saw, as in a vision, the rose garden of her mother's house, and the face of one who had wooed her there in the sun. But even as she stood irresolute, the baying of a hound in the distant street fell on her ears, and she remembered the words of the witch, "Marry Death, fair child, if you would know the secrets of life." And casting the rose from her, she began to descend the steps. As she went down, she heard, as it were, the light pattering of feet behind her. But turning, when she came to the foot to look, she found that this sound was only the echoing fall from step to step of the flowers which her long robes had drawn after her, and she heeded them not, for she was now within the shrine, and, looking to the right hand and to the left, she saw long rows of tombs, each one hewn in marble and covered with sculpture of wondrous beauty. All this, though she saw dimly, the plainest thing to view was the long black shadow of her own form, cast before her by the light from the lamp above. And as she looked beyond the uttermost rim of shadow, she became aware of an awful shape seated at a marble table, whereon lay an open book. Looking on this dread shape, she trembled, for she knew that she was in the presence of death. Then, seeing the book, her heart was uplifted within her, and stepping boldly forwards, she seated herself before it, and as she did so, it seemed to her that she heard a shiver from within the tombs. Now, when she came near, Death had raised his finger, and he pointed to the writing on the open page. But as she put her hands upon the book, the blood rushed back to her heart, for it was ice cold, and again it seemed to her that something moved within the tombs. It was but for a minute, then her courage returned, and she fixed her eyes eagerly upon the lines before her and began to read. But the very letters were at first strange to her, and even when she knew them, she could by no means frame them into words, or make any sentence out of them, so that at the last she looked up in her wonderment to seek aid. But he, the terrible one, before whom she sat, again lifted his finger, and as he pointed to the page, a weight as if lead forced down her eyes upon the book. And now the letters shifted strangely, and when she thought to have seized a word or a phrase, it would suddenly be gone. For if the text shone out plain for an instant, the strange shadows, moving with the movements of the silver lamp, would blot it again as quickly from sight. At this, distraction filled her mind, and she heard her own breathing like sobs in the darkness, and fear choked her. For ever, when she would have appealed for help, her eyes saw the same deadly menace, the same uplifted and threatening finger. Then, glancing to left and right, a new horror took possession of her, for the lids of the tombs were yawning wide, and whenever her thoughts turned to flight, their awful tenants peered at her from above the edges, and they made as though they would have stayed her. Thus she sat, till it was long past midnight, and her heart was sick within her, when again the distant baying of a hound reached her ears. But this sound, instead of giving her fresh courage, seemed to her but a bitter mockery, for she thought, "What shall the secrets of life profit me if I must make my bed with death?" And she became mad with anger, and she cursed the counsels of the witch, and in her desperation, like a creature caught in the toils, she sprang from her seat and made toward the steps by which she had come. Ere she could reach them, all the dreadful dwellers in the tombs were before her, and she, seeing the way to life was barred forever, fell to the ground at their feet and gave up her spirit in a great agony. Then each terrible one returned to his place, and the book which lay open before death closed with a noise as of thunder, and the light which burnt before his shrine went out, so that all was darkness. In the morning, when that company which had brought her came back to the church, they wondered much to see the lamp extinguished, and, fetching a taper, some went down fearfully into the vault. There all was as it had ever been, only the girl lay face downwards amongst the withered roses. And when they lifted her up, they saw that she was dead, but her eyes were wide with horror. And so another tomb was hewn in marble, and she was laid with the rest. And when men tell the tale of her strange bridal, they say, "She had but the reward of her folly. God rest her soul." End of The Shrine of Death. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California. The Transfer by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Transfer by Algernon Blackwood. The child first began to cry in the early afternoon, about 3 o'clock to be exact. I remember the hour because I had been listening with secret relief to the sound of the departing carriage. Those wheels fading into distance down the gravel drive with Mrs. Freen and her daughter Gladys, to whom I was governess, meant for me some hours' welcome rest, and the June day was oppressively hot. Moreover, there was this excitement in the little country household that had told upon us all, but especially upon myself. This excitement, running delicately behind all the events of the morning, was due to some mystery, and the mystery was, of course, kept concealed from the governess. I had exhausted myself with guessing and keeping on the watch, for some deep and unexplained anxiety possessed me, so that I kept thinking of my sister's dictum that I was really much too sensitive to make a good governess, and that I should have done far better as a professional clairvoyant. Mr. Freen, Sr., Uncle Frank, was expected for an unusual visit from town about tea-time. That I knew. I also knew that his visit was concerned somehow with the future welfare of little Jamie, Gladys's 7-year-old brother. More than this, indeed, I never knew, and this missing link makes my story in a fashion incoherent, an important bit of the strange puzzle left out. I only gathered that the visit of Uncle Frank was of a condescending nature, that Jamie was told he must be upon his very best behavior to make a good impression, and that Jamie, who had never seen his uncle, dreaded him horribly already in advance. Then, trailing thinly through the dying crunch of the carriage wheels this sultry afternoon, I heard the curious little wail of the child's crying, with the effect, wholly unaccountable, that every nerve in my body shot its bolt electrically, bringing me to my feet with a tingling of unequivocal alarm. Positively, the water ran into my eyes. I recalled his white distress that morning when told that Uncle Frank was motoring down for tea, and that he was to be very nice indeed to him. It had gone into me like a knife. All through the day, indeed, had run this nightmare quality of terror and vision. "The man with the 'normous face?" he had asked in a little voice of awe, and then gone speechless from the room in tears that no amount of soothing management could calm. That was all I saw, and what he meant by the 'normous face gave me only a sense of vague presentiment, but it came as anticlimax somehow, a sudden revelation of the mystery and excitement that pulsed beneath the quiet of the stifling summer day. I feared for him, for of all that commonplace household I loved Jamie best, though professionally I had nothing to do with him. He was a high-strung, ultra-sensitive child, and it seemed to me that no one understood him, least of all his honest, tender-hearted parents, so that his little wailing voice brought me from my bed to the window in a moment like a call for help. The haze of June lay over that big garden like a blanket. The wonderful flowers, which were Mr. Freen's delight, hung motionless. The lawns, so soft and thick, cushioned all other sounds. Only the limes and huge clumps of guelder roses hummed with bees. Through this muted atmosphere of heat and haze, the sound of the child's crying floated faintly to my ears from a distance. Indeed, I wonder now that I heard it at all, for the next moment I saw him down beyond the garden, standing in his white sailor suit, alone, 200 yards away. He was down by the ugly patch where nothing grew, the forbidden corner. A faintness then came over me at once, a faintness as of death, when I saw him there, of all places, where he never was allowed to go, and where, moreover, he was usually too terrified to go. To see him standing solitary in that singular spot, above all to hear him crying there, bereft me momentarily of the power to act. Then, before I could recover my composure sufficiently to call him in, Mr. Freen came round the corner from the lower farm with the dogs, and, seeing his son, performed that office for me. In his loud, good-natured, hearty voice he called him, and Jamie turned and ran as though some spell had broken just in time, ran into the open arms of his fond but uncomprehending father, who carried him indoors on his shoulder while asking what all this hubbub was about. And at their heels the tailless sheepdogs followed, barking loudly and performing what Jamie called their gravel dance, because they ploughed up the moist, rolled gravel with their feet. I stepped back swiftly from the window, lest I should be seen. Had I witnessed the saving of the child from fire or drowning, the relief could hardly have been greater. Only Mr. Freen, I felt sure, would not say and do the right thing quite. He would protect the boy from his own vain imaginings, yet not with the explanation that could really heal. They disappeared behind the rose trees, making for the house. I saw no more till later, when Mr. Freen Sr. arrived. To describe the ugly patch as singular is hard to justify, perhaps, yet some such word is what the entire family sought, though never, oh, never used. To Jamie and myself, though equally we never mentioned it, that treeless, flowerless spot was more than singular. It stood at the far end of the magnificent rose garden, a bald, sore place where the black earth showed uglily in winter, almost like a piece of dangerous bog, and in summer baked and cracked with fissures where green lizards shot their fire in passing. In contrast to the rich luxuriance of the whole amazing garden, it was like a glimpse of death amid life, a center of disease that cried for healing lest it spread. But it never did spread. Behind it stood the thick wood of silver birches, and glimmering beyond, the orchard meadow where the lambs played. The gardeners had a very simple explanation of its barrenness, that the water all drained off it owing to the lie of the slopes immediately about it, holding no remnant to keep the soil alive. I cannot say. It was Jamie who felt its spell and haunted it, who spent whole hours there, even while afraid, and for whom it was finally labeled strictly out of bounds, because it stimulated his already big imagination, not wisely, but too darkly. It was Jamie who buried ogres there, and heard it crying in an earthy voice, swore that it shook its surface sometimes while he watched it, and secretly gave it food in the form of birds or mice or rabbits he found dead upon his wanderings. And it was Jamie who put so extraordinarily into words the feeling that the horrid spot had given me from the moment I first saw it. "It's bad, Miss Gould," he told me. "But, Jamie, nothing in nature is bad, exactly, only different from the rest sometimes." "Miss Gould, if you please, then it's empty. It's not fed. It's dying because it can't get the food it wants." And when I stared into the little pale face, where the eyes shone so dark and wonderful, seeking within myself for the right thing to say to him, he added, with an emphasis and conviction that made me suddenly turn cold, "Miss Gould." He always used my name like this in all his sentences. "It's hungry, don't you see? But I know what would make it feel all right." Only the conviction of an earnest child, perhaps, could have made so outrageous a suggestion worth listening to for an instant. But for me, who felt that things an imaginative child believed were important, it came with a vast, disquieting shock of reality. Jamie, in this exaggerated way, had caught at the edge of a shocking fact. A hint of dark, undiscovered truth had leaped into that sensitive imagination. Why there lay horror in the words I cannot say, but I think some power of darkness trooped across the suggestion of that sentence at the end. I know what would make it feel all right. I remember that I shrank from asking explanation. Small groups of other words, veiled fortunately by his silence, gave life to an unspeakable possibility that hitherto had lain at the back of my own consciousness. The way it sprang to life proves, I think, that my mind already contained it. The blood rushed from my heart as I listened. I remember that my knees shook. Jamie's idea had been all along, my own as well. And now, as I lay down on my bed and thought about it all, I understood why the coming of his uncle involved somehow an experience that wrapped terror at its heart. With a sense of nightmare certainty that left me too weak to resist the preposterous idea, too shocked indeed to argue or reason it away, this certainty came with its full black blast of conviction. And the only way I can put it into words, since nightmare horror really is not properly tellable at all, seems this: that there was something missing in that dying patch of garden, something lacking that it ever searched for, something once found and taken that would turn it rich and living as the rest. More, that there was some living person who could do this for it. Mr. Freen, Sr., in a word, Uncle Frank, was this person who, out of his abundant life, could supply the lack, unwittingly. For this connection between the dying, empty patch and the person of this vigorous, wealthy, and successful man had already lodged itself in my subconsciousness before I was aware of it. Clearly it must have lain there all along, though hidden. Jamie's words, his sudden pallor, his vibrating emotion of fearful anticipation, had developed the plate, but it was his weeping alone there in the forbidden corner that had printed it. The photograph shone framed before me in the air. I hid my eyes. But for the redness, the charm of my face goes to pieces unless my eyes are clear, I could have cried. Jamie's words that morning about the enormous face came back upon me like a battering ram. Mr. Freen, Sr., had been so frequently the subject of conversation in the family since I came, I had so often heard him discussed, and had then read so much about him in the papers, his energy, his philanthropy, his success with everything he laid his hand to, that a picture of the man had grown complete within me. I knew him as he was, within, or, as my sister would have said, clairvoyantly. And the only time I saw him, when I took Gladys to a meeting where he was chairman, and later felt his atmosphere and presence while for a moment he patronizingly spoke with her, had justified the portrait I had drawn. The rest, you may say, was a woman's wild imagining. But I think rather it was that kind of divining intuition which women share with children. If souls could be made visible, I would stake my life upon the truth and accuracy of my portrait. For this Mr. Freen was a man who drooped alone, but grew vital in a crowd, because he used their vitality. He was a supreme unconscious artist in the science of taking the fruits of others' work and living for his own advantage. He vampired, unknowingly no doubt, everyone with whom he came in contact, left them exhausted, tired, listless. Others fed him, so that while in a full room he shone, alone by himself and with no life to draw upon, he languished and declined. In the man's immediate neighborhood you felt his presence draining you. He took your ideas, your strength, your very words, and later used them for his own benefit and aggrandizement. Not evilly, of course. The man was good enough. But you felt that he was dangerous, owing to the facile way he absorbed into himself all loose vitality that was to be had. His eyes and voice and presence devitalized you. Life, it seemed, not highly organized enough to resist, must shrink from his too near approach and hide away for fear of being appropriated. For fear, that is, of death. Jamie, unknowingly, put in the finishing touch to my unconscious portrait. The man carried about with him some silent, compelling trick of drawing out all your reserves, then swiftly pocketing them. At first you would be conscious of taut resistance. This would slowly shade off into weariness. The will would become flaccid. Then you either moved away or yielded, agreed to all he said with a sense of weakness, pressing ever closer upon the edges of collapse. With a male antagonist, it might be different, but even then, the effort of resistance would generate force that he absorbed, and not the other. He never gave out. Some instinct taught him how to protect himself from that. To human beings, I mean, he never gave out. This time, it was a very different matter. He had no more chance than a fly before the wheels of a huge, what Jamie used to call, a traction engine. So this was how I saw him, a great human sponge, crammed and soaked with the life, or proceeds of life, absorbed from others, stolen. My idea of a human vampire was satisfied. He went about carrying these accumulations of the life of others. In this sense, his life was not really his own. For the same reason, I think, it was not so fully under his control as he imagined. And in another hour, this man would be here. I went to the window. My eye wandered to the empty patch, dull black, there amid the rich luxuriance of the garden flowers. It struck me as a hideous bit of emptiness yawning to be filled and nourished. The idea of Jamie playing round its bare edge was loathsome. I watched the big summer clouds above, the stillness of the afternoon, the haze. The silence of the overheated garden was oppressive. I had never felt a day so stifling, motionless. It lay there, waiting. The household, too, was waiting for the coming of Mr. Freen from London in his big motor car. And I shall never forget the sensation of icy shrinking and distress with which I heard the rumble of the car. He had arrived. Tea was already on the lawn beneath the lime trees, and Mrs. Freen and Gladys, back from their drive, were sitting in wicker chairs. Mr. Freen, Jr., was in the hall to meet his brother. But Jamie, as I learned afterwards, had shown such hysterical alarm, offered such bold resistance, that it had been deemed wiser to keep him in his room. Perhaps, after all, his presence might not be necessary. The visit clearly had to do with something on the uglier side of life. Money, settlements, or what not. I never knew exactly. Only that his parents were anxious, and that Uncle Frank had to be propitiated. It does not matter. That has nothing to do with the affair. What has to do with it, or I should not be telling the story, is that Mrs. Freen sent for me to come down, in my nice white dress if I didn't mind, and that I was terrified, yet pleased, because it meant that a pretty face would be considered a welcome addition to the visitor's landscape. Also, most odd it was, I felt my presence was somehow inevitable, that in some way it was intended that I should witness what I did witness. And the instant I came upon the lawn, I hesitate to set it down, it sounds so foolish, disconnected, I could have sworn, as my eyes met his, that a kind of sudden darkness came, taking the summer brilliance out of everything, and that it was caused by troops of small black horses that raced about us from his person to attack. After a first momentary approving glance, he took no further notice of me. The tea and talk went smoothly. I helped to pass the plates and cups, filling in pauses with little undertalk to Gladys. Jamie was never mentioned. Outwardly, all seemed well, but inwardly, everything was awful, skirting the edge of things unspeakable, and so charged with danger that I could not keep my voice from trembling when I spoke. I watched his hard, bleak face. I noticed how thin he was, and the curious, oily brightness of his steady eyes. They did not glitter, but they drew you with a sort of soft, creamy shine like Eastern eyes. And everything he said or did announced what I may dare to call the suction of his presence. His nature achieved this result automatically. He dominated us all, yet so gently that until it was accomplished, no one noticed it. Before 5 minutes had passed, however, I was aware of one thing only. My mind focused exclusively upon it, and so vividly that I marveled the others did not scream or run or do something violent to prevent it. And it was this. that, separated merely by some dozen yards or so, this man, vibrating with the acquired vitality of others, stood within easy reach of that spot of yawning emptiness, waiting and eager to be filled. Earth scented her prey. These two active centers were within fighting distance. He, so thin, so hard, so keen, yet really spreading large with the loose surround of others' life he had appropriated, so practiced and triumphant. That other, so patient, deep, with so mighty a draw of the whole earth behind it, and so obviously aware that its opportunity at last had come. I saw it all as plainly as though I watched two great animals prepare for battle, both unconsciously. Yet in some inexplicable way I saw it, of course, within me, and not externally. The conflict would be hideously unequal. Each side had already sent out emissaries. How long before I could not tell, for the first evidence he gave that something was going wrong with him was when his voice grew suddenly confused. He missed his words, and his lips trembled a moment and turned flabby. The next second his face betrayed that singular and horrid change, growing somehow loose about the bones of the cheek, and larger, so that I remembered Jamie's miserable phrase. The emissaries of the two kingdoms, the human and the vegetable, had met, I make it out, in that very second. For the first time in his long career of battening on others, Mr. Freen found himself pitted against a vaster kingdom than he knew, and, so finding, shook inwardly in that little part that was his definite, actual self. He felt the huge disaster coming. "Yes, John," he was saying in his drawling, self-congratulating voice. "Sir George gave me that car, gave it to me as a present. Wasn't it and then broke off abruptly, stammered, drew breath, stood up, and looked uneasily about him. For a second there was a gaping pause. It was like the click which starts some huge machinery moving, that instant's pause before it actually starts. The whole thing, indeed, then went with the rapidity of machinery running down and beyond control. I thought of a giant dynamo working silently and invisible. "What's that?" he cried in a soft voice charged with alarm. "What's that horrid place? And someone's crying there. Who is it?" He pointed to the empty patch. Then, before anyone could answer, he started across the lawn towards it, going every minute faster. Before anyone could move, he stood upon the edge. He leaned over, peering down into it. It seemed a few hours passed, but really they were seconds, for time is measured by the quality and not the quantity of sensations it contains. I saw it all with merciless, photographic detail, sharply etched amid the general confusion. Each side was intensely active, but only one side, the human, exerted all its force in resistance. The other merely stretched out a feeler, as it were, from its vast potential strength. No more was necessary. It was such a soft and easy victory. Oh, it was rather pitiful. There was no bluster or great effort, on one side at least. Close by his side I witnessed it, for I, it seemed, alone had moved and followed him. No one else stirred, though Mrs. Freen clattered noisily with the cups, making some sudden impulsive gesture with her hands. And Gladys, I remember, gave a cry. It was like a little scream. "Oh, Mother, it's the heat, isn't it?" Mr. Freen, her father, was speechless, pale as ashes. But the instant I reached his side, it became clear what had drawn me there thus instinctively. Upon the other side, among the silver birches, stood little Jamie. He was watching. I experienced, for him, one of those moments that shake the heart. A liquid fear ran all over me, the more effective because unintelligible, really. Yet I felt that if I could know all, and what lay actually behind, my fear would be more than justified. That the thing was awful, full of awe. And then it happened. A truly wicked sight, like watching a universe in action, yet all contained within a small square foot of space. I think he understood vaguely that if someone could only take his place, he might be saved. And that was why, discerning instinctively the easiest substitute within reach, he saw the child and called aloud to him across the empty patch, "James, my boy, come here." His voice was like a thin report, but somehow flat and lifeless, as when a rifle misses fire, sharp yet weak. It had no crack in it. It was really supplication. And with amazement I heard my own ring out, imperious and strong, though I was not conscious of saying it. "Jamie, don't move. Stay where you are." But Jamie, the little child, obeyed neither of us. Moving up nearer to the edge, he stood there, laughing. I heard that laughter, but could have sworn it did not come from him. The empty, yawning patch gave out that sound. Mr. Freen turned sideways, throwing up his arms. I saw his hard, bleak face grow somehow wider, spread through the air and downwards. A similar thing, I saw, was happening at the same time to his entire person, for it drew out into the atmosphere in a stream of movement. The face for a second made me think of those toys of green India rubber that children pull. It grew enormous. But this was an external impression only. What actually happened, I clearly understood, was that all this vitality and life he had transferred from others to himself for years was now in turn being taken from him and transferred elsewhere. One moment on the edge he wobbled horribly, then with that queer sideways motion, rapid yet ungainly, he stepped forward into the middle of the patch and fell heavily upon his face. His eyes, as he dropped, faded shockingly, and across the countenance was written plainly what I can only call an expression of destruction. He looked utterly destroyed. I caught a sound from Jamie, but this time not of laughter. It was like a gulp. It was deep and muffled, and it dipped away into the earth. Again I thought of a troop of small black horses galloping away down a subterranean passage beneath my feet, plunging into the depths, their tramping growing fainter and fainter into buried distance. In my nostrils was a pungent smell of earth. And then all passed. I came back into myself. Mr. Freen, Jr., was lifting his brother's head from the lawn where he had fallen from the heat, close beside the tea-table. He had never really moved from there. And Jamie, I learned afterwards, had been the whole time asleep upon his bed upstairs, worn out with his crying and unreasoning alarm. Gladys came running out with cold water, sponge and towel, brandy, too, all kinds of things. "Mother, it was the heat, wasn't it?" I heard her whisper, but I did not catch Mrs. Freen's reply. From her face it struck me that she was bordering on collapse herself. Then the butler followed, and they just picked him up and carried him into the house. He recovered even before the doctor came. But the queer thing to me is that I was convinced the others all had seen what I saw, only that no one said a word about it. And to this day, no one has said a word. And that was, perhaps, the most horrid part of all. From that day to this, I have scarcely heard a mention of Mr. Freen, Sr. It seemed as if he dropped suddenly out of life. The papers never mentioned him. His activities ceased, as it were. His afterlife, at any rate, became singularly ineffective. Certainly he achieved nothing worth public mention. But it may be only that, having left the employ of Mrs. Freen, there was no particular occasion for me to hear anything. The afterlife of that empty patch of garden, however, was quite otherwise. Nothing, so far as I know, was done to it by gardeners, or in the way of draining it or bringing in new earth. But even before I left in the following summer, it had changed. It lay untouched, full of great, luscious, driving weeds and creepers, very strong, full-fed, and bursting thick with life. End of The Transfer. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.